In a world where demons inherit thrones, a half-blood mad dog is destined to either save the empire or burn it to the ground. But no one warns him about the girl who decides to use him first. And that girl is Isabella Leonard. After marrying into a ducal house, she begins moving pieces no one around her fully understands until it is already too late. One day, her father contacts her in desperation and explains that her mother is demanding a divorce. According to him, she has lost her senses and refuses to listen to reason, so he believes Isabella might be the only person capable of calming her down. Instead of sympathy, he is met with cold honesty. Isabella tells him that her mother's state is hardly surprising because he has always had a gift for driving people to madness. Her words catch him off guard, and he quickly assumes that his daughter must be the one influencing her mother against him. Isabella does not deny it. Instead, she calmly reveals that she has done far more than encourage a divorce. She is also the reason his finances have collapsed and his fortune has disappeared. Her father is stunned by the confession and reminds her that while his wife may choose to end their marriage, Isabella still carries his blood. To him, blood should mean loyalty. But Isabella sees it differently. She bitterly remarks that if returning his tainted blood were possible, she would have done so long ago. Trying to defend himself, her father insists that everything he has done was for the family. As the head of the household, he claims his decisions were meant to protect them. Isabella immediately tears that excuse apart. She reminds him of his affair with the Marchioness, a woman who had once been her mother's closest friend. In her eyes, no true head of a family betrays his wife in such a way, and friendship certainly does not mean sharing husbands. Still, her father clings to his justification. He argues that his actions were necessary for the survival of House Collins, and if only her mother had maintained her connection with the Emperor, things could have turned out differently. Before he can continue, Isabella cuts him off and tells him that those days are gone. Nothing will change now, and he should leave. Instead of leaving, rage takes over him. He grabs her violently and hurls insults at her, accusing her of becoming arrogant after marrying a duke. He reminds her that House Collins raised and fed her all her life, as though that debt should silence her forever, but Isabella remains unmoved. She tells him that if he regrets her existence so much, then he should never have brought her into the world. She then asks him how it feels to be destroyed by the very seed of misfortune he planted himself. Enraged, her father continues cursing her. But before he can do anything else, the door suddenly opens. Her husband steps inside. With a simple snap of his fingers, Isabella's father is thrown to the ground without understanding what just happened. Struggling to stand, he looks around in confusion. Her husband casually asks why his father-in-law is lying on the floor. Still unable to comprehend what happened, the older man questions it, only for the Duke to snap his fingers again, sending him crashing down once more. The Duke then calmly asks if he has anything to say. Trying to recover his pride, Isabella's father protests that nobles should not treat one another this way. But the Duke coldly reminds him that his title as a count means very little now, especially since even that title has practically been mortgaged away. Faced with that truth, the man falls silent. At that moment, a cat gracefully jumps onto the Duke's shoulder and declares itself Count Mew Collins, the new head of the house. The sight leaves Isabella's father staring in complete disbelief, unable to decide whether what he is seeing is real or madness. The Duke casually remarks that the title will likely serve him far better than it ever served his father-in-law. Yet, as he moves closer to Isabella, his expression changes. While holding her, he notices bruises marking her delicate skin. The sight instantly awakens a darker side of him. He quietly states that her father will pay for touching her. Though he admits he is still learning to control his power, he warns that accidents may happen and the older man could end up crushed in the process. He only hopes that his father-in-law understands the risk. Before things go too far, Isabella reminds him not to forget that the rest belongs to her. Soon others arrive. Isabella calmly orders that Benjamin be summoned because her father appears to be unwell. Benjamin steps forward and examines the man, who desperately insists that he has just been spoken to by a cat and thrown through the air. Benjamin listens before calmly concluding that the symptoms point toward madness. When asked what she thinks, Isabella responds that although she may be a doctor, she is human first. Benjamin then suggests restraining her father, since he appears emotionally unstable. Isabella gives her approval without hesitation. Her father curses her, calling her wicked and insisting he is not insane. He accuses her of plotting everything and turns toward Benjamin in disbelief, unable to understand why someone he trusted is now standing against him. But Isabella no longer shows him any warmth. She walks toward him one final time and quietly bids him farewell, before sending him away to an asylum. Even after condemning her own father, Isabella shows no guilt, sorrow, or hesitation. Her beauty hides something far darker beneath the surface, making her seem less like an innocent daughter and more like a devil wrapped in elegance. As she watches him disappear, she quietly promises that their next meeting will be in hell. And that is where her revenge truly begins. On what should have been a warm summer day, an unnatural chill fills the air. Isabella's brother, Aster, notices the lifeless coldness in her face. She questions why he continues going this far, reminding him that their father abandoned her long ago. but Aster sees things differently. He reminds her of the fate awaiting anyone who carries the blood of the imperial family. Bitterness fills his voice as he admits that if she had never been born a princess, their father would have acknowledged him as the true heir. Before the conversation can continue, another voice calls for Isabella to be brought forward, and without hesitation, Aster obeys. Before everything falls apart, Isabella's tragedy begins with her mother, Lily Leonard. Lily Leonard is once the emperor's most beloved daughter, admired for her grace, intelligence, and noble blood. In her youth, she falls deeply in love with a man she believes will cherish her forever. Even though her decision goes against the will of the emperor, she chooses love over duty. Already carrying Isabella, she abandons the safety of the imperial family and marries the man she believes shares her feelings with equal sincerity. For a time, Lily believes she has found happiness. But years later, that love becomes the very thing that destroys her. As chaos begins consuming the empire, Lily finds herself standing before Prince Aster, the man who has already removed his older brother in his ruthless pursuit of the throne. Desperate to protect her daughter, Lily pleads with him to spare Isabella's life, warning that if anything happens to her child, she will choose death herself. Aster watches her with amusement, calling it a touching display of maternal love. Realizing mercy will not come from him, Lily bitterly admits that begging a cold-blooded man like him is meaningless. Not long after, Aster reveals what he has heard. According to the rumors, Isabella secretly entered the emperor's chambers while hiding something, and he directly accuses her of trying to poison the emperor. Isabella immediately denies it. She points out that the emperor's death would only benefit Aster the most. Her bold answer earns his attention. Without losing composure, Isabella explains that what she brought was not poison, but an antidote, medicine capable of temporarily waking someone who has already been poisoned. Aster demands proof. He declares that if Lily drinks it and survives, he will believe Isabella's words. Isabella tries to explain that the medicine was never meant for someone who has not been poisoned. But before she can stop her, Lily takes the medicine herself. Even in that moment, her only concern remains her daughter. She firmly declares that no one should touch even a single strand of Isabella's hair. Aster coldly replies that her daughter's fate depends entirely on her actions. He then reveals the truth behind his obsession. Despite being the only prince left alive, the emperor still has not named him heir. It almost feels as though the emperor has been waiting for a more capable successor, perhaps a princess who once ended the demon war through negotiation rather than bloodshed. Then he gives Lily his final order. If she truly wants to save Isabella, she must not leave even a single drop of the antidote behind. As Lily continues drinking, Isabella watches in horror, unable to believe that the medicine they created to save lives is now being used to kill the person she loves most. Her screams fill the air as she calls for her mother, but everything has already been planned. It is not an accident. It is an execution. Soon, the official judgment is announced before the Empire. Lily Leonard is declared a traitorous former princess who supposedly conspired with Duke Blake to hand the Empire over to demons. Isabella is accused of attempting to assassinate the Emperor. For these crimes, mother and daughter are sentenced to death by fire. The cruel irony is unbearable. The peace treaty Lily once risked her life to obtain, crossing brutal battlefields despite her father's opposition, is now twisted into evidence against her. Before the people, the Emperor claims that his beloved daughter and granddaughter were seduced by demons and transformed into witches. Pretending sorrow, he announces that because he failed to protect his family, he will personally burn them with his own hands and asks the people for forgiveness. In her final moments, Lily shows no fear. Her last words are simple and filled with hatred. She promises that she will see him in hell. After death, Isabella awakens in another realm. There, she encounters a strange being who questions her with amusement, mentioning that she seems ready to make several unreasonable wishes. Isabella demands to know who it is. The being reveals itself to be a demon. It explains that she is the one who called for them. Without hesitation, Isabella states her first wish. She wants time to be turned back. The demon, sensing the rage inside her, asks whether she wants revenge badly enough to tear certain people apart, but Isabella refuses to leave something so personal in someone else's hands. Revenge belongs to her alone, and she intends to carry it out herself. The demon bursts into laughter, finding her even more terrifying than demons themselves. Then it hands her a book. Inside are the hidden truths of her mother's life. As Isabella reads, she discovers the painful story of Lily Leonard, a woman who gave up everything for love, only to be betrayed by the two people she trusted most. Her husband and her closest friend had been having an affair behind her back, and in the end, both of them chose to serve Aster. To prove their loyalty, her own husband cornered Lily and Isabella and forced them toward the flames. Unable to continue reading, Isabella closes the book. She then asks the demon one final question. How far back can time be reversed? The demon answers that with the amount of mana available, only 3 years can be reclaimed. Going any further would burn away too much power. For Isabella, that is more than enough. She declares that she would even offer her soul if necessary. But the demon has no interest in her soul. Instead, it proposes a deal. If Isabella wants her revenge and her second chance, She must find and bring out the Demon Lord's son, who is hiding inside the magic tower. And with that, Isabella's true revenge begins. Before Isabella's revenge can truly begin, she learns about the man who may become the most dangerous piece on her board, Kaiden Blake. Kaiden is known across the Empire as both a symbol of peace and a living contradiction. He is born from the alliance that ended the long and brutal war between the Empire and the Demon World. Decades earlier, both sides agree to end the bloodshed by joining their bloodlines through marriage. The Empire sends its hero, Ethan Blade, while the Demon World offers its princess, Hela Lucifer. From that union, Kaiden is born. Though his birth is meant to represent peace, the world never truly accepts him. Instead of seeing him as the bridge between two races, people see him as a half-blood who belongs nowhere. Among nobles, he is treated as something beneath them. They whisper that the son of a demon could never fit into high society, and that a creature like him has no true place in either world. Even after becoming the master of the Northern Magic Tower and volunteering to defend humanity by hunting demons at the entrance of the Demon World, he receives no gratitude. Instead, people mock him and call him the Mad Dog of the North, finding it unsettling that the son of a demon spends his life slaughtering demons. But Kaiden's greatest battle is not against monsters. It is against the blood inside him. When he turns 18, the demon blood dominating his body awakens and triggers a violent mana torrent. There is only one known way to survive such a condition. He must enter a contract with a human and fully awaken as a demon. But Kaiden refuses. He refuses to become part of a race he despises. Ordinary human mages who suffer mana torrents rarely survive more than a year, yet Kaiden endures it for 8 long years, resisting the transformation with sheer willpower. In the end, he refuses to submit until his final breath, and eventually he dies in a catastrophic explosion. As Isabella reads this story from a mysterious book titled The Mad Dog of the North, she wonders whether it is another prophecy, much like the story of her mother. The demon confirms that it is. If Kaiden is not saved, his destruction is inevitable. To prevent that fate, he must become a demon, and for that he needs a human contract partner. Isabella immediately asks the obvious question. Why her? The demon answers with unsettling honesty. Her beauty makes them want to ruin her. Her pride makes her dangerous. Her intelligence makes her useful. And her radiance is so overwhelming that even demons find it difficult to ignore. In their eyes, she is one of the few humans strong enough to stand beside Kaiden without being consumed. The demon then reveals its true goal. Kaiden's mana is overwhelming, powerful enough to crush weaklings and claim the throne of the Demon King. All Isabella has to do is form a contract and bring him out of the tower. Once freed, his instincts alone may guide him toward becoming the next ruler of demonkind. Isabella quickly realizes how useful such a man could be. A half-demon on the verge of destruction may be unstable, but his hatred toward demons means even demonkind cannot control him easily. So she agrees, but only under one condition. She will borrow Kaiden for herself. She plans to use him for her own purposes before returning him. The demons accept her terms, warning her that she has exactly 1 year. They also hand her a special dress, telling her that if the mad dog turns on her, it may become the only thing keeping her alive. Soon after, Isabella finds herself standing inside the magic tower, and the moment she sees Kaiden Blake, she realizes no introduction is needed. His appearance alone is overwhelming. Kaiden immediately questions who she is and whether she knows what kind of man stands before her. Without fear, Isabella answers that she knows enough. He is a monster, a demon slayer, and the infamous Mad Dog of the North. His eyes sharpen at her words, and he warns her that people who speak carelessly around him often end up torn apart. But Isabella does not back down. She calmly points out that he does not harm those without mana. Then, with perfect composure, she bows and introduces herself as Isabella Leonard. Kaiden seems surprised by her surname. He remarks that he thought there were no women left in the imperial family. She explains that she uses her mother's name, not her father's. When she tries to explain why, her anger slips through and she openly curses him instead. Kaiden watches her silently. For a moment, Isabella wonders whether he believes her story. Then he suddenly steps closer. He studies her carefully before noticing the mana stone that allowed her to reach the tower. From that alone, he concludes that her father must have sent her. He coldly asks whether her family has fallen so low that her father sold her off. Then, without warning, he begins removing part of his clothing and casually asks whether they should begin. In his mind, he assumes some duke must be more worried about producing an heir than dealing with his unstable son, so they sent a woman instead. Meanwhile, Isabella can only stare in disbelief. She had heard he was a mad dog. No one told her he behaved like a beast in heat. Still, she quickly realizes he is trying to intimidate her. Instead of retreating, she accepts his challenge. She boldly tells him that if he wants her, then he must become her husband first. She adds that as his wife, she can fulfill every duty expected of her, whenever he desires. Kaiden remains unmoved, claiming there is nothing he could possibly want from her. That is when Isabella changes tactics. She touches him. Then she asks whether his obsession with hunting demons comes from hatred alone. He immediately tells her to stop. But Isabella continues pressing deeper, asking whether he has truly never wanted attention. He denies it. Then she speaks the one name that breaks through his defenses, Hela Lucifer. She quietly tells him that no matter how long he waits like a good son, his mother never comes, even if he never expected love from her. A part of him still wishes she would appear at least once. For the first time, Kaiden's composure cracks. He tells her to leave, to stop digging into wounds she knows nothing about. But Isabella understands more than he realizes. She knows what it means to be abandoned. And because of that, she makes him an offer. If he becomes her husband for 1 year, she will help him meet his mother. The moment those words leave her lips, Kaiden suddenly collapses. For 5 long years, Kaiden Blake lives with the same nightmare repeating itself over and over again. In his dream, eliminating demons at the northern border does not feel so terrible. Because of his efforts, the people are able to harvest their crops safely. Children continue growing up in peace, and ordinary families live without fear of demon attacks. For once, he feels something unfamiliar. The people are grateful to him. No one looks at him with contempt. No one whispers that he is the son of a demon. No one treats him like he does not belong. But the real problem has never been other people. It has always been the cursed demon blood flowing inside him. Then the dream always changes. A strange sound echoes through the air as black wings tear out from his back. Just as his consciousness begins fading, sinister horns burst from his skull. Then comes the explosion. Flames swallow everything in sight. The blacksmith, his wife, even their newborn child. Every time, Kaiden wakes with the same terror, realizing it is not just a nightmare but a warning of what may happen if his mana torrent finally goes out of control. Meanwhile, Isabella Leonard refuses to let him continue running away. She quietly tells him that he can no longer avoid making a contract with her. She also thanks the cat for leading her to his bedroom because without it, finding him would not have been easy. As she walks closer to him and sees him fast asleep, she briefly wonders where she got the courage to boldly ask a man like him to become her husband earlier. After thinking about it, she decides that if she is going to end up in a loveless marriage anyway, she might as well marry someone handsome. And Kaiden certainly has an appearance that easily catches the eye. As she notices his fever has gone down slightly, she carefully begins closing his shirt. But before she can finish, Kaiden suddenly wakes and immediately questions what she has done to him. Without panicking, Isabella hands him a cup of periwinkle tea, explaining that it is a common plant known for its calming properties. She bluntly tells him that he is not going to die today, so he might as well drink it. Though hesitant, he eventually takes it and drinks. She then explains that his cat is the reason he is lying in bed instead of collapsing on the cold stone floor where he had fallen earlier. Kaiden quietly thanks the cat and tells it to come closer. The cat responds obediently. Shortly after, Kaiden notices Isabella's gaze and questions exactly where she thinks she is looking. She immediately reminds him that he is the one who has been revealing far too much of himself since earlier. Putting that aside, he asks how she plans to help him meet the Demon King. Isabella explains what she knows. She tells him that the king of the demon world is the strongest being in the realm. Though it may appear that the throne is passed down through bloodlines, the crown only remains in that family because their blood produces the strongest ruler. Her solution is simple. He will form a contract with her, fully awaken his demon blood, become the strongest demon, and claim the throne himself. Kaiden reacts coldly, questioning whether she is truly asking him to become one of the selfish race he despises. Isabella refuses to let him hide behind excuses. She asks whether denying reality and running away from the truth changes anything when he could explode at any moment. She calls that selfish. She reminds him that most people who suffer mana torrents barely survive a year, yet he has endured for 5. That alone proves how terrifying the power inside him truly is. Shield magic exists, but when he finally explodes, the entire north may become a wasteland. Innocent villagers will die, families will be destroyed, even his father may disappear in the flames. Kaiden falls silent as her words match the nightmare that has haunted him for years. Until now, he always believed he would be the only one to die. For the first time, he realizes how wrong he has been. Isabella notices his hesitation and presses even deeper. She asks whether he is not curious about something. His mother, Hela Lucifer, abandoned everything for the throne. How would she feel if that same throne were taken away by her own son in the end? Isabella tells him that if she were in his position, she would do something instead of quietly waiting for destruction to claim her. After a long silence, Kaiden finally asks what exactly she plans to use him for, and why she is doing all of this. Isabella does not hide anything. She reveals that her father betrayed her mother by having an affair with her mother's closest friend. Since then, she has carefully designed a plan to destroy him in the most humiliating way possible. Every time she remembers that half of her blood comes from him, she feels so disgusted that she sometimes does not want to keep living. Her ultimate goal is to make her mother, Lily Leonard, become empress. But the greatest obstacle standing in their way is Prince Aster. That is why she needs the support of the Blake family. She sincerely asks Kaiden to become the strongest ally for both her and her mother. When her father becomes drunk on the dream of becoming the husband of an empress, she will be the one to push him into despair. After all, being abandoned by the son of an empire hurts far more than being abandoned by a powerless wife. Kaiden listens quietly before asking whether that means she plans to squeeze every drop of value out of him. Isabella calmly tells him that she will keep him updated as things progress. She also mentions hearing that he needs a bride before he can become the Demon King, so she offers herself for that role. After 1 year, they can divorce. After all, she doubts he would want to keep her around forever. Kaiden bluntly agrees that he does not. Then he asks whether they should begin today. Isabella asks if he means their marriage contract. He nods, then gently lifts a strand of her hair and presses his lips against it, before leaning closer and asking whether she is prepared to fulfill the duties of his wife. Just as the atmosphere begins changing, a voice suddenly interrupts them. It tells them both to stop and focus on the contract first. It is the cat, Muser. It casually remarks that it finds it unbelievable that it took Kaiden 5 whole years to finally make his first contract, all because of his stubbornness. Then it calmly jumps between them, separating the two before settling comfortably on Isabella's legs. It adds that Kaiden should work extra hard to make up for all the wasted years. Kaiden can only stare at the cat in complete shock, hearing it speak for the very first time, while it simply licks its paws as though nothing unusual has happened. Muser suddenly interrupts the tense atmosphere and proudly introduces himself as the most capable lesser demon in the world. Curious, Isabella Leonard asks what exactly a lesser demon is. Muser explains that lesser demons usually serve as partners to greater demons, and each of them goes through a selection process before choosing who they will follow. He reveals that he personally chose Kaiden Blake because he believed Kaiden would one day become an incredibly powerful demon. However, 5 years have already passed, and Muser still finds it unbelievable that he is only now able to reveal his true identity, all because Kaiden has finally found a contract partner. To him, the entire situation feels almost ridiculous, but he admits that he has no other choice. In frustration, Muser suddenly leaps onto Kaiden and begins biting his hand. Seeing the unexpected attack, Isabella quickly grabs the cat and pulls him away. Instead of scolding him, she thanks him for staying by Kaiden's side all this time. She openly admits that his presence will be extremely useful because she feels her contract partner has very little experience. Muser lets out a smug smile and proudly agrees, explaining that a greater demon can never truly thrive without a lesser demon beside him. His duty is to feed, guide, and raise Kaiden until he becomes the demon destined to fulfill his fate. Kaiden immediately reminds the cat that he is the one who has been keeping him company all these years, causing Muser to hiss before walking away with offended pride. Not wasting more time, Kaiden tells Isabella that since everyone is present, they should complete the contract immediately. Before Isabella can react, Muser suddenly leaps toward her and scratches her palm. Blood slowly drips from her hand as Muser calmly tells her that it is an offering. The moment those words leave his mouth, a blinding flash fills the room. Isabella's consciousness fades almost instantly, and as her body begins collapsing, Kaiden quickly catches her before she hits the ground, and with that, their contract is finally sealed. When Isabella opens her eyes again, she finds herself lying on a bed inside House Cullen's estate. Her mind feels hazy as she tries to remember what happened. Then, a familiar scent reaches her. As she slowly sits up, her eyes widen in disbelief. Sitting right beside her is Lily Leonard. Overwhelmed with emotion, Isabella immediately calls out to her and tightly embraces her. Lily, confused by her daughter's sudden reaction, gently asks whether she had a bad dream. Isabella quietly admits that it was indeed a terrifying dream. Trying to comfort her, Lily softly explains that dreams are often the opposite of reality, and perhaps something wonderful is waiting ahead. She then mentions that Isabella had been running a fever, but now she looks much better. Lily also casually adds that Isabella's father keeps insisting on throwing something out. Hearing that, Isabella immediately stiffens. She nervously asks what exactly her father wants thrown away. Lily points toward the corner of the room. There sits Muser. Lily explains that the cat made an enormous mess earlier, though she decided to ignore it, so Isabella should take responsibility for him. Looking at the cat, Isabella finally realizes that everything was real. She then formally introduces Muser to her mother. Lily simply smiles warmly and assures her daughter that she will always stand by her side. Hearing those words makes Isabella's chest tighten. She remembers that in her previous life, her mother truly gave up everything trying to protect her, even sacrificing her life in agony. There is no doubt that Lily loves her even more than herself. This time, Isabella silently swears that no matter what happens, she will protect her mother, even if it costs her everything. The following morning, Isabella wakes up to a letter from Lily. Her mother explains that she has gone out to pray and has prepared Isabella's favorite meal, reminding her not to skip breakfast. Isabella quietly wishes her mother had told her before leaving. As she wonders what dish her mother prepared, old memories begin flooding back. When she was a little girl, every time she fell ill, Lily would always make her beef stew the following morning. The taste was so comforting that even years later, after attending school and growing older, Isabella never forgot it. Lost in those memories, she hears a knock at her door. Soon, the family chef, Tilda, enters and announces breakfast. saying that the best way to start the day is with a full stomach. Isabella immediately calls Tilda closer and asks her to bring the tray to her bedside. But the moment she smells the food, her expression changes. This is not her mother's stew. Just as Tilda turns to leave, Isabella stops her and asks where the beef stew her mother prepared is. Tilda explains that the meal in front of her was personally made by Marchioness Richmond, and that it is supposedly better for restoring her strength. But Isabella's face instantly hardens. She coldly tells Tilda that she cannot eat something that smells so awful and orders her to prepare it again. Tilda hesitantly obeys and returns with another plate. Yet the moment Isabella smells it, she rejects it once more, claiming it smells just as terrible as before. Again and again, she forces Tilda to remake the meal until the poor chef becomes completely confused. Eventually, Tilda nervously asks what exactly is wrong with the food. Isabella simply answers that the smell makes her feel sick enough to throw up. Before Tilda can respond, Marchioness Richmond personally enters the room. Calmly, she asks whether her stew is truly that bad. Then she casually explains that Tilda's daughter recently suffered from morning sickness and suggests that perhaps Isabella's strange reaction is related to her physical condition. Catherine Richmond is not just her mother's childhood friend. She is also her father's mistress, the woman who secretly connects him to Prince Astor, and the queen bee of noble society who knows exactly how to manipulate appearances. The morning she walks into Isabella's room, she carries herself with the same polished elegance as always, wearing a graceful smile that hides far more than it reveals. Isabella Leonard greets her politely, but her words immediately carry hidden thorns. She calmly asks about the health of Marquess Richmond and whether her husband knows that she visits another man's home this early in the morning. Catherine tries to brush it aside, saying her husband is the same as always and that his condition is none of Isabella's concern. But Isabella does not stop there. She continues asking whether the Marquess knows his wife is cheating with another man. For a brief moment, Catherine's smile stiffens, but she quickly recovers, thanking Isabella for being so considerate before once again reminding her that it is none of her business. Catherine then casually mentions that she came to see Lily Leonard, only to hear that Lily has already gone to the temple. She smoothly claims that they must have missed each other because she herself is just returning from early morning prayers. Isabella slowly looks her up and down before asking if that is truly what she wears to a temple. Catherine smiles without shame and explains that appearances do not matter. What truly matters is charity, and she donates more than enough money to the temple. Isabella responds with a smile of her own, quietly noting that there is no need for confession when one's true nature is already so easy to see. The two exchange laughter, though neither of them finds anything amusing. Catherine then picks up the tray of food and asks whether Isabella truly cannot eat because of the smell. She casually mentions hearing that Tilda's daughter has been unable to eat because of pregnancy, and Tilda nervously confirms it. Then Catherine's words become sharper. She reminds Isabella that Lily also became pregnant before marriage, and perhaps it is unnecessary for a daughter to follow her mother in every way. Isabella's expression does not change. Instead, she calmly replies that even if that were true, it would still be better than being like the Marquess, who may be raising another man's child without knowing it. Her words strike with perfect precision. Everyone in noble society knows the rumors surrounding House Richmond. When Catherine marries the aging Marquess as his third wife, he is already over 50. Not long after, she miraculously gives birth to a son and quickly secures authority within the household. But whispers soon spread everywhere. The Marquess is rumored to be infertile. His previous wives never conceived. So how exactly did Catherine become pregnant so easily? Thinking of the old man lying helplessly in bed while remaining blind to the truth makes Isabella feel a strange pity. Catherine immediately cuts her off and tells her to stop saying such strange things and simply eat. She pretends to hand Isabella the food with concern, but the moment Isabella reaches for it, she deliberately lets go. The bowl crashes and hot stew splashes everywhere. Isabella quickly apologizes, claiming it was an accident. But as the scent rises from the spilled food, her eyes grow colder. The clothes Catherine is wearing, the perfume on her skin, even the stew itself, everything smells exactly like her mother. Isabella directly confronts her, questioning why she keeps trying so hard to imitate Lily. Catherine's face immediately hardens with anger, but before she can respond, Isabella's father walks into the room. Isabella's father asks what is happening. The moment Isabella sees him, old memories return. Even on the day he burned them alive, he remained obsessed with looking polished and formal. But whenever he appears slightly less composed, it always means he has been somewhere he should not have been. Seeing him now only confirms her suspicions. Catherine suddenly begins sobbing, accusing Isabella of deliberately spilling the stew she lovingly prepared. Watching the performance, Isabella feels a painful regret. If only she had paid more attention to her surroundings in her previous life, instead of locking herself away with books. Perhaps she would have noticed sooner and protected her mother. Her father calls her name sharply, and Isabella quietly answers that it was only an accident. Then, while pretending to wipe her hand, she reveals a fresh burn. Catherine gasps at the sight. Without even being asked, Tilda immediately speaks up, insisting that she clearly saw Isabella spill the stew on purpose and that the Marchioness was only trying to help her recover. Isabella's father slowly turns toward Tilda and asks where exactly she thinks she is. Trembling, Tilda answers that this is House Collins Manor. He then asks if she remembers who truly gives orders in this house. Tilda nervously mentions her responsibility over household affairs, but he coldly corrects her. Her job is not to speak out of turn. Her job is to ensure that nothing like this ever happens in his home. Tilda immediately bows her head in fear and apologizes. Isabella quietly watches everything unfold. She knows exactly why her father reacts so strongly. At only 20 years old, young, beautiful, and unmarried, she is one of the most valuable assets he possesses. She is not his daughter in his eyes. She is his greatest investment. And that is precisely why she deliberately caused the scene. Compared to the agony of being burned alive at the stake, this minor burn means absolutely nothing. Her father and Catherine eventually turn to leave. Before walking out, he tells her to rest and promises to call a doctor. Isabella smiles sweetly and thanks him. Once they are gone, only Isabella and Tilda remain in the room. The atmosphere changes immediately. Isabella quietly calls Tilda closer, telling her she has something important to show her. Then she deliberately reveals more of the injury on her hand and calmly asks whether Tilda finally understands why her father fears even a single scratch on her body. Personally, Isabella does not care. But her father certainly does. Still, physical marks are not the only thing capable of destroying someone. Isabella then quietly reveals her real plan. If rumors begin spreading that she and Kaiden Blake are involved in some kind of scandalous relationship, her father will panic. He will do everything possible to protect her image, even if it means taking desperate measures. Before Tilda can apologize or protest, Isabella suddenly shoves her hard enough to make her stumble. Then she coldly warns her to be very careful with what she says from now on. After all, Isabella is extremely confident in her ability to act like a perfectly innocent victim whenever she needs to. After warning Tilda to be more careful with her words, Isabella Leonard calmly tells her to gather the other maids and prepare a bath made specifically with warm rose water. Then, with a sweet smile that carries a hidden threat, she adds that next time anyone wishes to enter her room, they should remember to knock first. If Tilda wants to keep her hands intact and still be able to carry her grandchildren one day, she would be wise not to forget it. As the bath is prepared, Isabella quietly sinks into the warm rose water and allows herself a moment of thought. Watching the maids move around her, she reflects on how similar human instincts are to those of animals. No matter how civilized they pretend to be, people naturally create hierarchies and unconsciously decide who stands above or below them. If that is human nature, then she decides she might as well make full use of her position and authority. As one maid begins tending to the burn on her hand, Isabella immediately corrects her, explaining that burns should first be cooled under running water instead of being treated carelessly. The maid quickly bows and hurries off to prepare it properly. Soon, the atmosphere in the room begins changing. The other maids openly admire her flawless skin, her soft features, and the elegance she naturally carries. One of them shyly offers her a cherry, which Isabella accepts with a smile, taking a delicate bite that causes the others to laugh in admiration. Another compliments her hair, admitting that many of them have secretly wanted to take care of her because she is far prettier than they imagined. They timidly ask if they may serve her again in the future. Isabella smiles and casually remarks that it would be exhausting for her to become even more beautiful than she already is, causing the room to fill with laughter once more. Later that day, Isabella goes to visit her father, Isabella's father. The moment she enters, he asks how her hand is doing. She calmly tells him that the doctor says it should heal very soon. He then asks why she has come, warning her that if she intends to argue about the academy again, he has no plans to change his decision. In her previous life, Isabella had dreamed of becoming a doctor. She once defied her father, enrolled in the academy, and pursued knowledge despite his opposition. But after returning to the past, she already possesses all the medical knowledge she once worked so hard to gain. There is no reason to repeat those years. So instead of arguing, she calmly tells him that she no longer wishes to attend the academy. What she wants now is for him to prepare for her debut into high society. Her father slowly lifts his head in complete surprise. After everything she went through just to enroll in the academy, he can hardly believe his daughter is now asking to enter noble society instead. Isabella lowers her gaze slightly and explains that after being hurt, she has realized how immature and childish she has been. She also says that through all of it, she finally understands how much he treasures her. Now, she wants to become someone useful to House Collins. Hearing those words, her father smiles with satisfaction. He tells her that it gladdens him to see his daughter finally understanding her true position. He promises to help her find a suitable husband among the nobility. But Isabella immediately adds one condition. She wants to choose her husband herself. Her father raises an eyebrow and asks whether this is just another childish fantasy about romance. Instead of answering directly, Isabella sits across from him and begins playing chess. As she moves her pieces, she casually brings up the conflict between Viscount Lightman and Baron Froid. Though both men serve the same master, Their relationship is worse than that of strangers. She explains that the reason lies with Baroness Froy, who was once Viscount Lightman's first love. When she chose another man instead, he lost all hope and entered a miserable marriage. Unfortunately, his wife later discovered the truth, turning the situation into a scandal. Her father stops moving his chess piece and asks how she knows so much about noble affairs. With a calm smile, Isabella simply tells him that she reads a lot. The truth, however, is very different. Before turning back time, she read countless newspapers, articles, and social magazines. Every scandal, every political conflict, every hidden grudge among the aristocracy had become second nature to her. Looking directly into her father's eyes, she tells him that she understands how the royal family and the great noble houses are connected. She knows their alliances, their weaknesses, and even the grudges they hide behind polite smiles. That knowledge alone should be enough for him to trust her judgment. She then reveals her intention. She plans to find a man who possesses everything: wealth, status, power, and appearance. After growing up under her father's influence, she simply cannot lower herself to an ordinary man. After all, her value as his daughter is just as high as his own ambitions. Her father studies her carefully before asking what happens if she fails. Without hesitation, Isabella replies that if she fails, she will marry whoever he chooses. Her father quietly thinks it over. In truth, he has nothing to lose. Eventually, he gives his permission. He even offers to assign a trustworthy chaperone to accompany her in case anything inappropriate happens during her debut. But Isabella immediately rejects one name: Catherine Richmond. Her father asks why. Though Isabella burns with hatred toward Catherine, she cannot reveal that yet. So instead, she calmly explains that Catherine has been active in high society for years, yet she has not produced any truly outstanding results. If Isabella is going to make her move, she wants to do it properly. Instead, she asks to go with her mother, Lily Leonard. In truth, Isabella knows that if Lily appears in society again, it may become the perfect opportunity for her mother to reconnect with the emperor and begin reclaiming what was stolen from her. Her father quickly realizes how valuable such a move could be and gives his approval. Later that evening, Lily visits Isabella privately. With concern in her eyes, she asks whether her daughter truly no longer wants to attend the academy because of her father. Isabella immediately reassures her that it has nothing to do with him. But she knows her mother needs a reason that will ease her worries. So with a shy expression, she quietly says that she has fallen in love with someone. Lily's eyes widen in complete shock. Isabella continues, explaining that he is a nobleman. She admits that she was drawn to him because of how handsome he is, though she does not even know his name yet. She tells her mother that she wants to find him and asks for her help with her debut. Lily's expression softens almost instantly. Smiling warmly, she tells Isabella that social season is the perfect time for such things, and if her daughter truly wants this, she will gladly help. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. Lily tells the maid to come in. The maid bows and apologizes, announcing that a guest has arrived to see Lady Isabella. Before she can finish, the guest walks in on his own. And standing there is Caden Blake. He calmly enters the room, crosses one leg over the other, and silently watches Isabella. Inwardly, only one thought crosses his mind. If only his wife knew how impatient he truly was. Caden Blake enters the room calmly, greeting everyone as he steps inside. The moment he addresses Lily Leonard with respect, she immediately corrects him, telling him to call her Countess Collins instead of anything that might attract unnecessary attention or complications. Isabella watches the exchange quietly, briefly remembering a past moment when she had insisted on rejecting her father's name during their contract, purely out of hatred for him. For a moment, she wonders if Caden remembers that day too. Something about his expression makes her think he does, even if he is not saying it openly. Lily, observing him more closely, remarks that it has been a long time since she last saw him. The last time must have been when he was only about 6 years old, and now he stands before her as a fully grown man. Caden replies calmly that he is feeling better, and that it feels almost miraculous that his mana torrent has finally subsided. He thanks her sincerely for her concern. Lily then asks the reason for his visit, specifically whether he came to see Isabella. Before Caden can explain properly, Lily leans slightly toward her daughter and whispers whether he could possibly be the one. Caden, however, interrupts her assumption almost immediately and explains that he came for his cat, saying it seems to have run off and is currently missing. Lily looks surprised and asks why he would think Isabella took someone else's cat. Caden explains that she likely did not know, since the cat escaped on its own, and he simply followed its trail after leaving his carriage, only to find no trace of it. Lily laughs lightly, saying cats are known for hiding well, and the atmosphere briefly relaxes. Caden casually takes a piece of chocolate, eats it, and keeps his gaze fixed on Isabella. She quickly looks away, pretending not to notice. Not long after, Caden asks to speak with Isabella alone, giving the excuse that his cat might run off again if too many people are around. Lily, understanding the situation in her own way, quietly excuses herself but leans toward Isabella before leaving, whispering that she should be nice to him. The maids follow her out with visible concern, leaving the room noticeably quieter. Once they are alone, Kaiden's tone changes slightly. He asks Isabella how she has been, addressing her with an unexpectedly affectionate, his darling. Isabella immediately reacts, asking if he is sane, reminding him that it has only been a few days since they last met and pointing out that he even arrived without a carriage. Kaiden responds casually that a carriage would be pointless since he can simply fly, adding that she should already be used to the fact that he is, in his own words, a little insane. He then presents her with a flower, calling it a gift. He admits that if he had known how pleasant it feels to be around her like this, he would have completed their contract much sooner. Isabella immediately shuts down the idea, telling him that it is not time yet and that she still needs to properly set the stage for their plan. Kaiden leans closer, saying he came because he wanted something and could not even sleep properly due to the desire to have it. His sudden closeness makes Isabella panic internally, especially since she knows how unstable he can be. She reminds herself that although she agreed to act as his wife in name, she is not prepared for anything beyond the plan, especially with maids outside the room. Noticing her tension, Kaiden asks what she is thinking. She quickly changes the subject and says it is not the right time for anything like that and insists she needs to take a bath. Kaiden immediately brightens at the mention of a bath and asks whether she is the type to bathe Muser herself. Isabella, briefly relieved that the topic shifted, confirms that the cat does need bathing. Kaiden then asks what else she was thinking about, but she deflects again, commenting that he also looks like he does not bathe Muser properly, since the cat often looks untidy. Kaiden casually replies that he does not mind doing things without a bath either. He then leans in again, even closer than before, and tells her she looks perfect just the way she is. Isabella, growing more flustered, tells him she already knows he is insane but did not expect him to also behave like someone seeking attention. Kaiden simply asks what kind of person she thinks he is. When she internally wonders if he can read her thoughts, he remarks that her expressions are easy to read, and that even demons would find her words harsh enough to cry. He walks over to a chair and sits down, continuing the conversation. He mentions that he has heard she once made someone cry before, so he is quite certain she would make a fitting demon's bride. Isabella tries to ask how he knows that, but her attention shifts when she notices Muser. She suddenly realizes the cat must have been the source of his information. Kaiden immediately tells her not to stare at Muser like that, explaining that it is only doing its job as a lesser demon. He also admits that her earlier comment about not caring for her body was slightly hurtful to him. Isabella cuts the conversation short and redirects it back to their plans. She explains that she has already told her father she intends to debut into high society and that Kaiden should appear as often as possible so a scandal can naturally develop. Kaiden agrees immediately, saying he will do whatever his wife wants, and then asks when she intends to officially marry. Isabella explains that she first needs to receive multiple marriage proposals as part of her plan. Kaiden reacts with mild amusement, commenting that it is quite bold to say that in front of her husband. She insists it is all just performance, but Kaiden bends down and gently kisses her hand, telling her to treat it as part of a dramatic romance. If he is meant to be the main actor, he is more than willing to play his role. Isabella is caught off guard by how obedient he is compared to his earlier intensity in the Magic Tower. She wonders why he has suddenly become so compliant. Kaiden then asks if she likes it and even requests a pat as approval for doing well, insisting that obedience should be rewarded. For a brief moment, Isabella is reminded of her childhood dog, Lulu, and notices how similar his behavior is, seeking praise and affection so openly. Smiling faintly, she calls him a good boy. The moment the words leave her mouth, Kaiden suddenly pulls her closer and immediately asks who Lulu is. The question immediately pulls Isabella Leonard into a brief flashback. For a moment, she recalls her childhood, the small warm memories of playing with her dog Lulu, in a time when life felt simpler and far less dangerous. Kaiden watches her expression shift, and, as if reading her thoughts, answers his own question calmly, correctly guessing that Lulu was her childhood dog. He then asks if it is difficult for her to control her thoughts around him. Isabella replies honestly that it is only difficult because he keeps behaving in unexpected ways. She explains that when he leans closer like this, he reminds her of Lulu, though she quickly adds that the dog was far cuter than he is. Kaiden accepts the comparison without offense, quietly deciding that it is something he should work on. Isabella then softens slightly and admits that his appearance is indeed attractive, even pretty, but she insists that it should be treated like admiring a work of art rather than something deeper. He should not misunderstand it. Kaiden, however, remarks that he already understands everything. He reminds her that at the beginning, her mind was filled with revenge and resentment, which is precisely why she made the contract with him in the first place. Because of that, there is nothing for him to misunderstand. He reassures her that he is only teasing her because her reactions are entertaining. Isabella then changes the subject and asks permission to keep Muser a little longer, explaining that it would help create more opportunities for them to meet and strengthen their plan. Kaiden immediately agrees, calling her darling and saying he will leave Muser with her for now. Internally, he finds her increasingly interesting. Early the next morning at House Collins Manor, the quiet is broken when a male figure enters without warning, calling out to Isabella and questioning whether she has forgotten how to greet him. The intruder is Jeffrey Richmond, the only son of Marquess Richmond, and someone who has known Isabella since childhood. Without hesitation, Isabella tells him she is not happy to see him and demands to know why he did not knock before entering. Jeffrey replies bluntly that he no longer sees the need to respect her privacy. He teases her, saying that a daughter of a count should be careful with her behavior because no one would want to marry a scary woman like her. Isabella immediately tells him to leave if he is only there to cause trouble, as she is busy. This triggers a brief flashback to 2 days earlier, after Kaiden's visit, when the maids gossiped that he could not take his eyes off her even until the moment he left. Because of that incident, the servants had started pampering her excessively, something Isabella found more exhausting than flattering. Back in the present, Jeffrey says he came because he is disappointed and expected her to behave differently. Isabella asks what he means, and he bluntly says her sudden decision to find a husband is unreasonable. She confirms that news of her debut has already reached him, and he questions when she became interested in being dolled up. She smiles and tells him not to misunderstand, adding that he is not even on her list of candidates. Jeffrey quickly denies any romantic intention, though he then admits he did bring something for her. He hands her a box saying it is a pair of shoes, and explaining a saying about shoes leading one to good places, implying she should end up somewhere good, as she leaves high society life behind. Isabella opens it and finds an elegant pair of shoes inside. She immediately interprets it as a disguised insult and remarks that he is telling her to leave. Jeffrey responds irritably that she should not twist his words and adds that she does not act like someone older than him anyway, so he does not feel obligated to respect her age. When she questions why he would take back a gift, he suddenly kneels and insists that if she receives something, she should properly show it off. Without waiting for permission, he begins placing the shoes on her feet, saying he will replace them if they do not fit. Isabella, slightly surprised, mutters that they are pretty. Jeffrey freezes, asking her to repeat herself. She smiles and says again that they are very pretty, leaving him momentarily stunned. Trying to recover, he accuses her of suddenly acting nice because she must be attracted to wealth. That is when Isabella notices a small cut on his hand and asks about it. Jeffrey dismisses it as a training injury and tells her not to worry, but she immediately retrieves a first aid kit and insists he sit down. As she tends to the wound, she comments that it is hard to believe the baby commander could get injured like this and expresses concern for the Western forces. Jeffrey quietly replies that he should be the one worrying about her instead. He then brings up her decision to abandon her dream of entering the academy to become a doctor. He reminds her of their childhood, when she would only play doctor games with him, and even treated him like a patient back then. Isabella, meanwhile, wonders why he suddenly appeared after being absent for so long. She tells him she simply grew tired of that dream and decided to focus on her debut in high society instead. Jeffrey's expression turns serious as he warns her about the dangers of noble society, mentioning rumors of deceitful men who use grand promises just to take advantage of women and ruin reputations. He asks her what his point is, and finally states it directly. He wants to be her escort to the debutante ball. Jeffrey Richmond insists again that he wants to accompany Isabella Leonard to the debutante ball. Isabella sits in silence for a moment before he calls her name again, as if trying to pull her back into the conversation. When she finally responds, she makes it clear that if he is offering to be her official partner, she declines politely. She prefers to attend alone. Jeffrey immediately counters that he does not mean as a romantic partner, but as her guard, explaining that there will likely be strange men targeting her at the event. He reminds her that he is the commander of knights and can easily handle such situations. Isabella, unfazed, replies calmly that if anything like that happens, she would simply cut them so they could never have children again, adding that a surgical knife would be perfect for the job. Jeffrey pauses, staring at her in disbelief, and asks if she has lost her mind. She only repeats her question, pressing him. Does he want to come with her or not? She tells him that if he can just admit it directly, she will consider it. He stubbornly refuses, insisting he will not say it. Isabella shrugs and says she will manage fine with her surgical knife. With no other option left, Jeffrey groans in frustration and finally admits that he wants to accompany her. Isabella immediately smiles, clearly satisfied. A few days later at House Collins Manor, the sitting room becomes lively when Catherine Richmond arrives announcing that she has brought tailors from the top 5 boutiques in the Empire. At her signal, the tailors quickly enter, eager and prepared. It is clear that after being rejected as Isabella's chaperone, Catherine has chosen another approach, using fashion and presentation to regain influence over the debut process. Lily Leonard thanks her warmly, saying this will be a great help for Isabella's debut. Catherine responds politely, though her intention is more strategic than generous. Isabella quietly observes that Catherine is likely trying to reassert authority through appearance since she was excluded from the role of chaperone. Catherine's attention soon shifts to Isabella's shoes. She asks about them, and Isabella casually replies that they were a gift from Jeffrey. Lily reacts slightly, clearly surprised, and Catherine's expression tightens for a moment. She asks again, confirming if it was truly Jeffrey, adding that he usually avoids social events under the excuse of training. She comments that he likely lacks confidence rather than being truly busy. Isabella simply explains that it was probably concern, since they grew up together. Catherine's reaction hardens, and she quickly redirects the conversation, insisting they proceed with selections from the Leblanc boutique. One of the tailors immediately begins presenting dresses, and Isabella is soon guided into trying them on. The attendants shower her with praise, saying the designs suit her perfectly and that she is the only one who could carry them so effortlessly. One even becomes emotional, overwhelmed by how many exquisite designs she is trying on. Isabella, however, quietly sighs and complains that the dress is too tight and feels like it is crushing her organs. She remarks that once her mother becomes empress, she will ban corsets entirely. The room erupts into more praise, comparing her beauty to Lily's youth and elegance. Catherine adds that Isabella is even more beautiful than her mother, while Isabella casually refers to her as her childhood idol, calling her Lady Leblanc. Catherine flicks her fingers, signaling for more dresses to be brought in, and the tailors eagerly comply. For a while, Isabella moves through gowns from all 5 boutiques, from princess-level designs to outfits described as fit for goddesses. Though slightly exaggerated, the experience leaves her feeling as though she has tried on every dress in the empire. Lily hugs her warmly, praising her effort. Catherine then asks if she liked any of the dresses. Isabella calmly replies that she did not like any of them. The room falls slightly tense. She explains that while the dresses are beautiful, none of them truly moved her or felt right. She subtly adds that House Collins has a particular taste, and she intends to reflect that. Her words carry a hidden edge aimed at Catherine's influence. Catherine's expression darkens in anger. Lily quickly steps in, apologizing on Isabella's behalf and thanking Catherine for her effort. However, the atmosphere remains divided, with no one fully supporting Catherine's position. At that moment, Tilda steps in and whispers something to Lily. Catherine watches closely, trying to read the situation, wondering whether Isabella is simply being difficult or genuinely unstable. Catherine offers Isabella time to reconsider, but both Lily and Isabella politely thank her and decline any pressure. Lily then excuses herself briefly, and Catherine mentions she will soon leave for urgent matters. Before stepping out, Catherine turns back to Isabella and warns her coldly that even if she chooses another boutique, it will be pointless. When Isabella asks why, Catherine states bluntly that she will destroy the reputation of any boutique that dares design for her. Tilda immediately steps forward, trying to calm the situation and urging Isabella to apologize. She even adds that Isabella has no sense of fashion because she spends all her time reading. Isabella, already aware of Tilda's attitude, brushes her off and pushes her hand away. She tells Catherine directly to do as she pleases, adding that people would probably be happier seeing her without a dress anyway. Catherine, insulted, calls her shameless for such vulgar words. Isabella fires back just as sharply, implying Catherine is no stranger to indecency herself and questioning whether she agrees with that interpretation. The tension spikes instantly. Catherine raises her hand as if ready to strike, but before anything happens, Lily's voice cuts through the room from behind. Everyone freezes as Lily demands an explanation for what is going on. Catherine Richmond, who quickly insists that Isabella was simply being rude. She then turns the question toward Isabella Leonard. Isabella lowers her head and apologizes softly, saying she did not intend any disrespect. Instead of escalating further, Lily Leonard immediately apologizes on her daughter's behalf. However, her tone shifts sharply afterward. She states firmly that as Isabella's mother, she should be the one correcting her, not outsiders interfering in her upbringing. Then she directly calls Catherine out for overstepping her boundaries. Catherine, visibly startled, stutters and asks what Lily means. Lily calmly explains that she is aware Catherine visited the manor a few days earlier, on the same day Isabella burned her hand with stew. She adds that she feels uncomfortable when Catherine appears uninvited and instructs her to only come when she is personally called, just like today, and just like things used to be in the palace. The implication carries history. Back when Catherine's mother, Viscountess Baker, served as the princess's nanny, she devoted herself entirely to caring for the young Lily. Because of that devotion, her own daughter was often sidelined. Catherine was left in the position of nothing more than a childhood playmate to the princess, rather than someone truly prioritized. Catherine stands frozen, unable to respond. Then, without another word, she turns and leaves the room, slamming the door behind her. Silence follows. Lily then calls for Tilda. She tells her she already knows about her grandson. Tilda immediately brightens, smiling as she says the boy is very adorable. Lily gently tells her to take this chance to go stay with him and rest. She adds that from the next day onward, Tilda will no longer be required to work in the manor. Tilda's expression slowly shifts as the meaning sinks in. Lily continues, saying that she had been too lenient for too long. She compares it to a dog blindly following whoever it is attached to, without understanding the consequences of its actions. Only now has she realized the mistake, and so she will be loosening the leash so Tilda can return to her rightful place. Tilda collapses to the ground in shock, suddenly realizing she has been dismissed. She begs for mercy, confused and panicked, wondering why Lily, who used to smile gently at everything, has suddenly changed. Before anything else can be said, a maid knocks and enters, announcing that Lady Isabella's bath is ready. However, she freezes when she sees Tilda on the floor. Tension spikes instantly. The maid awkwardly drops a jar in her hand, then quickly apologizes, claiming it slipped due to its weight. Isabella Leonard simply smiles at the scene, while Tilda burns with rage, demanding to know why she would do such a thing. The maid repeats her excuse, insisting it was an accident, but internally, she feels no remorse, thinking Tilda deserves it for her treatment of Isabella. Lily steps in and asks whether it was truly a mistake. The maid confirms that it was. Lily then hands Tilda a cloth and instructs her to clean herself. She announces that Tilda's duties will be transferred to another maid, Alice, by the end of the day. She then calmly asks if Isabella's bath is ready, and adds that she would also like one prepared. Alice, briefly stunned, processes the sudden opportunity and realizes she may be stepping into a higher position. With a firm voice, she thanks Lily. Isabella gently pats her shoulder, silently acknowledging the moment. Later, during their bath, Lily tells Isabella that Catherine will return. When Isabella asks why, Lily simply replies that she has a feeling. Her smile is faint, but her expression carries a quiet loneliness. It becomes clear that Lily and Catherine share a long history, stretching back to when Lily was still a princess. Even after Lily lost her title, they remained connected in some way. Isabella reflects silently, realizing she once thought her mother was too forgiving, too willing to smile and overlook Catherine's actions simply because of friendship. Now, she begins to suspect there may be deeper reasons behind it, possibly even knowledge of the affair she has long suspected. Lily notices her silence and asks what she is thinking about. She wonders if it is about the dress incident, explaining that she invited Catherine to help without realizing Isabella would dislike all the designs. She gently apologizes again, rubbing Isabella's cheek. Isabella quickly reassures her that she was simply being picky, then adds that she already has a dress in mind. A few days later, in Isabella's room, a maid from House Collins, Jenna, is visibly surprised when Isabella requests a favor. It is already unusual for a maid to sit at the same table as her mistress, let alone be asked for something so personal. Jenna immediately insists she should be given an order instead, but Isabella shakes her head. She says she cannot command this. It is something only Jenna can help with, because she is the daughter of Olivia and her only successor. Lily, who is present, explains that she already told Isabella about the injustices her mother, Olivia, once suffered. Lily Leonard begins by telling Isabella Leonard the story of how she met Olivia. It all started after Lily returned from ending the war with the demon world. On her way back, she fell into a muddy puddle, and Olivia helped her without hesitation. Olivia even offered her a dress she had personally made. Lily was deeply impressed, describing it as perfect. From that moment, she asked Olivia to create her debutante dress. When Olivia arrived in the capital, her exceptional sewing skills quickly gained attention. The dress she created for the princess, known as the Flower of the Empire, shook high society. Fame and wealth followed almost instantly, and Olivia rose to a level of success many could only dream of. But that happiness did not last. When the emperor disowned Lily, everything connected to her collapsed as well. Olivia's reputation shifted overnight from needle fairy to needle demon. Rumors spread that her dresses were dangerous, that even her needles brought harm, and that there was a reason low-born commoners should never rise in society. Her boutique suffered constant defamation, as if someone was deliberately spreading false accusations. Unable to recover from the damage and emotional shock, Olivia eventually passed away. After her death, Lily took in her daughter Jenna, who had been left alone. Lily then asks if it was truly Jenna who once made dresses for Isabella's dolls when she was younger, during the times Isabella stayed indoors reading all day. She notes that Isabella seemed to love those dresses deeply, just like she herself had once admired Olivia's work. Lily gently calls Jenna again and asks if she would be willing to take responsibility for making Isabella's debutante dress. Isabella then leads Jenna to a wardrobe filled with dresses her mother wore during her time as a princess. She suggests that if creating something new is difficult, she does not mind altering one of them instead. Jenna immediately refuses. She says she will not modify anything her mother made for Lily. If she is to sew anything, it must be completely new, just as her mother once did. Then she asks what kind of dress Isabella wants. Isabella touches a peach-toned gown and says she likes that one. She explains that it was originally designed by Jenna and once worn during a New Year celebration. She adds softly that it was also the day she believes Lily met her father, Isabella's father, and fell in love at first sight, calling it a moment of destiny that eventually led to Isabella's existence. She adds that because of that, she is grateful to be born. Isabella then asks how long the dress will take to complete. Jenna replies that it will take about 10 days since she already has the pattern, though it could be finished sooner if she works day and night. Lily immediately offers support, saying she will rearrange schedules if needed and asks if Jenna requires anything else. After thinking for a moment, Jenna asks for permission to call former colleagues, workers who used to serve at her mother's boutique. She explains that they are currently scattered, working different jobs after their reputations were destroyed. Lily and Isabella agree immediately and ask if they can be brought in right away. Jenna confirms they can, since none of them have been able to find stable employment after the scandal. She quickly apologizes for speaking too much, but Lily interrupts, saying she should be the one apologizing instead. At that moment, Isabella remembers Catherine's earlier threat about destroying any boutique that worked with her. She realizes, with cold clarity, that such destruction had already happened years ago to Olivia's workshop. To support Jenna properly, Isabella offers to pay generously, telling her to focus entirely on the dress. Jenna thanks her sincerely and promises to dedicate everything she has to complete it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the manor, Isabella's father questions Isabella's refusal of all the boutique dresses. Before he can continue, Lily calmly invites him to sit and have tea. He asks if it is not a mother's responsibility to discipline a stubborn child. Lily responds that it is also a husband's duty to keep his promises, reminding him that they agreed to share tea together once a week, but he has already missed 3 weeks. Ignoring her complaint, he insists that she should ask Catherine while there is still time. Lily pauses, confused, and quietly repeats, "Catherine?" She then asks when they became so familiar with each other that he now refers to her so casually. Realizing his slip, he quickly corrects himself, saying he must have spoken carelessly since he often hears Lily use Catherine's name. He tries to shift the conversation by commenting on the tea's fragrance and asking if it is from New Leaves. Lily accepts the change in tone but calmly redirects him back, saying she will not force Isabella to wear anything she dislikes. No matter how much they oppose her, she will ultimately choose for herself. Her husband questions why she is so firm about this. Lily answers simply, because Isabella is her daughter, and she will make her own decisions and face her own consequences. She asks him to trust her judgment, saying Isabella is smarter than most people realize. Frustrated, he stands up, declaring that everything she says is irritating and that he is done with tea. Just then, a knock interrupts them. Alice announces that Lady Isabella wishes to see him. The timing surprises him. He invites her in immediately, and the moment Isabella enters, dressed in a breathtaking gown, he is left completely stunned. Chapter 13. Isabella tells him that she is only trying out her new dress. She says she came simply to show it to him and asks what he thinks of it, waiting for his opinion. A few days later at House Collins Manor, Muser reminds Isabella that she still agreed to divorce after 1 year. Isabella calmly replies that she has not forgotten. Muser then tells her she should stop sitting idle and get to work, but she insists the bait has already been set and she is simply waiting for it to be caught. On the surface, it may look like she is doing nothing, but in reality, she is carefully preparing her next move. A knock comes at the door. It is Benjamin. Isabella invites him in. Benjamin, a loyal and efficient servant of House Collins, immediately asks if she only wants fruits for her meal. She confirms it without hesitation, explaining that she will soon be wearing her dress and does not want a heavy meal. When she asks why he has come, he informs her that the master wishes to have breakfast with her and is waiting at the greenhouse. Isabella freezes for a moment in surprise. Without giving her time to respond, Benjamin simply leaves. She sighs, noting that her father never bothers to consider what she wants and always acts in his own way. She then instructs him to call Alice because she cannot go to meet her father dressed casually. Meanwhile, at the greenhouse, Benjamin stands beside Isabella's father as he asks where she is. It has already been 2 hours and she has still not arrived. Just then, Isabella enters. She apologizes for being late, explaining that it is her first time having a private meal with him and she spent too long choosing what to wear. He replies coldly that he does not care what she wears and tells her to be quicker next time. Despite his tone, Isabella quietly nods, unusually emotional. Her father notices this immediately. She is not someone who usually shows emotion, so her reaction confuses him. He recalls how she cried after burning her hand and how she wore that dress afterward, as if it meant something deeper. He decides to question her directly. He asks if she remembers the dress she wore last time. Isabella answers innocently that it was her mother's dress, the one worn during a New Year celebration when her mother was still a princess, the same dress tied to the day her parents first met. He asks if she chose it herself. She replies that it was not about personal preference, only what was best for the family. Then she smiles and adds something sharper. Her goal is not simply finding a husband. Her goal is Emperor David von Leonard II himself. The father bursts into laughter, dismissing it as an absurd joke. He reminds her that even the highest nobles cannot approach the emperor so easily, and asks how she plans to reach him. She leans forward slightly and asks what he would do if her mother, Lily Leonard, were reinstated as princess again. He scoffs, saying 20 years have already passed and doubts the emperor would even think of her anymore. Isabella replies that that is exactly why it would work. She references knowledge from the tragic princess, explaining that after the crown prince disappeared, the emperor never properly appointed a successor. Even the second prince had approached him, questioning why the position remained vacant despite him being grown. The emperor's response had been vague, offering something else instead of a direct answer. Her father finally realizes she has thought far ahead of what he expected. He asks if she is truly confident in this plan. Isabella replies calmly that she at least knows what she must avoid. Then she raises a finger and names Catherine Richmond, stating clearly that she must never align with her. Catherine, she explains, is deeply connected to the second prince's political faction. If House Collins accepts her influence now, the emperor will not approve. Her father then asks if this is why she chose her mother's dress. Isabella confirms it is the smartest move. At worst, she can claim she simply borrowed it in a hurry. At best, it will trigger something deeper in the emperor, memories of the daughter he once lost and the woman he once loved. She then asks her father if it is not true that parents naturally respond when a child reaches out first, just as he once held her hand. He replies, slightly amused, that he did not expect her to be so thorough in fulfilling her role. Internally, he is stunned by how far ahead she is thinking. He begins to imagine a far more advantageous future. If Lily becomes empress, he would become the empress's husband and father of the future empress's ally. Even if things fail, he still has Catherine as a fallback. Either way, he believes he cannot lose. Satisfied with his own calculations, he laughs. Isabella's father reflects on his past and the choices that shaped his current position. He remembers how he once knelt and desperately pleaded with Lily Leonard to date him when she became the most admired young noblewoman in society. Lily eventually accepted him, but their relationship caused her to sever ties with the emperor, which also led to severe political consequences for him. Because of the fallout, he was excluded from many business opportunities and forced into dependence on shifting imperial factions. Now, he considers the present situation and realizes that if Lily and the emperor reconcile, he could escape his reliance on the second prince's faction, which would be far more advantageous. With this in mind, he decides to support Isabella and hands her financial assistance in the form of a blank check, telling her she can use it freely and request more if necessary. Isabella thanks him warmly. Later, Isabella studies the blank check in her room with satisfaction. Muser notices her expression and asks if she is that happy. She replies that she dislikes people but not their money, noting that playing the role of a pitiful daughter has proven quite profitable. While she speaks with Muser, a sudden presence makes her cautious. She tells him he should inform her before Kaiden Blake arrives, but Muser insists Kaiden has been unpredictable and often ignores attempts to reach him. Isabella blames him anyway and moves to open the door, only to find no one outside. Before she can react, a figure appears behind her. Kaiden covers her eyes and greets her affectionately, asking how she has been. When she questions him, he admits he is up to no good, teasing her until she becomes flustered. He hugs her, but she pushes him away and demands an explanation. Kaiden reveals he brought her a gift, a necklace designed to detect when his contract partner is in danger so he can protect her. He also insists she must not attend social events or the debutante ball with Muser. Muser reacts with visible displeasure, while Isabella assumes Kaiden is joking or provoking her. He explains that the necklace must be connected through a mana link and asks if she will allow it. After hesitation, she agrees and he places it around her neck. He smiles afterward, clearly satisfied. Muser reacts again, drawing attention, and both Isabella and Kaiden turn toward him. At the same moment, Jeffrey Richmond is present, trying to calm Muser and insisting he is not a stranger since they met previously. Jeffrey searches the area, wondering where Isabella might be, assuming she could be on the terrace. Meanwhile, Isabella, sensing the situation becoming dangerous, clings tightly to Kaiden. Jeffrey opens the door again, finds no one inside, and becomes confused, wondering where she disappeared to. Meanwhile, Kaiden carries Isabella away through the night sky, holding her securely in his arms as she struggles to adjust to the height. Looking down makes her dizzy, and she wonders how far he intends to take her. Kaiden asks if she is afraid he might drop her, but instead of fear, she begins to feel something strange, an unfamiliar electricity running through her body. Her heartbeat becomes louder and more intense, and she instinctively clings to him. Kaiden notices her reaction and becomes slightly flustered himself, sensing a strange response from his own body tied to their contract. He briefly fights an unusual urge before regaining control, blaming the cold night air from flying. Isabella also assumes he may be affected by the cold and suggests it might be a fever. He breaks the tension by telling her that since they are already in the sky, she should tell him where she has always wanted to go. Isabella replies that she has always wanted to visit the clock tower since childhood. Kaiden agrees immediately and takes her there, instructing her to hold on tightly. They soon arrive at the top of the Empire's largest clock tower. Isabella is amazed, noting she never imagined such a place existed above the city. Kaiden then brings up the man who came looking for her. Referring to what Muser mentioned earlier, he asks about her connection with Jeffrey Richmond. Isabella quickly clarifies that there is nothing romantic between them, explaining that Jeffrey is simply a childhood friend. She adds that while others might find it hard to believe, their relationship is purely platonic. Kaiden responds that he does not intend to interfere in her personal life, but reminds her that they are bound by a contract. However, he cannot hide his discomfort at the idea of another man being close to her. He then admits that he has been unable to read her thoughts for some time, possibly since the necklace was placed on her, though he chooses not to reveal this to her. Isabella questions whether he is also vulgar and wicked, making him momentarily speechless. She then defends Jeffrey, saying it is unfair to judge him that way, which irritates Kaiden further. He insists that Jeffrey is still suspicious, especially after learning he wanted to accompany her to the debutante ball. Kaiden also mentions the gift Jeffrey gave her, expressing dislike and saying she should not wear it for her own safety. Isabella quietly reflects that she is not angry at Kaiden's possessiveness, even though his words are harsh. At that moment, Kaiden receives an urgent message from Muser reporting that Jeffrey has gathered a search party after Isabella disappeared. Kaiden looks down and sees activity below as knights begin searching the area. Watching this, Kaiden coldly remarks that he does not want Jeffrey breathing the same air as his wife, revealing the depth of his possessiveness as the situation begins to escalate. Muser reacts in disbelief. It smacks itself, clearly frustrated, as news spreads that Jeffrey Richmond has already deployed groups to search for Isabella Leonard. Isabella immediately asks what they should do. Kaiden considers the situation and concludes they need to quietly clean up the issue before it escalates further. Isabella suggests erasing memories, pointing out that he should be able to do it easily. However, Kaiden corrects her, saying she is speaking too casually. His power is still incomplete and he cannot erase the memories of multiple people at once. Isabella then simplifies the request, saying he only needs to erase the memory of one person, Jeffrey, whom she refers to as the pink insect. Kaiden agrees that Jeffrey is the only witness who confirmed her disappearance, but then suddenly shifts the conversation back to himself. He asks why she never calls him by his first name. Isabella smiles at his reaction, noticing his embarrassment as he turns away. She softly calls him by name, Kaiden, and promises to use it whenever they are alone. She then suggests they return home quickly before the search intensifies. Kaiden stretches his arms out and tells her to hug him if she does not want to be carried like luggage again. He urges her to hold on tightly and close her eyes since he will move quickly to resolve the situation. Before leaving, Isabella asks him not to harm Jeffrey. Kaiden agrees, though he adds coldly that he will not do so today. Back at the estate, Jeffrey Richmond continues searching for Isabella. As he moves through the manor, a voice suddenly calls from behind him. He freezes instantly, sensing an intruder. Drawing his sword, he turns sharply and points it at the figure behind him, Kaiden Blake. Jeffrey demands to know Isabella's whereabouts and warns that he will not forgive anyone who harms even a hair on her head. Kaiden calmly reads his thoughts and concludes that humans are indeed vulgar and wicked. He dismisses Jeffrey entirely, treating him as nothing more than a nuisance and tightening his grip on the sword with a smirk. Jeffrey struggles to move as an unusual pressure affects his body. Still, he insists Kaiden stop speaking so casually about Isabella, warning him to be careful or face consequences. As the others pass by, they spot him and rush over, calling out Commander and quickly lifting him up. Inside, Kaiden asks Isabella if she is okay, noticing that she is shaking. She explains that she usually gets cold when she goes outside and that she will feel better after some sleep. Kaiden wonders why he suddenly cannot read her mind anymore, especially since moments ago he could clearly hear Jeffrey's thoughts, whom he dismissively refers to as an insect. He tells her to get warm first and apologizes, covering her to keep her steady, hoping he has not caused her too much trouble. Isabella instructs Muser to go outside and watch for anyone approaching. Muser sighs but obeys, commenting that she always has requests. Left alone with Kaiden, she calls out to him and tells him she had fun tonight, insisting she wants to say it even if he already knows. She adds that the night sky was beautiful, and without him she would never have experienced it. Kaiden asks if she does not think the moment was pathetic, but she simply laughs and says she does not. He gently presses her hand to his face and asks if she thinks he is a dreadful demon. She smiles and says no, that he is just him. The moment stirs something in him, and he recalls his childhood in the magic tower, enduring his mana torrent alone, wishing someone would reassure him with warmth like this. For a brief moment, he feels the same comfort he once imagined. Soon after, she bids him goodbye as he leaves. Later, Kaiden sits alone, thinking about what he heard from Muser, that the pink mop guy admitted his mistake due to fatigue. He reflects on Isabella instead, her name feeling bright and delicate in his mind. He remembers their first meeting, when she stood before him with a sword and spoke absurdly without fear, like a pure field of untouched snow. He realizes he finds comfort in her thoughts, yet now something is wrong. He can no longer read them. He considers his ability as a demon, mind reading, something he often used to tease others, especially his contract partner. The loss unsettles him. He concludes it could be instability in his powers or a condition blocking them, but either way, it bothers him more than expected. When someone arrives and hands him a letter from his partner, Muser delivering Isabella's message, he realizes she has officially summoned him. It becomes the first time she directly calls for him. The next morning, Kaiden and Isabella arrive at a merchant company in the north. The merchant greets Kaiden and then Isabella, politely introducing himself as a duke who oversees the largest trading operations in the region. He takes Isabella's hand in greeting, but Kaiden immediately steps in, separating them and cutting the interaction short. The merchant explains how the northern trade system works, detailing imports, production, and seasonal goods for high society. He then subtly engages Isabella in conversation, which irritates Kaiden. The merchant quickly shifts and presents the items Kaiden had requested in advance. Isabella is stunned to see rows of shoes prepared for her. Kaiden explains he ordered them because she seems to like new footwear. He kneels and personally puts a pair on her, calling her pretty. She warns him about their surroundings, but he deliberately breaks the heel of her formal shoe, declaring it unusable. He claims that anything impure touching her disrupts his mana connection, so from now on, she will only wear what he provides. The atmosphere tightens as Kaiden's possessiveness becomes more direct and controlling, while Isabella remains caught between politeness, strategy, and the growing intensity of their contract bond. Kaiden grins widely as Isabella stares at him speechless. Of course, it is a ridiculous argument, but he only leans closer and whispers something to her. After a brief pause, she replies that she will. Later, Kaiden is seen lying comfortably with his head resting on Isabella's thigh. He suddenly calls out to Baronet Harfin and asks if he is capable of keeping secrets. The Baronet quickly assures him that he is, and Kaiden calmly tells him that everything he witnesses today must remain confidential, warning that he hates unnecessary trouble. The Baronet immediately agrees, saying he would never dare speak of it. Isabella looks down at Kaiden and asks what he is doing. He lazily responds that he is simply tired from carrying a certain someone, which makes her clench her fist in irritation as she calls him a jerk. She warns him to be quiet in case someone overhears them. Meanwhile, Baronet Harfin internally feels overwhelmed, wondering what unfortunate situation he has been dragged into. Kaiden suddenly senses his discomfort and asks if their conversation is bothering him. Confused, the Baronet asks him to repeat himself, pretending he has a hearing issue. Kaiden smirks and tells Isabella that the Baronet cannot hear anyway. Isabella immediately corrects him, insisting he should not speak like that. Kaiden then turns back to the Baronet and casually mentions that he heard his wife has excellent taste, suggesting he would like her assistance in selecting the most expensive items available. Then, as if reconsidering, he adds that they might as well send everything to them. He then asks Isabella for her opinion. She admits that she is struggling to choose because everything is appealing. Kaiden watches her with a faint smile, but Isabella notices the intensity in his gaze and briefly wonders how someone can look so handsome while being so troublesome. She then asks if he brought what she requested, a mana stone. Kaiden retrieves it, and the merchant explains its significance. The stone is a rare resource found only in Duke Blake's territory near the demon border, capable of storing and channeling mana. Because of its danger and value, only a small amount is mined and strictly controlled, though to the Duke's heir, it is little more than an ordinary stone. Isabella states that she intends to turn it into a brooch, mentioning she plans to give it to her father, explaining that it is time to set her second bait. Kaiden asks what she means by bait, and she reveals her true intention. She is not here for ordinary shopping, but to strategically drain House Collins' resources through high-profile spending. She leans toward Kaiden and asks what he thinks of her plan. He reacts with disbelief, especially when she casually states she will pay using the blank check she was given. The Baronet, watching in shock, begins calculating the total cost, only for Isabella to interrupt and insist on determining the price herself. She takes a pen and writes down an amount. When the Baronet sees it, he is stunned and asks if she is certain. She confidently confirms it, 200 million gold. He immediately corrects her, saying even everything in the shop would not come close to 3,000 gold. Kaiden realizes she may be attempting to manipulate the financial gap for personal advantage, while the Baronet internally concludes that nobles often inflate figures for leverage. Kaiden insists on paying in full, but Isabella refuses, stating she wants to handle it herself. He argues that if he pays, it will count as a proper gift. The Baronet stands frozen, unable to comprehend Kaiden's behavior, both funding everything and personally giving rare artifacts. He silently concludes that Kaiden is acting far more emotionally involved than expected and decides this situation will become very interesting in the days ahead. He bows and promises to send everything to the capital with them. A few days later, Isabella and her father sit together over tea. He asks about her preparations, and she confidently replies that everything is going smoothly thanks to his support. He then requests to see what she has purchased. Benjamin and Alice quickly bring in various items: accessories, gloves, fans, and an assortment of high-quality shoes. Her father is visibly satisfied and asks if that is all. Isabella confirms it also includes the necklace she is wearing. Then she presents the mana stone brooch. Her father examines it closely and asks why she bought such a thing, assuming it is a useless ruby brooch purchased at an absurd price of 200 million gold. Isabella immediately corrects him, stating it is not a ruby but a mana stone brooch. Her father immediately sends the maid and Benjamin away, but even after that, he still finds it difficult to believe her words. No matter how much he stares at her, he cannot understand how a girl like Isabella could possibly get her hands on mana stones. Before he could continue doubting her, Isabella calmly brings out a small bottle of lotion. She already expects this reaction from him, so she prepared proof in advance. Dropping a little of the liquid onto the mana stone, the stone instantly begins to sparkle brightly. She explains that the solution is used to test genuine mana stones, and that the reaction he just witnessed confirms its authenticity. If he still doubts her, he is free to verify it later himself. She really came prepared for every possible question. Her father falls silent while staring at the glowing stone. His shock only deepens because he cannot imagine how Isabella managed to obtain something this valuable. Isabella then explains that she recently took care of Lord Kaiden's cat, which is why he visited her in the first place. She reminds him that Kaiden also helped her prepare for her debut and even took her to a merchant shop to assist her. She further reveals that Kaiden plans to remain in the capital throughout the season. That information immediately makes her father suspicious. Kaiden is already old enough to seek a fiancé, but the matter becomes far more complicated when he remembers the history of House Blake. The North has always remained isolated due to its harsh terrain and political stance. Duke Blake rarely appears in noble society, and his marriage to a princess from the demon world only strengthened their separation from the capital. So why would Kaiden suddenly enter the social scene now? Why would House Blake suddenly show interest in the capital after remaining distant for so long? This is already sounding way bigger than a simple debut season. When her father questions her about it, Isabella explains that House Blake likely wants to expand its influence in the capital. She tells him they are searching for a stable source of income, so she suggested turning mana stones into wearable accessories that people could carry around easily. In return for her intelligent proposal, Kaiden gifted her the brooch. Her father then realizes why she spent 200 million gold. Isabella admits she wants to become the first customer and investor in the business. If House Blake truly begins this venture, they will eventually require a trustworthy partner within the central region, and she believes it is wise to secure that position early. Conveniently, their territory lies between the demon world and the capital, making her father the perfect choice. She hands him the mana stone and encourages him to use it himself. According to her, the mana stone contains magic that helps people sleep peacefully. The moment he hears that, he becomes visibly interested because he has been struggling with sleep for a long time. Isabella sweetly tells him that this special one was requested specifically for him and that from now on he will only have pleasant dreams. What he does not realize is that those peaceful dreams will continue only until the day he wakes up surrounded by flames. Oof. She really said sweet dreams while planning his downfall. Soon, the long-awaited day of Isabella's debut finally arrives. Jeffrey enters and is warmly welcomed by Lily, who immediately asks about his condition. She brings up the hallucinations he suffered from due to exhaustion, and even mentions how he collapsed near a tree in the garden. Worried for him, she urges him to stop overworking himself. Embarrassed, Jeffrey quietly assures her that he will listen. Sir Collins soon walks by and notices Jeffrey. After greeting him politely, he asks whether Jeffrey will accompany Isabella today since Lily cannot attend. Lily admits that she does not feel comfortable going because the event is taking place inside the palace. The memories tied to that place are still difficult for her to face. She asks him to look after Isabella carefully in her place, and Sir Collins confidently promises to chase away any suspicious men who dare approach her. When he asks about Catherine, Jeffrey explains that she will meet them directly at the palace. Their conversation suddenly comes to a stop as everyone turns toward the staircase. Isabella slowly walks down with graceful elegance, looking almost unreal in her beauty. She truly resembles an angel descending from above. She nervously asks Lily how she looks, and Lily becomes emotional while praising her beauty. To her, Isabella shines so brightly that it is almost blinding. Unable to believe how much her little daughter has grown, Lily becomes overwhelmed. Isabella then asks for a hug, but Lily hesitates because she fears ruining her carefully prepared outfit. Isabella reassures her that the dress can easily be fixed, and the two finally embrace. During the hug, Isabella notices that her mother is trembling far more than she is. Lily apologizes for not being able to accompany her to the palace, but Isabella gently tells her not to worry. She promises that she will quietly handle everything without creating chaos. She intends to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to her, including her title and the family she treasures deeply. Lily smiles softly and jokingly reminds her not to get caught while doing it. Deep down, Isabella prays for the strength to accomplish her mission successfully. As she walks alongside her father, she asks about his sleep. He admits he barely rested because of excitement for the debut, But after sleeping briefly, his mind feels surprisingly refreshed and clear. Hearing that brings Isabella relief because after trying the Mana Stone herself, she knows exactly how effective it is. Jeffrey suddenly notices that Isabella is not wearing the shoes he gifted her. Isabella casually explains that she loved them so much she wore them too often until the heels eventually broke off. Meanwhile, Sir Collins quietly remembers the promise Isabella once made. If she failed, she agreed to marry without complaint and allow him to choose her husband. Thinking carefully, he concludes that if he truly had the right to decide, House Blake would be the best possible match for her. Standing proudly inside the palace in an elegant suit, Kaiden notices the whispers spreading around him. He wonders whether the nobles are talking about him while his eyes continue searching the area. At that moment, he quietly asks himself when his wife will finally arrive. Looks like someone is already impatiently waiting for her arrival. People gossip that Kaiden looks even more handsome than they expected, noting how attractive he appears despite having been locked away in the magic tower for years. He approaches a lady and clears his throat, causing her to panic as she realizes he may have heard her thoughts. She quickly walks away in embarrassment. It is ironic how people once pointed at him for being the son of a demon when he was not one. Yet, now that he is a demon, they desperately try to catch even a second of his attention. His thoughts drift elsewhere as he longs to see Isabella, and the fact that he can no longer hear her thoughts still pains him deeply. Whenever curiosity about her arises, everything else around him seems to fade into silence. She's starting to dominate his thoughts more and more. Isabella enters with her father, who urges her to greet a noble lady. She complies politely, receiving remarks about how much she has grown. As she moves forward, her eyes land on someone familiar, and she smiles. It is Kaiden. It is clear she has been wanting to see him as well. Suddenly, Jeffrey calls out from behind, asking her to wait. He claims he arrived even earlier and has been waiting patiently for her. She immediately calls him bothersome and orders him to stay at least 20 steps away from her. Kaiden then speaks up as he steps closer, greeting her with a smile that carries quiet contempt. This situation is already getting messy very fast. Later, Jeffrey asks if she knows Lord Kaiden, and although she expected the question, it still irritates her. She reminds Jeffrey again about keeping his distance. She explains she is here to find a husband, and no one will approach her properly if the commander of the Western Night Order is glaring at them. Kaiden calmly says he only came over because he was thirsty, though Isabella is clearly standing near the drink table. She dismisses him again and tells him to stop interfering in her matters, noting how temperamental he is. She walks away, and Jeffrey questions whether she truly intends to meet Kaiden despite the rumors surrounding him. She asks who he is referring to, and he explains that Kaiden Blake is rumored to have gone mad after absorbing monster energy and is said to be confined in the magic tower. Isabella replies that if he is here, then he must be better now, but Jeffrey disagrees, insisting it is even more suspicious for him to appear suddenly. He then shifts the conversation, mentioning how Marquess Richmond's son is rumored to be handsome, polite, and intelligent, wondering why that topic has surfaced now. Isabella calmly responds that rumors can be wrong. Jeffrey becomes frustrated and warns her to look closely at Kaiden's blood-red eyes, questioning how anyone could see sanity in them. She smiles and replies that this very trait makes him appealing to her. She seems more intrigued by him than concerned about the rumors. Jeffrey is immediately angered, insisting she cannot possibly like someone like Kaiden, especially with demon blood and madness rumors surrounding him. He declares that she should be with someone respectable instead. At that moment, Kaiden walks past and announces that the ceremony is about to begin. Jeffrey is instantly enraged, clears his throat and tries to introduce himself properly, but when he looks up, Kaiden and Isabella are already gone. On the other hand, Kaiden tells Isabella they have finally escaped Jeffrey and asks for a reward for rescuing her from him. She pauses before replying and tells him to let go of her hand first, warning that gossip will spread before she is officially introduced. He releases her, claiming he was only in a hurry. Even so, the closeness between them has already drawn attention and whispers from the crowd. Kaiden admits it is already too late to avoid rumors. He quietly observes her, unable to help himself, thinking she looks especially beautiful today. The thought of hiding her away so no one else can see her briefly crosses his mind. He gently touches her face and asks if this counts as cheating already. That sounds possessive. Just then, a guard announces the arrival of His Majesty. As the Emperor walks in, he asks if the child is truly present. The guard confirms her attendance at the entrance and also mentions that Count Collins accompanied her. The Emperor's thoughts darken as he recalls how Collins once impregnated his daughter to secure status, and he views his presence at the event as shameless. Murmurs spread through the crowd. The announcer then declares that all debuting young ladies and gentlemen must step forward with their guardians or chaperones. Isabella holds her father as they prepare. The announcer further explains that the Emperor himself is hosting the debut ceremony. Even though the Empress and Crown Prince are no longer present, Prince Aster remains, signaling the Emperor's recognition of him as successor. Count Collins quietly smiles, believing everything is going according to his plan. Then, Isabella is officially introduced as the daughter of Count Collins. She and her father step forward to greet His Majesty, who is visibly shocked upon seeing Isabella and the dress she is wearing. The Emperor immediately recognizes the dress Isabella is wearing. It is the same design he remembers from years ago. That day was the first New Year's celebration after the Empress was no longer with them. The memory pulls him back. Lily had been trying on dresses for the occasion, asking for his opinion. She had always come to him during his grieving period, quietly keeping him company when he was lost in sorrow. Even while both of them were mourning someone they loved, she still managed to ease his pain. On that day, he had chosen the very dress Isabella now wears, telling Lily it matched her mother's favorite color. So this dress carries way more history than it looks like. Isabella bows respectfully as she greets the Emperor. He gently places his hand on her head while she offers a formal blessing, praying for his reign to bring prosperity and glory to the Empire and addressing him as the great son of legend. As she speaks, he studies her closely, wondering why she chose that particular dress. A thought crosses his mind, whether she has inherited her father's boldness or even shamelessness. But at the same time, she reminds him too much of Lily. While he is lost in thought, Isabella introduces herself clearly as Isabella Leonard. That statement catches him completely off guard. It is not what he expected at all. Later, her father praises her and asks what she must have said to the Emperor, noticing how he had been visibly shaken. Isabella calmly replies that she only wished him good health. Her father assumes the Emperor must be pleased to see his beautiful granddaughter, but the Emperor's reaction is far more complex than that. He is stunned not by flattery but by her declaration of identity. He could have punished her for such a bold introduction, yet something about her presence makes him hold back. The way he looked at her makes that restraint obvious. Just then, Catherine calls out to Count Collins and asks Isabella how her meeting with His Majesty went. Isabella replies that it went well and casually asks if Geoffrey has arrived, since he insisted on accompanying her. Catherine smiles outwardly, but internally she views Isabella as nothing but a disruption. She then presents a list of potential candidates suitable for Isabella and asks if she would like to meet them. Sir Collins immediately steps in, explaining that Isabella prefers to choose for herself, while still thanking Catherine for her effort. Catherine visibly flinches and questions his response. After what happened with the Emperor, Count Collins finds himself politically isolated, and Catherine had been the one who helped him regain his position in high society. She now presses him, asking if he truly intends to exclude her from these matters. He tells her to postpone the discussion, since too many eyes are watching them at the moment. As he turns to leave, Catherine clenches her hand in frustration, feeling humiliated and powerless. Unable to do anything further, she eventually withdraws. Isabella quietly tells Catherine that she hopes she will stop interfering in her affairs, adding that it should not be strange for someone to attend a social gathering in search of a potential partner. She then moves toward Kaiden and notices him speaking with several ladies. Calling out to him, she approaches just as he explains that the women had been talking about her. They mention that Isabella resembles the former crown princess and assume she is here to find a suitable match. Kaiden adds that this timing is perfect since he came for the same purpose, treating it like a coincidence, though the ladies have already left. Kaiden really said coincidence like this is a normal, casual meetup. Isabella informs him that the women are no longer there. Kaiden immediately calls them rude and petty, to which she calmly replies that she could say the same about him. She then tells him to go around spreading rumors if he likes. Kaiden leans slightly closer, clearly entertained. He asks if she will dance with him once the ball begins. Isabella replies that she has already told Count Collins she will consider several candidates. Kaiden remarks that she no longer even refers to him as her father, then teasingly suggests he simply confess that he fell for her at first sight. Isabella refuses, explaining that rushing things could lead to being forced into an arranged marriage, so he will have to wait. Kaiden agrees. As they walk past Jeffrey, he immediately questions whether they are sharing secrets. Tension rises again as he greets Kaiden and introduces himself once more, insisting he has business to discuss with Isabella and tries to take her away. Kaiden stops him, saying they are in the middle of a conversation and calling his interference rude. Jeffrey insists the matter is important. He then claims that the Countess specifically instructed him to keep suspicious men like Kaiden away from Isabella. Kaiden finally turns to look at him directly. Jeffrey continues speaking, telling Isabella that her first dance should be with him so he can prevent unsuitable men from approaching her. Kaiden smiles and tells Isabella she can guess what would happen if she agrees. Both men simultaneously demand her answer. Isabella calmly responds that she will dance with neither of them, and they should both wake up from their delusions. She then walks away, leaving them stunned. The Empire's most promising bachelor and the Duke's heir are both left speechless, their behavior drawing more attention than hers. She really left both of them standing there like background characters. In noble society, a debutante is only allowed to dance after being invited by a man, making it the perfect environment for comparison among suitors. Isabella does not have anyone in mind and simply waits, but even after 5 songs, no one approaches her. The situation feels unnatural, or perhaps it is not random at all. Catherine appears once more, reminding Isabella that she had warned her earlier. She states that although Isabella may be the Emperor's precious connection, the imperial family has long cut ties with them. Unless someone intends to defy the Emperor himself, no one would dare invite Isabella to dance for her first time. Catherine smiles widely as she watches Isabella standing alone. Very well. It seems plans are about to change. Earlier, Catherine had already issued a strict warning to everyone in high society, instructing them not to ask for Lady Isabella's first dance. As a woman who holds strong influence and dominance among the nobles, no one dares to disobey her orders. Isabella recalls a moment earlier when she had asked her father if he intended to completely exclude her from this matter. That thought must have struck Catherine's pride deeply, because she clearly took it as an insult and acted accordingly. Jeffrey calls out to her from behind, but his mother immediately stops him. She reminds him that he is the heir of House Richmond and the commander of the Knights, emphasizing that he has too much to lose to act recklessly. Jeffrey asks what she means, and she questions whether he is willing to risk the Emperor's displeasure over what she calls pointless sympathy or emotional attachment. He responds that he has never cared for any of those expectations she places on him. She tries to stop him again, but he ignores her and walks away anyway. The music shifts, and Isabella is already seen dancing with someone. Kaiden steps in, casually saying he used a bribe because he liked the music, though he adds that this particular piece is quite pleasant. He gently kisses her hand and requests a dance, and she accepts. Together, they dance gracefully, moving in perfect rhythm. Oh, so he really just walked in and claimed that moment like it was meant for him. During the dance, Kaiden asks what she would have done if not for the contract between them. Isabella quietly wonders why he is behaving this way, questioning whether he is simply fulfilling obligations tied to the contract, or if his demon instincts are influencing him to draw closer to her. Even though she understands the risks involved, she cannot help but feel herself being drawn toward him, like approaching something she knows is dangerous but cannot resist. If this continues, she fears she may forget her goal of revenge and become too emotionally entangled with him. After the dance ends, Kaiden asks if she would like to dance again. She reminds him that custom does not allow the same person to be danced with consecutively. He immediately insists that they should break that rule right now. At that moment, she recalls Lulu, who often clings to her in a similar manner. She gently tells him to be patient and that she will return shortly. Kaiden watches her and thinks she sounds like she is speaking to a pet, though he also realizes he is no different, given his obsession with the contract. He is acting bold in public, but emotionally he is already too attached. Isabella walks toward Jeffrey, who immediately asks her for a dance. However, the familiarity built over years between them, even the small warmth in their interaction, now feels unpleasant and suffocating to her. Surprisingly, she does not feel pleased by it at all. Kaiden watches from a distance, thinking to himself that he does not wish to destroy or torment her. Instead, what he feels is a strong desire to monopolize her attention entirely. He wonders if this began after he gave her the demon heart, wishing he had never connected their lives through mana. Jeffrey apologizes to Isabella, admitting that he is aware of his mother's interference. She responds that she already knows, which is why she came to him for the dance. Meanwhile, Catherine watches their interaction in anger. her expression darkening. Jeffrey suddenly laughs, while Isabella calmly states that perhaps the best way to rebel against Catherine is through him. He then asks her what she thinks about revenge. She questions if he is certain, since the person involved is his own mother. She makes it clear that if he expects a reward for his sympathy or involvement, he should not even imagine it. She intends to take revenge, and if he chooses to rebel, then they can simply use each other for their own purposes. Jeffrey agrees without hesitation, stating that this is exactly why he followed her in the first place. Kaiden observes them from a distance, silently watching the exchange. Around them, nobles begin to whisper in confusion, noticing Catherine's son dancing with Isabella. Catherine internally fumes, wishing she could handle Jeffrey for defying her, but she forces herself to maintain composure in front of the crowd. She quickly tries to explain to the guests that Jeffrey only acted out of childhood familiarity and sympathy, insisting that he is not the first to dance with Isabella. She attempts to calm the situation, though her words only add more tension. She's smiling, but everything is clearly slipping out of her control. While still managing the crowd, Jeffrey and Isabella approach her. Isabella politely greets her, and Catherine forces a smile while internally questioning what Isabella is planning now. Isabella then declares that she thanks everyone for their consideration, but has now decided she will choose her own husband. Catherine immediately panics. Isabella continues, questioning how she could possibly marry someone who feels like a brother to her. She lets out a soft chuckle as the whispers in the crowd grow louder. She then mentions the Marchioness's earlier remark about nothing good coming from associating with the daughter of the dethroned princess, causing further outrage among the nobles. The crowd begins to question Catherine directly, demanding clarity. The situation spirals as Isabella's words make it seem like Catherine deliberately blocked other nobles in order to push Jeffrey toward her. Overwhelmed, Catherine hurriedly explains that she only intended for Jeffrey to dance with her and did not mean any harm. She pleads for understanding and asks that they not misunderstand her intentions, insisting she only wanted to properly introduce Isabella later. She then tries to end the matter quickly, calling for Jeffrey while attempting to regain control of the situation. Kaiden suddenly intervenes, stating that he had been troubled because it appeared that members of Catherine's house were trying to keep Lady Isabella to themselves. Catherine stiffens, wondering who dares interrupt her, only to realize it is Kaiden. He calmly adds that he also finds Lady Isabella quite charming. He steps closer, leans in slightly, and whispers something to her before turning back to Catherine. He warns that he hopes such misunderstandings will not occur again in the future and asks whether she clearly understands what he is implying. People murmur among themselves, speculating about how the Marchioness appears unusually frustrated. They quietly conclude that she must have been secretly watching over her son while pretending not to care. The attention quickly shifts as they notice that House Blake is also showing interest in Isabella, which immediately raises suspicion among the nobles. Some begin to wonder if there is something more significant about Isabella than they first assumed, while others even speculate whether the Emperor might have some hidden intention involving the dethroned princess. Kaiden calmly listens to their thoughts and grins in quiet satisfaction. He's just standing there enjoying all the confusion he stirred up. He then states that Lady Isabella is yet to give him an official answer, and politely requests that Catherine excuse them for now. The surrounding nobles also begin to disperse, claiming they have other matters to attend to and suggesting that the discussion continue another time. With Catherine's current standing already weakened, this public disturbance is enough to create doubt among the nobles, even if it does not completely destroy her influence. Isabella then promises to repay Kaiden for what he did earlier, but Kaiden lightly asks if she truly believes she can handle whatever he might request from her. She cautiously questions whether he intends to ask for something strange. He only laughs softly without giving a direct answer. There is a strange tension in the air as he continues to enjoy teasing her, almost as if he cannot help himself. He briefly wonders whether this urge is simply his demon nature acting up, or something else entirely. There is a saying that humans who become attached to demons eventually lose their sense of reason. Yet in his case, it feels like the opposite is happening. At this point, it becomes increasingly clear that his attention is fixed on her far more than he admits. A guard approaches the Emperor and informs him that he should return to his chambers due to illness. However, the Emperor instead turns and asks whether the guard saw his granddaughter at the ball. He recalls how she stood alone at the beginning of the event because no one would dance with her. Normally, the Marchioness would have introduced her to suitable suitors, but that did not happen. The memory pulls him deeper into the past. It has been over 20 years since he revoked Lily's position as princess. Even so, he has never stopped watching over her from a distance. At the time, he believed that if he took everything away from her, she would eventually return, especially after realizing her husband only approached her for power. But that expectation was wrong. Lily was left with nothing, yet she still never came back, not even when she was forced to leave with Collins while pregnant. Now, the thought of her returning feels like something long out of reach. Tears form in his eyes as he reflects on everything. He later had to witness Felix, the crown prince, fall, which made reaching out to Lily even more difficult. With no successor officially announced and Aster's intentions becoming more concerning, he realizes the situation is unstable. He then instructs the guard to summon Isabella discreetly, confirming it as an imperial order. Back at home, Lily asks Isabella how the ball went. She wonders why her mother is still awake, and Lily explains that she could not sleep. Isabella invites her to her room, and Lily joins her on the bed. Isabella playfully clings to her like a child, making Lily tease her about acting childish. She jokes that when Isabella gets married, she will not be able to behave like this anymore. Isabella casually replies that she would simply leave her husband to sleep alone, which immediately makes Lily disapprove. Lily then asks if she met the man she fell in love with at first sight. Isabella replies that they exchanged greetings and even danced together. Lily smiles and says it is time to reveal who the gentleman is. Isabella calmly responds that she has already met him. Lily pauses, trying to recall, briefly thinking it might be Jeffrey, but before she can finish, Isabella reveals that it is Lord Kaiden Blake. Lily immediately glares at her while Isabella laughs and apologizes, admitting she only wanted to tease her. She then casually asks if she should persuade her father to send an engagement proposal to House Blake, but Lily quickly tells her not yet and that she prefers to keep things secret for now. Meanwhile, Muser observes everything quietly from a distance. Lily then reminds Isabella that she told her father she would consider several houses in exchange for avoiding an arranged marriage. Lily sits up in surprise and asks if Isabella thought of all this herself. Isabella confidently replies that she has already grown up. She adds that she will continue pretending to listen to her father for now until the right moment comes, after which she will decide everything herself. Lily praises her intelligence, but then asks about His Majesty's condition. Isabella replies that he appeared healthy, though that was not entirely true. She deliberately avoids telling her mother that the Emperor looked unwell, knowing it would deeply affect her. According to what is known from the tragic princess's past, the Emperor should have been poisoned, so his condition is not surprising. If only she had another chance to see him. Meanwhile, Kaiden listens to their conversation through Muser without being seen. Isabella then asks Lily if she ever resented His Majesty. Lily admits that she did at first, feeling betrayed and hurt that he did not trust her. However, after becoming a parent, she now understands his actions a little more. She tells Isabella that she would do anything for her daughter. Even though she suffered deeply in the past, she does not regret it, because it led to Isabella, who is more precious than anything else. A few days later, Isabella's maids bring in various gifts and items sent by different nobles. She has never received so many bouquets in her life before. The maid praises her, saying she must have been the most admired lady at the ball. It becomes clear that Catherine likely tried to repair her reputation afterward, convincing her followers that she meant no harm. Most of the gifts come from nobles showing interest, while others are small gestures of admiration. However, none of them include formal marriage proposals. Then, Isabella notices a bouquet of black roses accompanied by a letter. She finds it unusual, since black roses are rarely used to express romantic interest. The letter reads, "With this homage to eternal beauty, I would like to invite you to a luncheon." The invitation is addressed to Isabella Leonard, which surprises her because she has only revealed that surname to two people, Kaiden and the Emperor. Alice calls from behind and Isabella quietly smiles, already certain this invitation is not ordinary. It is definitely not a normal, noble invitation. Days later, Isabella arrives at the arranged destination. A man comes forward to welcome her warmly, and she politely thanks him for the reception. Officially, the invitation letter was sent by the second son of House Jenkins. He mentions that dinner tonight will likely be served with wine, and casually asks if she would like to view the different varieties available. Isabella agrees and follows his guidance. Sir Jenkins, the head of the family, is not of particularly high status, but as a member of the Imperial Knights, he is still regarded as a loyal subject of the Emperor. He leads her toward a private room where rare wines are stored. In truth, this arrangement is carefully designed as a discreet way to arrange a private meeting with her. This whole wine tour is just a cover for something way bigger. When Isabella opens the door, she finds His Majesty sitting calmly inside. She immediately bows and greets him respectfully, addressing him as the Master of Legend. He responds that they do not have much time and moves straight to the point. He questions her intentions behind introducing herself as Isabella Leonard, warning that depending on her answer, she could be charged with insulting the imperial family. He reflects internally that she has boldly evoked memories of his dethroned daughter and also used the imperial surname without permission. Such behavior is not expected from a young lady who has just debuted in society. He questions whether her father instructed her to do so. Isabella calmly smiles and replies that her father wishes to reconcile with him, and she can sense that intention clearly. The Emperor then asks if she debuted simply to act as her father's puppet. She firmly denies this, stating that she is not aligned with her father and that he is irrelevant to this matter of reconciliation. He presses further, demanding a credible reason he can trust. Isabella then explains that she has only one purpose for risking her life to come to this meeting. She reveals that Count Collins took his daughter and severed the bond between parent and child, and later shamelessly cheated on his wife with her friend. Because of this, she wants revenge against him. The Emperor is taken aback, wondering how she already knows about her father's unfaithfulness. He asks if her mother is aware of it. Isabella grips her dress slightly and replies that she is not sure yet. The Emperor inwardly thinks that even his daughter has uncovered such disgraceful matters. If he could, he would personally deal with Count Collins himself. He then asks if all she wants is his cooperation in her revenge. Isabella quickly corrects him, saying she would never dare make such a disrespectful request to the son of the nation. However, she suggests that while pursuing her revenge, she may also remove one of the thorns on his side. She reminds him that he urgently needs a successor, and if he continues to delay, Prince Aster may eventually target her mother. The Emperor looks at her in shock, realizing she is speaking about extremely dangerous matters. Isabella calmly states that she understands how much he values his only daughter, who is her mother, but she also knows he cannot act rashly without putting her in danger. That is why she proposes a deal. Her condition is simple: reinstate Lily as princess. He tells her it is not that simple. Isabella agrees, acknowledging there will be many obstacles, including House Collins and lack of political support. Because of that, she presents a combined planned marriage alliance with House Blake and divorce from Count Collins. The Emperor becomes thoughtful, realizing the implications. Isabella adds that she already danced with the Duke's heir at the ball, and if she marries into House Blake, it could strengthen Northern military influence. She also notes that the North would not support Prince Aster, who belongs to the anti-demon faction. This girl is not just planning revenge, she is literally reshaping the political board. The Emperor then questions whether Count Collins would agree to a divorce so easily. Isabella explains that there are legal grounds within the temple system that can force divorce, such as failure to produce an heir, inability to maintain noble status due to financial collapse, or mental instability affecting normal duties. She states that she is prepared to ensure the conditions are met by any means necessary, as long as he looks the other way. The Emperor watches her carefully, aware that this is an extremely difficult task for someone her age. However, the benefits of her proposal are too significant to ignore, especially since he also wishes to protect Lily. After a moment of consideration, he agrees to reinstate Lily once both conditions are fulfilled. Isabella thanks him sincerely. As he prepares to leave, she calls out and requests a handshake to seal their agreement. He is slightly surprised by her boldness, but finds her behavior almost childlike in that moment. Still, he agrees and shakes her hand before departing. Meanwhile, Kaiden is training with a knight named Liam. After defeating him, he helps him up. Kaiden comments that the knight seems slightly out of shape and asks for his opinion. Liam replies that Kaiden still has the habit of venting frustration on the knights whenever something displeases him. Kaiden dismisses it, claiming it is not true. However, in reality, he is irritated because Isabella has not contacted him for an entire week since the ball, despite him continuously sending what could only be described as a mountain of bouquets. Liam tells him that no knight there can defeat him, and advises him to show mercy. Kaiden responds that instead, they should try harder to reach his level. Suddenly, a voice speaks from behind, saying it will do exactly that. It is Duke Ethan Blake, Kaiden's father. Without hesitation, Kaiden draws his sword and charges. Father and son clash in a fierce exchange, but the Duke easily overpowers him and knocks the weapon from his hand. He calls Kaiden pathetic, stating that power should not be wasted on emotional outbursts. Kaiden turns away, but his father coldly reminds him that the knights serve House Blake, and if Kaiden wants something to play with, he should look elsewhere. Kaiden realizes something important in that moment. He cannot read his father's thoughts at all. It is the same strange silence he experiences with his contract partner. Back at the estate, Isabella visits the medical officer and finds his workplace still disorganized as usual. He comments that he heard she is getting married and asks what brings her there. He is Baron Philip, the Imperial Medical Officer. He questions why a count's daughter would refer to him as her master. Isabella calmly replies that it is not strange for a pupil to visit her mentor. He insists he is not worthy of such respect and asks again why she is there. Isabella's expression turns serious, as she states that it is urgent and concerns the Emperor's health. The doctor expresses visible surprise, though he quickly pretends he did not hear what Isabella just said. She calls out to him again, and he finally responds by reminding her that he is the Imperial Doctor and cannot casually discuss His Majesty's health with an outsider. Isabella calmly asks him to examine something first before making any conclusions. She then shows him a strange mushroom and questions whether he recognizes it. The doctor studies it carefully before admitting that it is indeed a mushroom, though he has never seen that particular kind before. Isabella explains that most people would not recognize it because it has not yet been properly researched within academic circles. She reveals that it is called the IMP's mushroom and is mainly known among knights who hunt monsters. Curious, the doctor immediately asks if it is poisonous. Rather than simply explaining, Isabella decides to demonstrate it herself and suddenly eats one. The doctor panics in disbelief, loudly protesting that she cannot consume something suspicious without certainty. Isabella winces at the terrible taste but casually remarks that one mushroom alone is not dangerous. She explains that showing him directly would be faster than describing it with words. Soon after, she notes that the symptoms are appearing quickly and asks him to examine her hand. When he looks closely, he notices a crescent moon-like pattern forming around her fingernails, along with unusual heat radiating from her fingertips. Isabella confirms that this is exactly what she noticed on His Majesty's hands. The doctor is immediately alarmed and questions whether she is implying that the Emperor has been consuming those mushrooms. Isabella calmly confirms it and further explains that she believes His Majesty has likely been taking them for quite a long time already. Our girl isn't here to play. She continues explaining that the mushroom functions like a stimulant. In small amounts, it can temporarily help people stay awake and energized, which is why knights sometimes consume it during overnight monster hunts. However, prolonged use causes severe side effects. The doctor asks what kind of side effects she means, and Isabella begins listing them one by one. Dry mouth, worsening indigestion, dizziness, and eventually falling into a coma if it continues long enough. She then asks whether those symptoms remind him of anyone. The doctor quietly realizes that His Majesty has indeed complained about many of those exact symptoms before. However, he had previously dismissed them as normal issues related to age, especially since no major health crisis had occurred yet. He also recalls that the Emperor undergoes examinations every morning and afternoon, and during today's checkup, he did not notice the marks Isabella currently has on her fingertips. Because of this, he cautiously states that it is still too early to conclude the mushrooms are responsible. Isabella immediately suggests another possibility, that His Majesty may only consume them after his examinations are completed. She then asks what the Emperor usually does after the afternoon checkup. The doctor replies that His Majesty normally drinks tea while reading documents afterward. Isabella immediately concludes that this must be when it happens. She advises him to secretly inspect the tea or, if possible, stop the Emperor from drinking it for several days and observe whether his condition changes. After hearing her reasoning, the doctor finally agrees. A few days later, the masquerade hosted by Viscount Grissom arrives. Since the Viscount is one of Prince Astor's loyal followers, Isabella quickly realizes that this gathering is essentially a ball arranged for the prince himself. Because of that, she concludes it would be unsafe or unpleasant for her mother to attend. However, attending alone with her father is hardly comforting either. Not long afterward, her father asks whether there has been any news from the Duke's heir. Isabella immediately realizes he means Kaiden. When she casually refers to him by name, Her father reacts with surprise and asks whether they already address each other informally. Isabella calmly explains that Kaiden said he was not accustomed to being called Lord. Her father secretly grows hopeful at hearing this. In his mind, the fact that they have already dropped formal titles suggests their relationship is progressing well. He remembers how openly Kaiden expressed interest in Isabella during the previous ball. Even though the Duke's heir has not sent banquet invitations or obvious gestures afterward, Colin still believes there has been meaningful progress between them. At the same time, he worries that Prince Aster likely heard about Catherine's humiliation during the previous gathering. For his own protection, he now feels more determined than ever to ensure Isabella marries Kaiden. If that alliance succeeds, House Collins would gain access to northern military power and even the support connected to the demon world. As Isabella enters the grand hall beside her father, she quietly thinks that Prince Aster must have been deeply offended about not being invited to the debutante party earlier. Although tonight's event is merely hosted by a viscount, it appears far more extravagant than the imperial ball itself. Nobles wearing masks fill the hall, and because most attendees are unmarried, the atmosphere feels particularly intense and competitive. Soon, Isabella notices Catherine standing at one side of the room. Before she can focus further, a man approaches and greets her father warmly. Collins immediately bows respectfully in response. Isabella's eyes then drift toward the name tag attached to the man's clothing, and her expression stiffens the moment she recognizes the name, Aster Leonard. The very man she remembers as someone who took advantage of her mother's love and ultimately caused her unbearable suffering before her tragic end. Aster calmly asks whether the young lady beside Collins is his niece. Her father quickly introduces Isabella and tells her to greet her uncle properly. Though rage burns inside her, Isabella forces herself to remain composed and politely introduces herself. Deep inside, however, she swears that she will make him suffer even more than she and her mother ever did. One day, she intends to personally drag him into ruin, so until then, she silently wishes him continued health. Soon afterward, someone quietly approaches her and asks whether she came alone. Isabella immediately remarks that lowering his voice so dramatically only makes him sound suspicious. The man sounds surprised that she recognized him despite the altered voice. She casually states that anyone could tell it is Jeffrey Richmond and asks whether he came merely to guard her again. Jeffrey replies that he only came to make sure she does not get hurt, then begins carefully pointing out the men around the ballroom, one after another. Starting with the black mask at the 11 o'clock direction, he explains that the man is the eldest son of Count O'Terre and is known for chasing after women recklessly. He warns her to avoid him. He then points out another man wearing a green horned mask, explaining that he is the second son of Viscount Brown. Although he appears normal, Jeffrey bluntly describes him as unbelievably foolish. As Jeffrey continues naming noblemen, Isabella quietly realizes that Catherine only prepared bombs that would explode the moment she got close to them. She begins wondering whether Catherine deliberately arranged these unsuitable men in order to stop any possible alliance with House Blake. Part of her even considers pretending to innocently fall for the trap, just to observe the reactions afterward. Meanwhile, Jeffrey remarks, honestly, that the only person he does not mind her being around is the last man he is about to mention. Isabella asks who that last person is. Jeffrey slowly points toward a man wearing a demon mask. It is Kaiden Blake, so the dangerous one is actually the safest. He walks up to them and immediately notices Jeffrey sticking close to Isabella again. He then comments aloud that the pink mop is once again attached to her side. He then wonders out loud whether the so-called hero will truly be able to save the princess. Jeffrey questions what he is talking about, and Kaiden continues, remarking that it is unfortunate the princess already seems to have been seduced. He further questions why Jeffrey does not take his clumsy sense of righteousness elsewhere, suggesting that perhaps there are other feelings involved concerning his childhood friend. Jeffrey sharply responds that Kaiden should not group him with people like himself, insisting that Kaiden is the one with indecent thoughts. Kaiden calmly agrees, even adding that he indeed plans to act on such indecent intentions going forward, which leaves Jeffrey visibly surprised. Isabella then thanks Jeffrey for the information and requests a private moment so she can speak with Kaiden. Jeffrey asks if she truly understood everything he told her. She confirms that she did and says she will speak with him later. He agrees and reminds her to be careful. She turns to Kaiden and asks if he is satisfied now. Kaiden replies that he wore the obvious demon mask so she could easily find him, yet she was still engaging with another man. He calls her darling, but she immediately warns him to be mindful of his words since everyone is watching. Shortly after, Kaiden asks for her hand and confirms whether her first dance will be with him. She agrees. He remarks that she accepted more easily this time, and she responds that in return, he must understand what she will be doing afterward. When he asks what she means, she explains that many people have been trying to keep him in check since the debutante ball, and the men Catherine planted at the event will also approach her later. Kaiden questions whether she is warning him in advance that she plans to flirt with other men. She explains that Prince Aster is likely watching her, and staying only with Kaiden would be the same as provoking him. She tells Kaiden not to get jealous again like before. Kaiden pauses and says he already has a lot to do anyway. When she becomes curious, he assures her it has nothing to do with following her around. In his thoughts, Kaiden reveals that he intends to personally deal with those who have been sending letters to his wife. He then asks if she likes the demon heart she is wearing. She explains that he gave it to her for self-defense, while he internally notes that she is standing in the middle of a battlefield filled with enemies. He tells her not to be anxious, but she insists she is fine and even asks if he read her mind. He silently admits that he is becoming dangerously fixated on knowing her thoughts and expressions. Isabella then admits she is slightly worried but reassures herself that Kaiden is with her, adding that hardly anything is stronger than a demon. Meanwhile, Isabella's father notices Catherine and confronts her, questioning whether she intends to disrupt his daughter again as she did during the debut. Catherine dismisses the accusation and internally reflects that the man who once bowed to her now acts differently because House Blake has taken interest in Isabella. She then informs him that Prince Aster wishes to see him privately, instructing him to follow her. He complies and is led to Prince Aster, who asks him to sit. The man internally reflects that being seated beside the prince, who once ignored him, suggests Aster may now be concerned about losing influence. Elsewhere in the hall, Isabella accepts a drink while someone offers to escort her if she becomes intoxicated. She agrees but notes that the crowd is overwhelming and she is not used to such an atmosphere. The guy suggests a quieter place, and she agrees to follow. As they leave, she discreetly swaps her glass. Outside, the guy notices the drink is already empty and asks how she feels. She replies that she is slightly dizzy, then requests that he remove his mask so she can see his face, adding that he must be handsome. He immediately removes it. After seeing his face, Isabella confirms her suspicion and slaps him, stating she cannot believe people like him are still using such a dangerous drug, and questions whether he truly thinks he will get away with it. This doesn't look like it will end well for him. He questions what drug she is referring to. Then he identifies himself as Belek Oter and insists that although he made mistakes in the past that ruined his family's standing, he is not involved in anything illegal now. Isabella responds that she has heard about his father's involvement in the black market and suggests that he must be very busy if he is even supplying drugs for his son. He immediately denies it, claiming she is falsely accusing an innocent man and demands proof of her claims. Isabella calmly tells him to drink the champagne in front of her if he is truly innocent. He pushes the glass away, causing it to shatter on the floor. That reaction said everything louder than any confession could. He quickly claims it was an accident and insists he does not understand what she is talking about. He tries to maintain his innocence, saying his hand simply slipped, and questioning why anyone would even mix drugs into a drink. Internally, he realizes the evidence is gone and wonders what she can do without proof. He continues pretending to be offended, saying he was only expressing admiration for her and acting hurt by her reaction. Isabella then reveals that the glass he broke was not the one he gave her, as she had already switched it at the drink table and left his original drink untouched. Since he insists on innocence, she suggests she will personally examine the drink she left behind, mentioning her medical training before entering high society. He panics and stops her immediately. She coldly remarks that his reputation as the foolish eldest son who ruined his family is well-deserved. He pleads with her to listen, clearly panicking. Isabella observes that he is not used to being exposed like this, as he usually deceives women without consequences. She considers reporting him to the Imperial Guards, but suspects Catherine may have pushed him into this situation. Instead, she decides to use him. She tells him she will overlook the matter under one condition. He must go to Marchioness Richmond and declare that he is completely infatuated with her, claiming Isabella is the only one he can think about. She explains internally that this will make Catherine believe her plan worked and stop interfering. She then adds that after that, he must formally propose to her. He questions why he must do all that, but she tells him he is free to refuse. When he hesitates, she calmly reaches for the glass, prompting him to quickly agree. She instructs him to make the proposal formal and luxurious, then leaves him behind, warning that he understands the consequences if others hear about this. Later, Bellic convinces himself he only agreed because he was caught off guard and intends to deal with her later, instead of following through. Shortly after, Isabella notes that the situation went better than expected. Kaiden and Jeffrey have kept their distance, and she has successfully dealt with Catherine's men one by one. Her next target is Prince Aster. Aster approaches her and requests a dance. She accepts, knowing she cannot refuse him publicly. What a carefully disguised threat in front of everyone! During the dance, Aster comments that she is the highlight of the ball and mentions she resembles his late sister, the former flower of Legent. He casually asks if she has chosen a future husband yet. Isabella replies that she has not, and he states he will ensure she is matched properly, referring to her as the precious daughter of his beloved sister and wishing his sister continued health. Isabella is visibly shaken by the implication, realizing his words are a threat rather than kindness. She maintains her composure but internally understands he will not hesitate if she defies him. After the dance, she struggles with fear she did not expect to feel. Just then, Kaiden appears behind her and holds her, asking if she is all right. She wonders how he found her, and he casually replies that he thought he saw her walking in this direction. She does not even realize when she started crying, but she quickly tells him to wait for a moment as she wipes her tears away. He gently places his coat over her shoulders and remarks that she must be drunk, suggesting that they should go somewhere to eat something sweet to clear her head. As they walk, she asks where exactly they are going, and he responds vaguely without fully explaining. She insists again that she is not drunk and tells him they should return, but he simply replies that he is the one who is drunk, so she should just come along and eat with him anyway. Soon she slows down, saying she cannot walk any further because her feet hurt. He looks at her and decides this should be far enough, then tells her not to worry because they will not need to walk anymore from here. She asks if they are going back, but instead of answering, he lifts her up. It is not her first time being carried like this, but she still cannot get used to it no matter how many times it happens. She questions what he thinks he is doing, and he calmly replies that he is practicing his Demon King act, asking if it is not normal for the Demon King to abduct the princess. She silently thinks it is completely nonsense and refuses to even argue with it properly. Soon he tells her to look ahead. She does and immediately notices a cool wind wrapping around her body, soothing her thoughts and calming her mind. The refreshing air makes her feel more aware, and she can clearly sense Kaiden's presence beside her, his hand holding her, his warmth, and even his breath so close to her. Almost instantly, she realizes her heartbeat has become loud and unstable, and she desperately hopes he does not notice. Shortly after, they arrive. She looks around and realizes they are at the magic tower where she first met Kaiden. She wonders how she is supposed to get back home since they have come this far, but he simply reminds her that this was meant to be an abduction from the start. She quickly asks if he intends to imprison her there, and he replies in a teasing tone that she has a lot of questions before casually heading off to change his clothes. He even adds, half-jokingly, that she is welcome to watch him undress if she wants. She immediately refuses, and he replies that it is nothing new anyway since she has already seen his body on their first meeting and even undressed him herself back then. She quickly states that she will wait outside, and he finally promises not to tease her anymore. Before leaving, he tells her to stay inside and sit down because it is cold outside. As he leaves, he notices she seems slightly more relaxed than before and remembers seeing her crying alone in the hallway earlier. That moment made his mind go completely blank. The same woman who never flinches even when a blade is at her throat, the same woman who is always confident and bold, had looked vulnerable, and he did not want to see her like that again. After changing, he returns and notices his ears are slightly red. She questions it, and also realizes how close he is, hearing his breathing clearly, which makes her even more aware of the situation. He asks if she also wants to change because her dress looks uncomfortable, but she insists she is fine, though internally she feels the opposition that everything about this moment is far more uncomfortable than the dress itself. He reassures her to relax, saying he is not going to gobble her up, and then steps outside so she can change in peace. He also remarks that she probably cannot even breathe properly in that outfit. Watching him leave, she thinks to herself that she had always assumed he simply did whatever he wanted, but he is actually being considerate in his own strange way. She then calls out to him and admits she cannot remove the dress properly on her own, asking for his help. He's not as reckless as he pretends to be. He pauses for a while and then asks if she really wants him to strip her. She immediately pleads that he should not say it in such a vulgar way and simply undo the knot at the back of the dress. He stares at her for a moment, then asks what exactly he is supposed to do. She explains again, and he remarks that he is surprised she has been wearing something like this the entire time, noting that it explains why she could not breathe properly. She tells him to leave once he unties it so she can handle the rest herself. He struggles because he has never done it before, and soon she lets out a sharp scream, saying he has only made it tighter. He asks again how to do it properly, but she admits she does not know either since she did not tie it herself. He tries once more and eventually manages to loosen it. She exhales in relief, saying it feels much better now, while he leans slightly closer. She quickly suggests that he should leave so she can change properly. He agrees and steps out. A few minutes later, she wonders why he has not returned yet, realizing it has been longer than expected since she finished changing. She notices the oversized shirt he gave her, how it falls close to her knees, and how the sleeves extend far past her hands even after she folded them twice. Standing before the mirror, she studies herself and briefly wonders what Kaiden must think when he looks at himself in the mirror, and what he feels as he slowly turns into a demon over time. A knock sounds at the door, and Kaiden enters carrying food. He says he assumed she had not eaten yet. She takes the food and asks if he prepared it himself, and he explains that living alone in the tower made cooking necessary for survival. He then casually asks if that makes him qualified to be her husband. She looks at him and finds him oddly like a puppy waiting for approval, though she only responds that it is not bad and thanks him for the meal, adding that it tastes good. He brings out more food, chocolate sweetened with honey and warm wine, and reminds her that they were supposed to eat something sweet. He places some chocolate near her mouth and she remarks that it is too sweet. He then offers her the wine and she finds that the combination works surprisingly well, admitting she did not know chocolate and wine could pair so nicely. He agrees and explains that he used to eat it often when he could not sleep because of pain, and that it helped. She asks if it hurt a lot before he became a demon. He replies that he does not remember clearly, as he was not sane at the time. He adds that back then, he needed someone to hate, and that person was himself. He reflects on how he stayed alone in the tower, unable to understand what he was, neither fully human nor fully demon. She softly calls his name and tells him he is simply Kaiden. He repeats it, saying that when she says his name like that, it feels like he can finally breathe again. Not as a cursed half-blood or Duke Blake's heir, but simply as Kaiden. He admits that he once thought about disappearing, but now realizes he actually wants to live. He decides he will try not to hate himself anymore. She also quietly admits that she wants to live too. They hold hands and she eventually falls asleep. He watches her and thinks she looks beautiful even while sleeping. The next morning, she wakes up surprised to see a maid in the room and realizes she is back in her own place, wondering how she got there. Someone clearly made sure she got back safely without a scene. A few minutes later, she is speaking with her father. He questions if she left early the previous day, and she admits that she did, explaining that she was feeling a bit tired. Her father notes that he searched for her all night and warns that she should inform him before leaving next time. She agrees and apologizes. She notices his reaction is milder than expected and becomes suspicious, especially since she is certain some people must have seen her leaving with Kaiden. She wonders if that is why Aster went as far as to threaten her. There is no way he simply let that situation pass without action. She is also sure the prince's warning was far more severe than it appeared. Still, she is grateful for it, thinking it likely pushed the Count to act carefully as well, especially since he seems more focused on securing her marriage into House Blake than scolding her for staying out overnight. Her mind lingers on one question: how exactly did she return home the previous night? Shortly after, she meets Lord Muser. He questions her judgment, asking if she is in her right mind for staying out overnight as an unmarried lady and with a notorious greater demon, no less. He adds that she is the most careless noblewoman he has ever seen. She apologizes and immediately asks how she got back home. He asks if she expects that information for free, so she gives him food in exchange. She then asks again, and he tells her that Kaiden flew through the window while carrying her in his arms. Of course, he would choose the most dramatic possible entrance. There is no subtlety in this man at all. She is stunned, and he continues that Kaiden had been asking about the situation at the manor beforehand. After patrolling the area, Muser informed him that everyone had gone to sleep. She feels relieved that no one saw them, But Muser adds that it is strange how no one noticed she had not returned at all. Her family likely assumed she had already been written off for the night. She asks about the timing, and he replies that she returned before sunrise, likely before 5 a.m. She then asks the most important question, her dress. When she woke up, she was wearing Kaiden's shirt, and if the maids had noticed her missing dress, the entire manor would have been thrown into chaos. However, Muser explains that Kaiden brought her dress separately and placed it neatly in her wardrobe before leaving. She wonders why he even bothered, and he asks why she took it off in the first place. She quickly says it was due to a situation, but insists nothing strange happened, and he accepts that answer without further argument. He also tells her that Kaiden left a message. She does not need to worry because nothing happened. She pauses, realizing he must have anticipated her concerns. She finds him surprisingly considerate and meticulous for someone with his reputation. Muser, however, cannot believe how careless both of them were, though she thanks him for his help, admitting she would have been in serious trouble otherwise. He remarks that she has been avoiding him lately due to her frequent outings. She reassures him that it is not intentional. A knock comes at the door. It is Alice. She enters and tells Isabella to hurry to the drawing room, as several gentlemen who intend to propose are waiting. Alice adds that she is jealous, since all of them are high-ranking young nobles. She lists them: the eldest son of Count Rodriguez, the second son of Marquess Knox, the eldest son of Margrave Osborne, and the second son of Viscount Brown. Isabella immediately realizes this is the same list Jeffrey mentioned at the masquerade. They are all Catherine's pawns. Bellic O'Terray is missing, which she finds suspicious. She wonders if her earlier warning was too harsh. The high society season has only just begun, yet proposals are already flooding in. She assumes Catherine acted quickly after seeing her leave with Kaiden. When Alice says the maids are ready to dress her, Isabella instead says she is tired and will decline seeing the guests today. Alice worries about her condition, and Isabella adds that she is exhausted from last night's activities. That one sentence calmly sent the entire household into silent chaos. The maid immediately assumes things are going well with Kaiden and goes to inform the others. Isabella stops her and instructs her to deliver the message exactly as said. The maid is shocked, and later reports it to Isabella's mother. The situation escalates quickly, as the household debates what to do. Ultimately, her mother decides to step in since they cannot ignore guests of that status. She instructs Alice to make them wait a little longer. Meanwhile, the nobles grow restless, annoyed that they have been waiting for hours without even being offered tea. Finally, the Countess arrives. The guests recognize her immediately as Lily, the former princess, and stand in shock. She calmly remarks that they seem surprised to see her and notes their delayed greetings. She then asks if they are all here to propose to her daughter. The man presses further, asking if Catherine has finally chosen a bride for her son. Catherine is visibly startled and quickly responds that Jeffrey is still too young and immature for marriage. She tries to downplay it, but the man calmly points out that the heir of the Richmond house is already the commander of the Western Knights, so calling him immature feels like false modesty. As he stands to leave, Catherine attempts to ease the tension and thanks him for his understanding. Suddenly, he grabs her wrist, causing her to freeze. He remarks that his own father also refuses to announce a successor, which is why he understands the hesitation. He apologizes for scaring her, but reminds her that children must be given chances. His tone shifts again as he casually mentions he has been considering becoming a matchmaker for Jeffrey. Catherine stiffens immediately when he suggests Isabella as a potential bride. In her mind, she rejects the idea outright, insisting that Isabella and Jeffrey have grown up like siblings and would never accept such a union. But the man dismisses her reasoning, saying that people raised as family can still become real family through marriage. When Catherine tries to object more strongly, he cuts her off, asking if her refusal has anything to do with Count Collins. Her expression shifts in panic, but she denies it. He continues pushing, asking whether she is trying to rise in status to become a countess, instead of remaining a marchioness, and warns that such a move would be impossible unless the marquess were removed. He then coldly questions whether she intends to increase the dosage of the drugs she has been using. Catherine immediately panics and calls him Your Highness, realizing too late she may have exposed herself. He pretends ignorance, questioning why she is so shaken and reminding her to think carefully about why he chose her in the first place. He also hints that she owes her influence in high society to him. Cornered and trembling, Catherine is forced to accept that she will send the marriage proposal. This guy is clearly holding the real power behind the scenes. He appears satisfied and reminds her to be careful, warning that her son must never learn about her hidden dealings or it could destroy everything. The next day, Catherine informs Jeffrey about the marriage proposal. He is stunned and immediately rejects it, insisting there is no way she would suggest something like that unless she had lost her mind. Catherine snaps back, calling him disrespectful, but Jeffrey remains firm, stating that whatever she is planning, he will not be controlled. Catherine then asks him directly if there is a reason he cannot marry Isabella. Jeffrey pauses, visibly shaken. After a moment, he questions whether she truly does not know the reason. Catherine calls his full name, demanding an explanation. Jeffrey, in turn, questions whether he is even truly a Richmond at all, leaving her shocked and speechless as the confrontation escalates. Gossip she can manage, but being asked that by her son is on another level. Still, all she can do is grit her teeth, swallow her anger, and ask him not to believe vulgar gossip. In her head, she thinks that pitiful attempt to dodge the confrontation would work, but it doesn't. Jeffrey is even more bent on hearing her response. To him, the gossip is nothing. He was aware of it since growing up and didn't mind being called an illegitimate child, because to him, he was his mother's son and he loved and respected his father. Things changed, however, during one visit to the Collins mansion where he spotted his mother with the Count. His stomach rolled in disgust, as for a slight second he considered the possibility of him being a son of Demian Collins, Isabella's father. Since his mind was already on it, at the time, it stretched to further rumors about Demian and his mother being secret lovers, and his supposed father, Marquis Richmond, being infertile. If not for Isabella at the time, he definitely wouldn't have coped. Being dragged in high society, his name trampled upon by commoners, his bestie not treating him differently, meant the world to him. He acknowledges that he is greatly indebted to the girl, and that's the major reason why he doesn't want to be a burden to her. It's the least he can do to pay her for help she didn't even know she was rendering. While he is lost in thought breaking all this down, his mother summons up courage to lie to him that he is indeed a Richmond, but he can see through it and wants to argue back, but is stopped by the cry for help she throws at him next, concerning the proposal. Firstly, she tries to justify marriage among nobles, focusing on how if they were to get married it'll be grand because they grew up like siblings. When that doesn't dent his conscience, she states that sending a proposal doesn't mean they have to get married. She claims she is looking out for them since it's the prince's request and defiance would be to their detriment. But even after throwing all that noise at him and desperately begs him to help her out this one time, Jeffrey remains unchanged, cursing the prince and his mother, and then storming out. To him, they have both run mad, but he can't go against the prince's will and waits a few days, using that time to get ready before heading to the Collins estate to propose. From his three-piece suit and bouquet, Isabella already knows what he is here for. Jeffrey, relieved, asks her to reject him immediately, as this was not his idea but his mother's. To his shock, she refuses, asking him to settle down and propose properly. It's a privilege she is giving him because she is fond of him, unlike the other men who came to propose, but she dismissed them without hearing them out. She counts this as doing him a favor, but Jeffrey, he counts this as insanity. First the prince, then his mother, then the men he warned her about who came to propose to her. He can't think of anyone in this vicinity who is sane. In spite of everything happening around her, he can't believe Isabella is so amused, talking about how she intended to wait before she started decision-making. Fortunately for him, she cuts the weight out of pity for his predicament. Well, that's fine with him, the man who doesn't want to get swept into this mess. Switching gears, Jeffrey asks Isabella about the last event they attended. He knows she left with Kaiden, but is curious about whether or not she returned that day. Little does he know that she has been expecting that question. She can't tell him, at the truth though. So she lies that she and Kaiden simply went on a walk that night. Problem is, she calls him by his first name, showing a level of familiarity that dumbfounds Jeffrey. He wants to believe she hasn't fallen for the demon heir yet, but she confesses she has, claiming he is the best out of all who have come to propose to her, especially in looks. Is that a silent stab at Jeffrey too? Whatever the case is, he doesn't care. He just thinks she is even crazier than he thought she was. That statement doesn't offend her, no surprise there, but she is too bored to continue with it, and asks him if her mother forced him to come and propose because she witnessed her leave with Kaiden that night. Firmly, Jeffrey replies that it isn't just his mother pushing this, but someone else. Whether or not he plans to reveal the identity of that person isn't clear, but Isabella doesn't wait to find out. She guesses the person he is talking about is Prince Aster, dropping his jaw so hard with that suggestion that begins to question how much she actually knows. Instead of answering, she tosses his question back at him, wanting to know how much he knows. Taking the lead, Jeffrey reveals that all he knows is that he isn't his father's biological son, and his mother has been in an affair for quite some time. He refuses to tell her that his mother's lover is her father, though, but that's okay. What Isabella wants to know is if he knows who his biological father is. He doesn't and isn't even eager to find out who the man is, due to his love for the man who raised him. What society says has nothing on him. Marquis Richmond treasured him sincerely. They can keep calling him an illegitimate child, but he sees the Marquis as his only father. He believes his decision is shameless, But Isabella firmly assures him it's not his fault. She advises him against fussing over something he had no control over, an advice that reminds him of how strong and bright she always is. On the other hand, he doesn't think himself as strong as she is, deciding to share his fears with her. We all know the Marquis is sick, right? But we don't know how sick he is until Jeffrey explains that no matter the treatment he has gotten, he doesn't seem to get better. He heard the illness wasn't this severe at first, which makes him suspect his mother and the doctor for Marquis Richmond's health continuously declining. Expressing concern, Isabella sympathizes with her friend. She understands how concerned he must be, so she offers to take a look at him if the opportunity is provided. This is news to Jeffrey. He is overjoyed, leaving with a beaming smile, with her to thank for his mood. Little does he know that his bestie is also doing this for herself. Should Marquis Richmond recover, she is aware he'll be a useful piece in the game she is playing. She'll definitely go see him, but before then, she sneakily contemplates waking up Marchioness Catherine's natural enemy. Whatever could that be? We'll definitely get back to that, but first, let's keep up with the Blakes. At their estate, far north, Kaiden appears before his father to share his intention to get married. At the same time, he tries to read the old man's mind, but he can't, and that bothers him. Later, he'll definitely ask Muser why it's impossible to read Ethan's mind, but right now he doesn't let his curiosity hinder his mission. He tells his father that the girl of his choice is Count Colin's daughter, and the man who has been checking out his sword all along pauses. Ethan's reaction could mean so many things, especially since he immediately confirms if they are talking about the daughter of the princess. It's obvious his father is up to something, but isn't that the trend here? Everyone wants something from someone else. In any case, he accepts his son's request and plans to send a proposal as soon as possible. You'd think this'll make Kaiden happy, but he isn't. Not too long ago, he was isolated in a tower somewhere. And fast forward to now, he left that tower, returned home, made his debut in high society, and has expressed interest in marriage. This is the same person who devoted his life to hunting down demons. He is puzzled that after all the changes, his father has refused to say something. He can't even ask why, because if he won't get a response from him, that's fine for sure. All he can do is take the win and leave, yet his father doesn't even let him do that in peace. He stops him, calling him back to take a case he'll need for the proposal. Kaiden initially is cautious with the box, but his father wills him into opening it and revealing the Mana Stone ring within. At least that's what he thinks it is. He is wrong, though. It's not just any man's stone item, but it is also a rare family heirloom passed down to each mistress of House Blake. I know you're thinking what I'm thinking. His mom must have worn that ring, the woman who abandoned humanity, him, House Blake, everything, to reside in the demon world. For some reason, that thought pisses him off, but it's not time to be sentimental. He has to go see Isabella, his contract partner, and propose. He lets House Collins know about his visit prior to his arrival, and as expected, the one to receive him is the power-seeking Demian Collins, who welcomes him warmly, taking him inside to discuss properly. Now, Kaiden knows the type of man Count Collins is. That's why he tells him that he came to seek his permission before going to discuss the proposal with his daughter. He notes that although his house has already sent a proposal, he decided to meet him in person regardless. This show of submission leads Demian to believe that House Blake is really serious about this proposal. This devotion reminds him of all the suffering he had to face in the hands of Prince Aster and how he constantly lived in fear of death while under him. He is glad that his fate has changed, but also considers the proposal sent by House Richmond and assumes Catherine sent it out of desperation. Whatever the case is, it's not his problem anymore. He gleefully welcomes the idea, claiming he didn't believe they were serious about the proposal even after they sent it, but is convinced now that they are. Kaiden, ever the charmer, feeds the old man's ego even more by apologizing for the hasty proposal and talking about how he did it that way out of fear that Isabella was going to slip away from him if he hesitated. He also calls his attraction to her love at first sight, making Demian conclude that the daughter he once thought incapable was actually useful. He believes he has this one in the bag nevertheless, and tries to act modest by saying his daughter still has a lot to learn, but that doesn't impress Kaiden. He has led the Count into thinking he has the upper hand, when unknown to him, he is just a piece in Isabella's chessboard. Shifting gears, he decides to feed the Count's ego even more by talking about the brooch he gave him. He asks if he likes it, and Demian reveals he does, praising it for being very effective in helping him sleep better. Again, he thinks he has Kaiden in his net and boldly asks if they can become partners in the Mana Stone business. He expects a positive response, but doesn't quite get that. What he does get is an excuse from his future son-in-law that he plans to delay business ideas until he becomes head of House Blake. His reason for this is that he spent so much time in the north that he has no idea how things are done in the central region. Demian quickly smells inexperience and decides to use that to his advantage by offering to help guide him through all he needs to know about Central. It's a game being played here, but the son-in-law just got a checkmate, as his future father-in-law has seamlessly taken every bait he dangled before him. He writes the man off as an idiot, but continues feigning timidity by suggesting they postpone talks about business to a later date. Demian then apologizes for his behavior, thinking he made his guest uncomfortable, but Kaiden assures him that's not the case. He came for his daughter and doesn't want his affection to be misunderstood. Anyways, he's done with the conversation and gets the proud father's permission to go see his daughter, The daughter, unaware of the arrival of her husband-to-be, enjoys a book at the garden until Kaiden yanks it from her. Her initial response is rage, but when she sees it's Kaiden and he wants to play, she calms down. For his sake, she abandons her reading to go on a walk with him. Not too long into the walk, curiosity sets in and Isabella wants to know when Kaiden got to her house and if he had a good talk with her father. Instead of responding, the stubborn man stares at her teasingly, so she backs off. Does that make him stop, though? No, it doesn't. If anything, her reaction makes him persist, going on to ask her if she slept softly the night he dropped her off at home. Honestly, she doesn't enjoy talking about that night, but she thanks him for the rest she had regardless. You'd think he'd stop there, but no, he doesn't, pushing things by asking her why she is avoiding him, if things are good between them. Well, she doesn't remember avoiding him, which makes him feel stupid for thinking she was embarrassed about that night. In truth, she was, but she tries to act tough, claiming the only thing she remembers is falling asleep. He doesn't quite remember it that way, though. He remembers her going to his room, him helping her disrobe, and them getting drunk. He is eager to mention a whole lot of other things, but she hurriedly covers his lips before he can, ordering him to be quiet. What was she thinking, touching his lips like that? Now she pulls away embarrassed while he keeps teasing her. Understanding that there is no end to this if she doesn't accept defeat, Isabella finally throws in the towel. Even so, Kaiden isn't done. He wants to tell her what happened that night after she slept, but she is certain he wants to tease her again. She wants no part of his games anymore, but he keeps pressing. Finally, he tells her that while she slept, he stared at her face, because she has always avoided his stare. Isabella denies the allegation, but looking away as she does that doesn't help her case. It only proves him right. He kind of misses the bold woman he met on day one, who stared down his blade. He doesn't know where she went, but Isabella, already tired of the conversation, demands that he drop it, as well as his knee, when he brings out the ring and proposes. Accepting it meant she had accepted him. Yet all she can do is claim that this is too sudden. That doesn't stop him from giving her the ring, along with the information that it is passed down to mistresses of House Blake for generations. To take something with such a serious meaning attached to it when they are just playing pretend for a year is a bit over the top for her, so she asks if it's actually okay for her to accept it. A love-drunken Kaiden thinks it is. What matters to him is now. She is going to be his wife, and there are so many men interested in her. To show them she is his, he has to mark her. Even without them, he wanted to give it to her as soon as he got it, and like the ring, he wants her to take care of him. The exact words she wants to hear. Unaware that he is unable to read her mind, Isabella blames his lip service on his ability to read her mind. Still, she agrees, letting the son witness her accepting this duty. Next thing we know, she is indoors, flaunting her ring to her mother and her trusty maids. They are all happy for her, not only because the ring is so rare and pretty, but also because of the accepted proposal. Her mother, the happiest of them all, wishes to send a letter to House Blake signifying the acceptance. The second Isabella gives her the go-ahead, Lily gets all emotional, hugging her while weeping tears of joy. Her daughter she thought would remain a little girl has grown up in a twinkle of an eye. To calm her down, Isabella promises to stick by her side forever, even when she gets married, warning her mother not to complain when she begins to fulfill her promise. For the future mistress of the North, she is such a big baby, but that's by the way. An invitation came from House Richmond earlier in the day, and Lily was too busy to read it, so she wants to check it out with her daughter. Now she has the time. Eileen, the maid, gets it for them, handing it to Isabella to have a look. It's an invitation to a tea party, and since her mother debuted into high society only last year, this is House Collins' first invitation to something like this. Although it tagged a tea party on the outside, this girl knows it's an opportunity to survey who is who in high society and where they'd be in the next couple of years. But she doesn't need to worry about something so flimsy, now that she has House Blake in the bag. She does consider going, though, since Jeffrey personally asked her to come around, but changes her mind when she notices Catherine invited her but not her mother. Lily, being the matured woman she is, can see that her once-upon-a-time friend is still angry about how things went the last time they saw. Even so, she isn't angry. The same cannot be said for Isabella, who is against her mother being humiliated. Sidelining her daughter's mood, Lily guesses she might also be pissed that all her candidates who came to propose, including her son, were sent away, but that's not enough reason for her daughter to feel hurt. Even though her daughter isn't willing to forgive the woman who insulted her, she advises her to take things with a calm head, as being annoyed by a taunt so petty means she has already lost. Truly, she isn't saying her daughter shouldn't be angry. She is only saying there are better ways to get revenge, and if she is ready to listen to her mother who has been in this game before, the former princess is willing to show her how to get it. She may look calm most of the time, but she is still Lily von Leonard, former Flower of Legent. Everyone loved her. Can the same be said for Catherine? Don't get me wrong, she organizes some of the best parties, like the one before us, and everyone seems so happy around her. But are they really happy around her? Do they really love her? Who knows? But that's not something she worries about. Her only problem now is Isabella, who she invited for the tea party. She hasn't arrived yet. Using that as an opportunity, Catherine acts gloomy, lying to everyone that she has adored Isabella since she was a child and hoped to be the one to introduce her to everyone. Since it looks like she isn't coming, she apologizes to them and suggests they start without her, but her guests don't think she should be apologizing. The clueless women think she was being nice to the daughter of House Collins and start gossiping about how rude she must be not to show up. From her pedestal, Catherine watches how everything is turning out in her favor. It's going so well she could laugh. This is the outcome she wanted when she excluded Lily from the invite. Sure, her mother is a former princess and the Collins got a proposal from House Blake, but her tea parties are where ladies in high society get judged. Nothing matters here aside from what the upper-class women think. Catherine sees herself as the puppet master and Isabella her puppet, so she is certain that whatever Isabella does, as far as she is running things, she will make sure she shows the girl that she has no place in high society, as if the revenge specialist will let that happen. Just when everyone is settled and they are about to start, she strolls in, apologizing for making everyone wait. No one saw this coming, the guests and Catherine included. She is even offended to see her come so late. She wishes she didn't come at all, but tries to play it cool and go on with the party, only to see Lily stroll in too. She didn't expect her to be here since she didn't get invited, but Isabella introduces her mother as her chaperone for the event. It's a sneaky friend versus mother and daughter now, but the guests, unaware of the hidden conflict, murmur about how long it has been since they saw the former princess at a social event. Trying to play it cool, Catherine acknowledges Lily's arrival, but gets a stab immediately when Lily apologizes for showing up late, blaming it on how hard it was to get in without an invite. Her comment is infuriating because the host didn't want her there in the first place, and she knows, so she continues poking her by declaring that there must have been a mistake with the invitations. Simply put, she asserts that since they are best friends, there was no way she could be excluded from the list. Oh, this is big. The hunter just got shot. Catherine's plan backfired, and everyone in the room starts to suspect she excluded her best friend from the list on purpose. The murmurs grow louder, meaning the next words that come out of her lips could either make or mar her. She is aware of that and hastily claims there was a mix-up with the invitations which led to her not getting invited. Away from the crowd, to Lily, Catherine lowers her voice and ushers a stern warning to her to stand down. She reminds her that people are watching them and the tide isn't like it was when she was a princess, so she could get hurt. Instead of backing down, the daring woman presses on, tossing the advice back to her friend, warning her to be cautious instead. Since everyone's eyes are on her, she sees herself as untouchable. For some reason that scares the host, but Lily isn't done. She continues, employing her so-called bestie friend to be more refined going forward. She believes she should have taught her basic imperial etiquette. As she didn't, she urges her to take notes from her when she used to throw parties like this in the past. Because copying her was one thing she was good at. Oh, that one must have stung, but she holds on to the fact that this is still her party. Problem is, her tone is getting louder. If she continues, the guests might hear her. That, Lily lets her know. In any case, she is done with whatever this is and leaves to join the other guests. Everyone welcomes her, but Catherine is boiling. All she wants to do is crush the Countess. But then again, her target isn't the mother, but the daughter, and her target is all alone in a corner trying to enjoy some well-deserved dessert. She purposely stayed quiet to avoid everyone's attention, but that doesn't stop Catherine from approaching her. Honestly, she should have stayed on her own, but she decided to poke the bear by joking about how if she finishes the dessert on her own, she won't fit into her wedding gown. Taking the stab, Isabella drops her cutlery and picks ammunition of her own by asking how Jeffrey is doing. She claims that when he proposed and she rejected him, he looked distraught and has been avoiding her ever since. She acts worried that he is still sad he got turned down, but all this wouldn't have happened if Marchioness Richmond minded her business. She was the woman who told everyone to cancel plans of letting their sons propose to Isabella. To hear that her own son proposed and felt dejected because he got rejected has made her the most hated person in the room. Furthering her assault, she begs Catherine to help her apologize to him and tell him that although she rejected him, she still considers him a good friend. Sneakily, the cornered Marchioness tries to downplay the issue, acting surprised by the matter. She assures Isabella that his feelings for her would fade soon. After the assault from the daughter, she doesn't even get to breathe when the mother tags in, going for the jugular. When she acts disappointed that Catherine just missed her chance to actually become a member of House Collins, she is trying to let her know that she is aware of the affair, even though Marchioness Richmond acts oblivious. What she says right now doesn't matter. Everyone knew Demian used to run around with her one time, but no one ever spoke about it. Putting it out like this leaves her tongue-tied. Lily has won this battle, yet she refuses to pull her punches and pours salt in the host's wounds by using her party as an avenue to announce the union between House Collins and House Blake is very much a reality. No one can believe their ears, and soon it's their eyes when Isabella flaunts her ring in the name of shyly brushing against her hair. It's a Mana Stone ring. They know the value and its rarity. Still, Catherine refuses to believe. If this is true, she is certain Aster will be furious. That's her problem, though. Lily is done with her for now and turns to the mothers of the men whose proposals her daughter turned down. She also points out how they carelessly came to their estate. This is her way of punishing them, for being loyal to Catherine. Lily is having fun, no doubt. Her daughter, on the other hand, is focused on her plan with Jeffrey. For a few minutes, she slips out of the party to see him. She agreed to see his father, and he takes her to him as she fills him in on how she lied about him at the party. The part where he was sad about being rejected, that's all a lie, but he decides to play along as payback for her coming to examine his father. When they get to Marquis Richmond's room, Jeffrey tries to remind him of who Isabella is and that she is a skilled doctor, but he is in a coma. This is a man who was healthy enough to go hunting. From her bag she instructed Jeffrey to get for her, she examines his father, confirming his comatose state in the process. As part of her checkup, she asks when last he took his medicine. It was 2 hours ago, just before the party, but it's not going to work. Why? Because he is suffering from Imp's mushroom poisoning. That's what she thinks, and after sensing heat concentrated at the ends of his fingers and discovering the faint crescent shapes on his fingernails, she is sure. In the past, the Emperor von Leonard fell into an Imp's mushroom-induced coma. It's now glaring that the Marquis was their guinea pig for testing whether or not it works. She is one of the few people in this timeline who knows about the mushroom and its effects. That's why no one has been able to get a cure so far. Then again, it's not like these people are actually looking for a cure. While thinking about the current position, Isabella's expression changes, making Jeffrey hopeful that she has come up with a diagnosis. Indeed she has, but all she does is ask him for the doctor's say. That simple question sets him off, reminding him of how the imperial doctor his mother put in place acts so busy that he doesn't even come around. All he does is send medicine through his assistant. Yep, that's far from ordinary. He is definitely an accomplice, but she isn't surprised and immediately asks about the medicine they administer. Thinking it's something close by, she gets her gloves, but soon she gets to know it's in the kitchen and they have to go through the chef. Jeffrey was hoping no one was in the kitchen, but since he is here, he questions the importance of them inspecting the medicine. He'd gladly turn back right now if there is no need, but Isabella has to do this, to confirm if Marquis Richmond's medicine is being tampered with or not. Confused, Jeffrey finds it hard to keep his cool and screams, "Why would anyone do that?" His question, though valid, could land them in trouble, so Isabella asks him to pipe down. She emphasizes on the need to be discreet while handling this and assigns Jeffrey to distract the chef while she gets the medicine. It's his first time doing something like this, but you can tell he is a natural from how he approaches the chef and starts a conversation with him. Since the chef is a busy man, he politely tries to dodge the conversation, but Jeffrey doesn't let him. He starts acting mental, forcing him to be concerned and giving Isabella the opportunity to hurry in and grab the sample. She is about to leave with it when she hears the chef ask Jeffrey if he is behaving this way, because his proposal was rejected. Before he can say anything, the chef traps him in a warm hug and consoles him, encouraging him to air out if he needs someone to talk to. With the sample in hand, Isabella decides to leave, certain her bestie can handle himself even though it doesn't look that way. She has what she came for, that's what matters, until she gets to the door where her gown gets stuck. Jeffrey, who expected her to have left by now, soon notices she is still there and signals her to hurry up. His encouragement, added to the situation she is in, makes her abandon all caution and pull as she pulls so hard that she rips her gown, alerting the chef. After such a rash decision, you'd think she just put them in trouble, but some minutes after they are at the garden, safe and sound. Jeffrey is obviously still shaken by the encounter, while Isabella finds it amusing. She laughs so much that he gets uncomfortable, but we can't blame her. The face he made and the desperation in his tone when he saved her after she almost got caught is something she promises to use to make fun of him for years to come. It's been a while since she had this much fun, and although Jeffrey should be offended by her attitude at the moment, he isn't. In fact, he is happy to see her so cheerful, he can't recall when last this happened. Her joy eventually lessens, nevertheless, when Catherine and the women from the tea party arrive. They had waited for her, after she vanished for so long, but ended up stepping out without her. Without being told, Isabella apologizes, alleging that she got lost in the huge manor. Her excuse is valid, but it doesn't explain why she is with Jeffrey, and that concerns Catherine. She wants to know why they are together, hoping to get something out of it, but she gets nothing. Jeffrey backs Catherine's story when he declares that he bumped into her and helped her with directions. The women think he is a proper gentleman for helping the woman who rejected him. His mother, on the other hand, sees him as shameless. But since he is here, he can as well help her restore her pride by clearing his name. She can't believe her son, who didn't want to propose in the first place, would be agonized after he got rejected. However, when she asks in front of her guests, he supports Isabella's accusation, making matters worse. Lily, deciding to step in to school Catherine some more, advises her to back off from her son's personal life. It's like he dealt her the final blow. However, that's not enough for Isabella. The offended daughter continues the assault by staging tears while taking the blame for Jeffrey getting hurt, giving the guests something to talk about. They genuinely feel bad for her, Lily can tell, which is why she plays the concerned mother, consoling her daughter. Their acting deserves an Oscar, no doubt. It makes the entire congregation turn on Catherine, accusing her of sowing seeds of discord. The host is enraged, that's for sure, yet there is nothing she can do. The Collins upstaged her, taking over the party she organized. It was a fun experience, that's for sure, but days later Isabella gets back to work, returning her focus to her goal by visiting her old master, Baron Phillips, the Imperial Medical Officer, at his lab. There she runs tests on Imp's mushroom, in a mood that makes him ask why she quit the academy. From what he sees, she loves what she is doing. She even confesses that she'd live in the lab if she could, so why did she stop? She can't tell him everything, he's a man of science. He will not believe her. Still, she can tell him that right now there are more important things than studying. One of which is finding a cure for Imp's poisoning, which she does. It didn't take her too long because she memorized the recipe in The Tragic Princess, but she has to test it. Baron Phillips suggests using an animal. She doesn't like that idea very much, deciding to munch the mushroom and test the cure on herself. Problem is, she almost gives Baron a heart attack by taking a bite off something so dangerous. It almost gets worse when she drinks the antidote, even after he protested against doing something so rash, but nothing bad happens and she gets cured of the poisoning. He is glad she is okay, even though he had his doubts. Nevertheless, he urges her to stay at the lab until evening, in case there are any side effects. She is thinking the same thing, but aside from watching for side effects, there are other things she needs to check. For instance, the reagent she asked him to concoct. The diligent doctor already has it covered and informs her that it turns red whenever it comes in contact with anything mixed with Imp's mushroom. He is curious to know if she has anything like that on her, and she does, the medicine that is being administered to Marquis Richmond. Baron flips when he hears she has something so confidential, but he is even more dumbfounded when the reagent is mixed with it and it reacts. It has the mushroom in it, no surprise there. The fact that they went this far proves to Isabella that she was right when she guessed they've been using Marquis Richmond as their guinea pig for the poison, long before they began administering it to the Emperor. The only connection between the two cases, now, is Marchioness Richmond, Catherine. Meaning the best way to discover which imperial doctor responsible for the Emperor getting poisoned is by finding out which one of them had ties with Catherine. In any case, the doctor couldn't act like this on his own accord. She deduces that the Crown Prince also has a hand in this. Whether or not she is right doesn't matter to Baron anymore. At this point, he has heard enough and trusts her hunch enough to want to report this to the Emperor. Isabella drops him, though. She knows how far people this cunning can go, and is certain that if they act too hastily, it'll only alert them, and they'd destroy all the evidence. She begs him to leave this matter to her. She has a plan. I bet, like us, he is anxious to know what this tricky girl has in mind, but we'll all have to wait and see. While we wait, Isabella takes her betrothed to see her grandfather, Emperor von Leonard, for his blessing. They get just that, with the old man being so welcoming and Kaiden acting so polite and formal that she is left in awe. He looks like a different person right now, but staring at him for too long gives her goosebumps. She is lost in his gaze until the Emperor calls to her, asking if she has been well. Her response is positive, but his reply isn't. He doesn't hide the fact that he is slightly sad that after they reconnected not too long ago, she is already getting married. He probably wishes for more time with her, yet that doesn't stop him from jokingly requesting that the couple come with his great-grandchild when next they come to see him. They all laugh about it, but he seriously thinks the future of the Empire is bright, just by looking at the couple. He hopes they'll do their best to protect the Empire, something he doesn't have to tell her twice. Moving on, the Emperor wants to know about their preparations for the wedding. With this, he gives her an opportunity to ask for help with getting wine from House Jenkins. It's the house that helped him meet up with her that day, meaning she is trying to arrange another meeting with him. Glad that she passed the message in such a wonderful manner, he can't help but conclude she is a spitting image of her mother, his daughter. In his own way, her grandfather agrees to the meet, allowing Isabella to leave fulfilled. Kaiden, who also understood the message, is glad the Emperor acknowledged it, meaning they can look forward to being summoned again. Everything is going as planned, so he decides to express how glad he is that their union is finally out there. Isabella might not say it, but she is glad to, even joking about it being too late for them to turn back now. She is, however, worried about her mother being alone when she leaves to stay with him in the north. Since this bothers her, Kaiden offers her mother accommodation in their estate since they get married. It's a nice idea, really, as it not only keeps her mother close to her, but it also keeps her away from Prince Aster's reach. To be sure she isn't being a bother, she confirms that having her mother around won't inconvenience him, and it doesn't. If anything, it helps their duchy, since it'll be troublesome for his people to have a duchess whose mind is not at rest. She thanks him for being so considerate. Now he feels bubbly and asks if he can call Lily mother, since they'll be getting married soon. It's a beautiful moment for the two, but everything goes grim when Prince Aster arrives, praising them in a tone embedded in hate. His presence makes Isabella sick to her stomach. How long has he been standing there? How much has he heard? Not much. But he does know that the two have been a couple long before they made it official, and alleges that he came to give his blessing, although we know that's a lie. In truth, he came to threaten Isabella, telling her that he worries about her mother feeling all alone when she gets married. Turning his attention away from Isabella, Aster focuses on Kaiden, stretching out a hand to greet him as a fake form of acceptance, but he doesn't get a response. Kaiden just stares at him blankly, until Isabella quietly instructs him to respond. When he does, his excuse for not saying anything earlier is that he is nervous with shabby etiquette because of how much time he spent confined to the north. Whether Aster buys the excuse or not is unclear, but he lets the disrespect slide, suggesting they have tea together, to help them get to know each other better. He expects immediate acceptance, but what Kaiden gives is various excuses as to why they can't meet until after the wedding. Him being busy is his major claim, but this is Isabella's first time seeing someone talk to the prince so casually. It's also Aster's first time being addressed like this, but since she is unaware of his plan to handle the prince, she apologizes to Aster on his behalf. If she let things continue, it might be a problem for them, So she silently begs Kaiden to stay quiet, after which she explains to Aster that he is behaving this way because she is shy and unrefined. The man has no fear whatsoever, but her excuse works because of how good her acting is. Since the prince now believes Kaiden isn't all decent, he expresses hope to discuss with him on a day he is. In the end, they've managed to stay under his radar for some time. The prince doesn't suspect anything, no one does, and that's why they are able to see her grandfather a few days later at the Jenkins Manor. The old man is expecting to have a discussion with the couple, together, but Kaiden, being the respectful husband he is, comes up with the excuse of checking out the wine in the cellar to let them talk privately. Alone, the grandfather and granddaughter get to talking. Firstly, Emperor von Leonard offers her tea, then he commends her for keeping her end of the bargain by locking things with House Blake, Kaiden's people. For that, he wants to reward her, offering her anything she'd like. He runs the empire, so no request she makes will be too much, but she'll like to discuss that after she gives him a gift of her own. Eager to receive the gift his granddaughter has for him, he waits, about to sip his tea, only for her to apologize for her insolence. The apology makes no sense initially, until she slaps the cup of tea off his hand and returns to her seat. He has never felt this insulted before, truly, and demands an explanation, yet all she does is tell him to look at his hand. As he observes it, she asks if he can see the crescents and feel the slight heat at his fingertips, and he does, but is at a loss for words. Isabella isn't, though. She boldly informs him that what he is witnessing is the symptoms for Imp's mushroom poisoning. They are mild at first, with effects that are barely noticeable until later on when it gets lethal and leads to death. Her best example is Marquis Richmond, who is in a coma. That shakes the Emperor. He is stunned to hear that the Marquis's condition is caused by Imp's mushroom poisoning, but there's more. Isabella did her research and was able to discover that it was Viscount Harrington who was responsible for poisoning him. Her excuse for knowing about this thing not many people know about is her studies of herbal medicine. Obviously, she can't tell him she read about it from the tragic princess. As for the cure, she gulps some of the antidote she made and gives the rest to him, letting him know that although he may refuse to drink it out of distrust, he could just stay without the tea they serve him. If he does, he'll recover with time. In all, this is a huge amount of information for him to process, and he wants to know why she is so bent on helping him. Her reason is simple: her mother. Should anything happen to him, the Mad Prince is bound to go after anyone who threatens him in order to secure the throne. She needs him to stay alive for her mother's safety. The proud grandfather smirks at how daring Isabella is, but that's not all she had for him. To close things off, she brings out her mother's diary from when she was a little girl and hands it to him. In it, she wrote how much she missed him, along with wishes of health and more. It's enough to make him cry, but he stays strong and silent, processing it all. He isn't done, though, when Isabella invites him to her wedding at the Great Temple next week. She lets him know her mother will be there. As for the wish he offered her, she wants him to come to her wedding next week. He warmly agrees to be there. There is no refusing his granddaughter's warmth. Back home that night, Isabella tells Muser everything. He is impressed, that's for sure, and she is happy about the knowledge she got from the tragic princess. Before going to bed, she wants to look through it, but finds out it isn't in her drawer. Fear grips her instantly. It's obvious someone has taken it. Fortunately for her, that someone is her mother, who is standing there, book in hand. Lily asks her if this is what she is looking for, but she doesn't know how to respond. Her mother is holding the book about her tragic life. She hopes her mother hasn't read it, and she hasn't, because she doesn't need to. Turns out, she died, and got a second chance, just like Isabella. Bomb drop people. Coming back to life alone is rare. A mother and daughter coming back to life at the same time is even more rare. But here's what happened. Just as Lily was about to take her last breath, she made a wish to whoever or whatever was listening, to save her daughter, after which she closed her eyes. In the afterlife, or wherever she was, someone called Lily. It was Hela Lucifer, demon queen and mother of Kaiden. Like Isabella, Lily was given a book by the demon, but this time it was a story about her daughter's life up to her last moment. It also contained detailed information on how Demian, Catherine, and Aster plotted her downfall. Wasting no time, Lily accepted a contract with the demon and was sent back to the past. Everything looked the same, except her daughter Isabella. She began to change, quitting the academy, debuting into high society, meeting Kaiden. The changes made her conclude that Isabella also got a second chance. She kept thinking about when to tell her that she knew everything, and this is her doing it. The thought of this being the same woman she perished with causes Isabella to tear up and eventually apologize for what she calls her foolish decisions that led to Lily's death. She hugs her mother warmly after that, and they console each other. Still, things just got better. They can now join hands to think about the best type of revenge to serve. Since her mother is more fired up than she is, Isabella begs her to calm down. Acting hastily will only put her in trouble. Concerning her safety, she informs her mother of the plan to move her to the north after she gets married to Kaiden. She reveals that she doesn't want her to be alone here, because it's unsafe. Lily, like Isabella, wonders if she won't be an inconvenience to the couple, but calms down when she hears it was Kaiden's idea. Her excuse for going could be that she wants to avoid the heat of the incoming summer. Her goal, when all is said and done, is to make her mother ruler of the empire, and she plans. To show how serious she is about her intentions, she offers to wear her mother the crown, along with a promise that she will make sure her grandfather, Emperor von Leonard, crowns her his successor. Having no other choice, Lily lets her daughter wear her the crown to show how much she trusts her daughter's decision to make her queen. Team mother and daughter are looking strong as it is. Meanwhile, team cheaters are falling apart. Demian no longer sees the need to reply to Catherine's letters and is even against her coming to see him, for fear of his wife noticing them together. He has no idea his time is running out, and Catherine, she is here complaining that him constantly crossing her is the reason why she had to come in person. She feels offended, but he doesn't have to accommodate her anymore, turning on her by complaining that it was she who crossed him by sending her son to propose to his daughter. She begs that it wasn't her idea, but Aster's, yet that changes nothing. Demian rudely scolds her for being the prince's pushover and advises her to start thinking for herself every now and then. To make things clear for her, since she isn't getting his message, Count Collins informs Catherine that the only reason why he entertained her, a lesser version of his wife, is because she was his connect to the prince. He was promised that Aster was going to be the next heir, and gladly stayed in his camp, but since there is no news of that happening, he is leaving their boat. He declares that he no longer has any use for her and is going to put all his hope on his daughter, but the defeated woman is sure he cannot succeed without her. After giving her all to him, he asks her to leave through the back entrance so Lily doesn't see her. That's harsh, even for him. His open defiance will definitely not go unpunished. But Catherine has never been a woman who thought too far. If she did, she wouldn't have organized a gathering a few days later to dish out her revenge. Her guests, the Collinses, Kaiden, and every notable noble family in the vicinity. For entertainment, she wants them to watch a play she masterminded, but Isabella is already bored, trying to figure out what she is up to this time. Her bestie, on the other hand, wants to be sure the antidote she gave him can help Marquis Richmond if he takes it daily. Isabella doesn't hide her disinterest here. She lets him know that whether or not he gives the medicine to his father is up to him. It's not like he doesn't trust her, but he is just being cautious, something even Kaiden is against. He thinks Jeffrey is being ungrateful when he hasn't done anything serious to help out. Cornered, he tries to explain himself, but he is cut off by his mother, who announces that the play is on the autobiography and tragic story of young Lord Bellick, the lewd man who tried to dose Isabella at Aster's party. Him coming into the picture allows her to guess what it might be about. The message becomes clearer after she declares that she hopes the star of the play enjoys it, and a woman dressed to imitate her from that night comes to the stage. By the time the play starts, everyone with a brain can see this has to do with Isabella. They watch Bellick and his actress act like there was a hidden affair, and he felt cheated that she was leaving him to get married to someone else. This is quite a show, so daring that our mistress of revenge approves of it. She had wondered what Catherine had been cooking and can see that her play is already causing a stir, and looks to Kaiden to see how he feels about all of this. At first glance, she can see he is really pissed, plus he asks for permission to devour Bellick. Isabella denies him that, stating that if they react during the play, it'll become the new topic of discussion. The best thing to do is to wait till after, so he has to hold his horses until then. Observing the issue in a new light, Isabella understands that people will always think what they want to think, with or without her giving an explanation. To make sure this works out in her favor, she cooks up a plan, which involves Kaiden sparing Bellick and not wiping his memory. All he needs to do is shake him up a bit and let him go. Once that happens, everything is bound to fall into place. In about an hour or two, the play ends and Bellick, unaware of the target on his back, roams the corridor fulfilled. He is sure that his act will ruin her, considering that to be a fitting payback for the way she spoke to him at the balcony. He is convinced Kaiden will abandon her, along with everyone in the vicinity, leaving her for him. She is attractive, so if that happens, he would waste no time to make her his. A delusional man indeed. He wants to thank the Marchioness for giving him this opportunity, oblivious to the danger lurking behind him, in the form of an offended Kaiden. Since this is their second encounter, he reminds Bellick that he warned him the first time, guessing he forgot since his memory was wiped. He won't make the same mistake twice, as he demonstrates his demonic power with no intention to wipe his memory this time. This is punishment for smearing mud on Isabella's name, so it's personal. For the fun of it, Kaiden permits him to struggle and see if he can escape the grasp of his demonic power or not. Back at the gathering, Isabella moves around unbothered. Her father, we can't say the same for him. He is worried to the bone, wondering why she hasn't tried to give an explanation to rebut the accusations the play laid against her. He is afraid people will begin to gossip, worried Kaiden will cancel the engagement out of fear of scandalous behavior, but she laughs it off. Demian can't understand why. His future son-in-law isn't with her as they speak, worsening his fears. He is certain they've lost House Blake, when Kaiden strolls in acting like nothing happened. In the presence of her father, he showers her with so much love that her father is silenced. He is glad the engagement is still on, no doubt. However, that's not everything. Right on time, Bellick runs through the doors, collapses at Catherine's feet, and starts begging her to save him from Kaiden. He narrates his horrific experience at the corridor, but no one is going to believe he was lifted into the air by a strange force. Worsening his plea is the man he accused blatantly denying the accusations. He only admits to confronting young Lord Bellick, declaring that although he is the son of a demon, it was impossible for him to do everything he was accused of. Continuing, he accuses Bellick of pestering his finance with proposals and claims he let that slide, but such a play was crossing the line. In mere seconds, the crowd turns on Bellic. They accuse him of being crazy, and some feel bad for misjudging Isabella. All his pleas of sanity at this point fall on deaf ears, before Kaiden delivers the final blow by sending him out because he is ruining the mood. Again, the revenge squad wins, but Kaiden isn't done. It is Catherine who organized the play, so he demands an explanation for her slandering his wife. Afraid, the Marchioness begs that she didn't know, lies no one was going to believe, if not for Lily, who pretends to have her back. According to the lady of the Collins household, her best friend wasn't going to purposely try to ruin her daughter's engagement, and she shakily agrees. She isn't out of the woods yet, though, because Lily asks her to apologize to Isabella for organizing the play. Frantically, she does just that, expecting her woes to have ended when Isabella adds another blow, by talking about asking her to come to House Blake after the wedding to organize another play. The theme of the play would be a foolish woman who put herself in hell by attempting to take what wasn't hers. It's an obvious stab at the Marchioness, yet there is nothing she can do about it. The event ended, eventually, wedding preparations continued uninterrupted, time passed, and finally, the day of the wedding arrives. To the maids, Isabella is the most beautiful bride they have ever seen. They are surprised that although they are overly nervous, she doesn't seem to be a bit anxious. Her reason is that it's just a wedding and it'll be over soon, until one maid chips in a discussion about the much-anticipated first night a couple spends together. It's now it dawns on her that although this is a contract, they'll have to get into intimacy. This discovery makes her face burn up, revealing the mood she was supposed to have all along. Could someone save her from this discussion, though? She needs that, and her mother and father come in as the answers to that prayer. They praise her good looks. We all know she is calm, but for her father, she decides to claim she is nervous, baiting him into giving her a pep talk about how she needs to be careful today. It's clear all he is thinking about is his position with House Blake, the only reason why he reaches for a hug. It's his first time trying it, and although she doesn't want it, she reluctantly moves into his arms, after which he finishes his pep talk by urging her not to forget she is a Collins. He wants her to have the name etched into her heart. A small request, really, and all she thinks about when she walks down the aisle, because she will keep that name close until she pushes him into the depths of hell. The wedding continues, vows are read, and it's vivid how nervous Kaiden is when it's time for him to kiss the bride and seal the deal. From the view of the radiant audience, it looks like he goes through with the kiss, but in truth, he doesn't. She thinks he made a mistake, but it doesn't matter. They are officially declared husband and wife. Nighttime arrives, both Kaiden get ready and meet each other when it's time for wedding night festivities. Although they look nervous, Kaiden makes the first move, taking her to bed and making it look like he is about to get busy, before confessing he was joking and leaving her be. They aren't doing anything tonight. He wants her to get her stomach filled, while he sips wine till he is ready to join her in bed. Like the wedding, the first night passes like a breeze, and she realizes that although she slept on the bed, Kaiden took the sofa. This shouldn't bother her, it's only a contract marriage, but she tells herself she doesn't want him catching a cold and goes to tell him to use the bed. On getting there, after saying what she came to say, she offers to leave the room if she makes him feel uncomfortable. Her suggestion, nevertheless, makes him jolt up and ask her to stay, but that makes her pull back. Misunderstanding her reaction, he presses on her staying even after she shares her plan to go for a walk. From his attitude, she guesses he is worried she is offended because they didn't get intimate last night. She isn't wrong, as he pulls her to himself, and apologizes for not consummating the marriage for fear that she wasn't okay with it. He is aware that what they have is a contract, but by revealing his fears, he's shown her that he is unable to read his mind. She wants to know how long he stayed without that ability. He didn't expect her to find him out so soon, but she figured that if he was able to read her mind, he would have seen that she didn't mind intimacy. She was trying to tell him that she has figured him out, but also told him she is cool with intimacy, and that is what he picks, setting a romantic mood and confirming with her if he is allowed to do as he pleases. In the end, one thing leads to another, and the lovebirds consummate, some hours before breakfast with his father, Ethan Blake. The head of House Blake is surprisingly welcoming and wants to know when his in-law, Isabella's mother, is coming to stay with them. According to his daughter-in-law, she'll be moving soon, since preparations for her arrival are complete. All that's left is Kaiden going to get her, since he volunteered to personally escort her. That's okay with Ethan. Nonetheless, what he isn't okay with is the way Isabella is treating breakfast. She has barely touched it. That makes him suspect the food doesn't meet her standards, but she begs him to cancel out that idea. His next guess, now, is the way his son is fervently staring at her. He warns Kaiden to quit it and focus on the meal. As for himself, he is done and wants to go in because he has a headache. He barely touched his food, though, and the butler, Iovan, emphasizes on the physician's warning that he should eat decently. Ethan replies that he has had enough to take medicine with and continues to the door, warning Iovan that if he persists or follows him, he'll personally decapitate him. Yikes, he better back off, because Kaiden's father looks serious. Heeding the warning, the poor guy stays back to address the couple, consoling Isabella for her having to witness that. She assures him all is well, though she wants to know how Duke Ethan is faring. She fears he is unwell, but he is hesitant to speak until Kaiden gives him the go-ahead. Truly, he doesn't know much, but he noticed that Kaiden's father eats less, complains about headaches more, and becomes visibly irritated. The physician failed to notice anything wrong with him, though. Out of concern, Isabella asks if she can meet the man, but she can't, since he went on a vacation some days ago. Nevertheless, he has records she can snoop through. Iovan took a look at it himself, but was faced with too many difficult terms for him to understand. That doesn't discourage Isabella. She loves stuff like that and brags about how she studied medicine back at the capital. Pleased by her portfolio, he hurries to get her the records. But I doubt he'll meet her when he gets back, as Kaiden goes full newlywed mode and tries to get another intimate moment with her. She refuses, outrightly, and life goes on. The Duke remains moody. In the coming days of her observing him, and his condition seems to worsen, but he seems to be at his worst in the mornings. Like the first time they had breakfast together, he easily gets irritated, doesn't eat much, and leaves the table because of a headache, as opposed to evenings when he is gentle. In the evenings, he eats more than he does during breakfast, leaving one big question. What happens at night that has him so pissed by morning? In the process of pondering that question, she ends up walking to the Duke's office and notices something is going on. What could he be doing so late at night? It looks like he is talking to his wife, but that makes no sense to Isabella. We all know she is going to ask him sooner or later, and she goes with sooner, visiting the Duke Ethan in the office the following day. Usually when handling matters like this, she is discreet. But this time she casts out all discretion and straight up asks him if he worked with his wife, then Demon Queen, to bring her and her mother back to life. Her question makes his heart skip a beat, and he requires further explanation, which she gives. Firstly, she overheard his conversation the previous night and is aware he did it with a communication crystal. It was about them making the right choice when they chose to bring back Isabella and her mother. Next is the understanding that for some reason, like them, he was sent back in time. Ethan can see there is no use denying the allegations and admits he didn't think he'd be caught so soon. Nevertheless, he informs her that in this situation, she was the best partner for Kaiden. He has his reasons for choosing her, but for now he wants her to keep all this a secret from his son. He promises to explain everything to her later, which begs the question, what happened to the Duke of the North? She will oblige. She assures him that, but on the condition that he gets enough rest at night. She discovered that his problem is lack of sleep. He spends all night talking with his wife, and that makes him grumpy in the morning. He once compared being forced to eat at torture, yet after taking a nap in the afternoon, he ate freely, proving she is right. Ethan, though grateful for her concern, explains that the time between the two realms is different. In the day, he has a lot of work to do, making nights the best time for him to talk to his wife. That's not a problem for her. She encourages him to share his workload with her and Kaiden. They'll take over House Blake eventually. Getting to know the needful now is very necessary for the future. Ethan thanks Isabella for her insight, promising to do as she has said. The only problem is that she didn't run it by Kaiden, so when he meets her with a bucket load of documents, he panics. "What's all this?" he asks, and is informed that it's the documents she has to review by tomorrow morning. The love-hungry husband had plans for her, but he knows they wouldn't fall through because of all this work she has to do. She claims this is an opportunity to gain his father's favor, and she isn't going to miss it. But Kaiden knows she doesn't need his favor. He goes through the documents himself, nonetheless, stopping when she falls asleep on his shoulder. He knew she needed rest all along and is going to let her have just that, while he runs through all the documents himself. Time passes, morning arrives, and Isabella finally wakes up properly tucked in bed. At first she thinks everything is fine, but then she remembers the documents and panics, scolding him for not waking her when she had things to do. She panics, wondering what she'll tell the Duke after all she said about responsibility, after she had promised to be done with it by morning. Then Kaiden reveals that he went through it all and summarized it for her. She can't believe he did all this so she could sleep, but he obviously didn't do it for free. She has to pay. A kiss and a thank you suffice, and she heads off with the summaries, promising to see him at breakfast. He can't win against this woman, can he? Still, that's not a problem. She is his wife, and they have breakfast as a family not too long after she leaves. At the table, Ethan looks brighter than usual. Guess her help paid off. As for the summaries she submitted, he is pleased by them, noting that she gave some good suggestions to underlying problems. Taking the credit for this won't hurt anyone, honestly, but Isabella doesn't do that. She lets Ethan know that it was Kaiden's work, and he is impressed. She is happy for the father and son, yet that's not all the Duke wants to discuss. He would have discussed it at the table, but it's for her ears only. He needs Isabella to stop by his office later. What they discussed will be revealed to us sooner or later, but time passes and her mother is finally at the Blake estate. She didn't even expect her. She just wakes up to see Lily by her bedside. Happy, but confused, she asks her mother how she got here, and is told that Kaiden did it. She thought he informed her, but what he did was disappear for a few days without telling her anything. She assumed he left because he was disappointed in her, but Lily doesn't see him as that type of person. During the journey to the estate, she could see how much he cared about her daughter, from how he often talked about her and his complaints that she was being very distant. She is certain he loves her daughter. They aren't done discussing, nevertheless, when he runs in because he heard Lily was here, but is shocked to meet Isabella wide awake. The mother, taking this as her cue to leave, sets out, allowing Kaiden and her daughter to discuss. It's been a while they had a one-on-one conversation, so Isabella asks him why he went to the Collins estate without letting her know. Suddenly he switches to puppy mode and complains that he did it because he wanted to get her attention. Lately, she has been neglecting him, and that upset him. Touched by his words, Isabella apologizes for being so caught up with trying to please the Duke that she neglected him. For future purposes, she begs him to let her know where he is going before heading out to a far location, to save her from being worried. She gets all lovey-dovey and begs him to promise he'll be honest with her from now on, and he does. Same rule applies to her too, which is why he uses it immediately by asking her if she slept in his bed because she missed him. So that's why he ran into the room when he heard his mother-in-law was there. Embarrassed by the truth, Isabella lies that she was deep in thought on his bed and accidentally fell asleep on it, nothing more. He can see that she is lying. Even so, he isn't offended. If anything, he is pleased and uses it as an excuse for intimacy. Business as usual continues afterwards, starting with a House Blake, House Collins breakfast. I can't believe they let Demian tag along, but Ethan welcomes them both regardless. Demian, the only one in the dark, declares that they are here only to spend the summer because his wife doesn't do well in it. He is nonetheless happy about the hospitality he has received, as well as the dishes he has enjoyed. Demian silently basks in the glory of being acknowledged. Astor never treated him this kindly. All he did was belittle him, yet he isn't satisfied. He is unable to hide how greedy he is by bringing up the Mana Stone mine management rights Ethan gave Isabella as a wedding gift. Playing along, Duke Blake declares that if she succeeds, he'll transfer the rights to the rest of the mine to her, news he wants to hear. He smiles deceitfully, thinking his daughter charmed the Duke faster than he expected. He is satisfied that she is more useful than he expected, waiting until after breakfast before approaching her for what he calls a long-overdue father-daughter conversation. Aware of what he has in mind, Isabella plays along, asking her father to give her some minutes to handle work and get back to him. Waiting is not a problem for Demian, but after 2 hours, he starts to suspect he is being kept to wait on purpose. By the end of the 2 hours, Isabella finally shows up. She apologizes for keeping him waiting, blaming it on how busy she was. Deciding not to eat into her time any further, Demian cuts to the chase, by offering himself up as a worthy distributor for the mana stones she is managing. All he needs are distribution rights. He reminds her that this was her idea from the start, and he has spent a fortune purchasing mana stones just in case. To Demian, this is his right, sadly. That's not the case. Isabella plainly tells him that she is looking for a worthier distributor. A house with more class to reach other distinguished houses. House Collins, an isolated nobility in high society, isn't what she wants to do business with anymore. Those brave words set Demian off. He is offended that she is singing a different song, when he had sold off all his other businesses for this opportunity and his trust for her. He gets so high and mighty that he forgets he needs her. The agitated look on her face simply tells him to know his place, prompting him to adjust and apologize. The proud count switches back to begging, listing all the ways House Collins can be of help to her. It has the geographical advantage, skilled craftsmen, and its connections with House Blake. Little does he know that she is measuring the right time to agree, in furtherance of her revenge. This might be it. He looks desperate enough. On that note, she brings out a document for him to sign. It marks the beginning of their agreement and also stipulates a fee Demian needs to pay for the gemstones to allow them begin working together. He hurriedly takes the contract, scheming through it confidently, up till he gets to a clause listing an unimaginable sum of money she wants him to pay. For his sanity's sake, Demian wants to believe she got the digits wrong. His daughter couldn't possibly expect him to pay that much. She does, forcing him to try to argue the price, to an extent. He ends up agreeing and signing the document moments later, when she brings in a new clause into the discussion, exclusive rights to their mana stones going forward, if business with him is profitable. His greed will come back to bite him later, but for now, everything looks peaceful, up till that night after dinner where Isabella is running through the halls with Muser as her guide. She has no idea where they are going, why they are in a hurry, or who she has to dress so formally to meet, but all the cat tells her is that they have to be decent around in her presence. Nothing he is saying makes sense until she is standing before the demon that brought her back to life. Isabel is too stunned to speak, remaining silent until Hela asks her how she has been. Avoiding the question, she goes straight to the point and asks the demon what she is doing here, only for Muser to bow and welcome her. He calls her the Demon Queen. The title helps Isabella know that this is Kaiden's mother. Her next plan is to correct her indifference, yet she isn't given that opportunity. Before she can say anything, Hela hands her the toddler she has been carrying all along, introducing the tiny girl as Lahel, Kaiden's kid sister. Isabella confirms that this child and Kaiden both look like her, meaning she is truly their mother, which should be fine if not for the request she made to her in the afterlife. Remember when she boldly asked Hela to allow her to use her son to get the revenge she desired? Well, even though she got her permission to use him for a year, she suddenly feels like a terrible daughter-in-law and switches up addressing her as mother, to soothe her. Fortunately for Isabella, the Demon Queen loves this title. It doesn't feel as awkward as she expected it to be. In any case, they've gotten acquainted. Now she lets her curiosity take the lead. Why does Hela want Kaiden to become Demon King in her place? Why did she abandon him as a child? She wants to know this now and many more, but she doesn't fail to tell her that her son still thinks she abandoned him. Additionally, no matter what her position was, it doesn't change the fact that she heard him and she agrees, deciding that it's best they sit to discuss, with the time they have until the break of day. When they finally do, Hells takes everything to the top, the beginning of her union with Ethan. On paper, it was called a marriage alliance between the legend and the demonic world to stop the war, but in truth, it was very close to captivity. Hela admits that she was aware that if the war started again, she was as good as dead. Her warmonger brother didn't get the memo and wanted her out of the picture because she was against his warlust. He sent Hela, a demon, to become the wife of Ethan, the demon slaughterer, hoping he'd kill her. But that's not what happened. The thing is, Hela already knew her chances were slim, but she came anyway because a union with Ethan gave her a chance to overthrow her brother. It's safe to say she planned to use him, but in the end she fell in love with him and him with her. It was for her sake that he decided to launch the final war against her brother, but they had to wait for Kaiden to grow up a bit before they launched the attack. This gave them more time to prepare, and they did it meticulously, finally launching their attack when the time was right and winning the war. You'd think that was the end. It wasn't. The demon world was thrown into chaos. Rebellion began, and soon her family's safety was threatened. She loved her husband and son dearly, but she had to choose between suppressing the rebellion and protecting them. She couldn't do both. Plus, by stomping out the rebellion, she was indirectly protecting her family. The worst part was she couldn't communicate with them until she was done, and that took a while. What she got to compensate for her efforts was unimaginable power and a daughter with Ethan, but Kaiden still remains an issue to her. He is half human, half demon, but he has unimaginably strong demonic powers. She didn't foresee his strength or his stubbornness, as he refused to accept his demonic heritage. Hela hoped he'd come around with time, but he chose to suck up the pain he was suffering and imprison himself in the tower. His story ended when the demonic mana he was surprising exploded, killing him in the process. Hela confesses she sent Isabella to him to save him from that fate, but she wants to know why she was the chosen one. The Demon Queen has two reasons. One is that she fits all the requirements, and two is that Kaiden wanted her. How could a man she never met until the tower have wanted her? Hela doesn't answer that, going on to explain that she overused her mana to send them back in time. That puts her on a time limit, forcing her to try to scrape together every last drop of strength she has to maintain her mana. In other words, she is weak right now, and there is need for a new demonic lord to be crowned before the low-life demons rebel again. Her best choice is Kaiden, who had been looking for Isabella and accidentally stumbles upon her discussing with his mother. He overhears the final parts of their conversation, standing still in shock, as they continue, unaware of his presence. Hearing that Kaiden has to go to the demonic world against his will sounds cruel to Isabella. She wishes there's a way out for him, but he doesn't wait for that to be discussed. When he demands to know what is going on, he is annoyed by the presence of his mother and Lehel, who just woke up, so Isabella tries to calm him down, offering to explain everything to him. Kaiden refuses to listen. He feels betrayed and accuses Isabella of trying to use him the whole time. Faced with no other choice, she explains everything to him, but hearing that his mother and father knew about everything while he was in the dark doesn't sit well with Kaiden. He plainly asks her if she had fun watching him try to please her. He isn't just sad because they kept him in the dark, but also because he felt she was on his side, suspecting she wasn't Sting's. Looking back, their union didn't start with emotions, but their goals. He is reminded that it has and will always be a contract, meaning he is the one to blame for developing feelings for her and thinking they'd be together after the contract. He scolds himself for thinking they could have a happy future, and concluding she was his, disregarding his so-called one-sided affection, as he now groups Isabella with his mother, the woman who abandoned him. He believes she has come to the human realm to take him to the demon world. Sure, he never expected much from her, but he thinks this is too low. Even for her. His words undoubtedly hurt Hela. Even so, she attempts apologizing to him only to get cut off halfway. Kaiden doesn't want an apology. He doesn't want to be treated like a puppet, and most of all, he doesn't care about the demon world. He wants her to handle her problems by herself, leaving him out of it. As for Isabella, he makes it clear that he wants no part in her revenge or pretending to be a family. His words crush her, yet they don't get to talk things out, because he leaves the estate and returns to his Tower of Solitude in the north. There, he spends his days gulping various bottles of booze, to the extent that he loses track of time. One night, when he is a bit sober, Ethan goes out to get some fresh air, only to be confronted by the moon. It's the same as it was the night Isabella crashed into his life. Then he thought she was an angel that had come into his life. She was that bright and beautiful. To think her cruelty matched her beauty annoys him. He consoles himself, regardless, with the thought that it's all over. He is willing to move on, however. The universe isn't done with them. It sends him a vision of him as a child crying about missing Isabella. It makes no sense initially, but while he looks into the deeper meaning, life goes on at the estate. A week after Kaiden left the mansion, everything became dull quickly, and although the maids didn't say it to her face, they accused her of not caring about Kaiden because she looked unmoved by his disappearance. They thought she was just another noble playing pretend, and that made her sick. There is one person she can talk to about this, though, Ethan, so she spends her afternoon having tea with him. For most of it, she is lost in thought. When she finally snaps out of it, she asks how Hela and Lehel are faring and is told they are outside playing. They'd been cooped up in their room for a while, so they needed the break. As for Kaiden, she advises him not to worry, speculating that he is in his magic tower up north. That being said, She has a question for Ethan. It's about the Duchess. She'll like to know if he resented her when she disappeared, and he did. The way he saw it, he was charmed by a demon and left to be a single father. That hurt, but he consoled himself with the thought that he was her only contract partner. He had faith in the contract and waited for her. Contract? She didn't know of any contract between the two, until he explains that they agreed to be each other's lifelong partners. He knew how good demons were at keeping promises and fulfilling contracts. That helped him sleep better at night. Kaiden, being a demon himself, is bound to the same fate. He cannot escape his own contract. Ethan is sure he'll be back in no time. How long will she have to wait, though? That night, all she can think about is the lifelong contract between the Duke and the Demon Queen. She asks herself if she can stay with him if they agree to a lifelong contract, as opposed to their earlier agreement that only spans for a year. When time elapses, she isn't sure she can let her man go. It's not just because of how useful he is to her, but also because she misses him. He guesses that too. When he glides into the room, casting out all her thoughts, Isabella rushes to him and apologizes for deceiving him. Even if it's too late, she wants to give reasons for her actions. Shockingly, he refuses, suggesting intimacy instead, since according to him, that's more interesting than talking things out. This is the first time he is being so vulgar, but then again, isn't him? Isabella can tell. So she pulls its hair and demands it reveal its true identity. The creature stays adamant, refusing to budge, until she calls it what it is, an incubus. It is surprised she found it out so quickly, but it refuses to give up and tries to convince her to spend some time with it. It knows she misses her husband's face and wants to be a replacement for the night, but she kicks it, declaring she doesn't have time for cheap replacements. Having its heart and body hurt by Isabella, the low-level demon is annoyed and lunges at her, trying to squeeze life out of her, when she musters strength to call to Kaiden. In no time, her husband answers her call, driving a blade into the back of the creature and saving her in the process. For its insolence, he considers wiping out all incubi, but that'll have to wait. Checking on his wife is much more important. He confirms that she is okay, but in the process, he disregards the incubus and lets it escape. She thinks that was a bad idea, but he doesn't, shifting focus from the creature to their union. She admits she didn't think he was ever coming back, but Kaiden sees himself as a fool, not only because he left someone as precious as her alone, but also because he forgot how long he waited for her. Having no memory of them ever meeting, she seeks clarity, which he freely gives, in the form of a story about his past experience. He was a child at the time, feverish and all alone in his room, while his father hosted guests from the capital. No one noticed the condition he was in except a little snowflake, who stumbled upon his room and met him hyperventilating. To his surprise, she took care of him and assured him everything was going to be fine. He can't forget her touch from that night. It made that day the happiest days of his life. By morning, he was better and set out to look for her, only to hear that the guests had left. He was devastated, but had faith, exercising it by constantly bothering his father about his desire to marry that girl. She still can't believe that girl is her, but it helps explain what his mother meant when she said that he always wanted her. She doesn't remember it though, it was so long ago. Kaiden admits that it slipped his memory as well when his mana went haywire. He only remembered recently and is glad that he is with her again. He'll never let her go, unlike last time. Well said. Still something doesn't add up. Just to be sure, she asks Kaiden if they are in her dream. She guessed they are, because incubus only attack people in their dreams. He agrees that they are. He couldn't wake her from the dream, but was able to enter because their mana is connected. Even now, he can't wake her up. That's his. It is for people possessed by incubi, but he promises to find a way to do so. Isabella, refusing to let him do all the work, promises to return to him in the waking world in no time. The couple part ways with an "I love you," after which Kaiden wakes up. Muser, who had been expecting them to wake together, marvels at her not waking up. Unknown to them, the incubus returns to its master and is scolded for failing to handle Isabella and Kaiden. At the manor, days later, the aggrieved husband sits by his wife's bedside fervently, to the extent that his mother-in-law has to bring food for him. He remains reluctant to eat, but doesn't fail to apologize to Lily for not being able to protect her daughter. It's an accident, everyone knows that, and no one is blaming him, but he claims that this wouldn't have happened if he didn't get married to Isabella. Regardless, she refuses to resent him, taking some of the blame upon herself. She permitted her daughter to do this. If he is at fault, she is too. Nevertheless, she had her reasons. Her and Isabella died miserably in their first lives in the hands of her brother and husband. He died too, of demonic mana overload. That's why his mother saved them. In return, they were to not only prevent him from his gory fate, but also make sure Isabella got married to him and they stayed with him until he arose to become the Demon Lord. Even if that's the case, a marriage with Isabella was something he wanted. That's his argument, but she defeats it by claiming that his father must have passed that information to Hela, and that's why she picked them, to use them to her advantage. Still, she burned back a lot of mana to bring them back for this, the only reason why she doesn't have much left. Kaiden wonders why his mother would do something so reckless, but he is speaking to a mother, who is aware that a mother can go to any length to protect her child. The young lad hadn't seen it that way all this time. More so, he doesn't know what his mother has been thinking all along. He'd like to know from Lily, but Lily dodges that by calling in his mother to explain for herself. For some minutes, Hela stands there remorsefully, ready to give him a bunch of honest excuses. Nevertheless, that's not what he wants to hear. What he wants is an apology. He asks for it with tears in his eyes. Hella gives her son a proper apology, throwing in a long hug with it. Everything, reconciling with his mother, plus Isabella being under an incubus spell, makes Kaiden so emotional. It pushes him to the edge. Since the longer his wife stays in this coma, the more likely she is to fall into eternal slumber, he has no choice but to beg his mother for help. He doesn't care where he has to go for Isabella's sake, even if it's the demon world, as long as it'll help him bring her back. He is desperate to save her, so for Muser to hurry in and interrupt their conversation, he must have something important to say. Inasmuch as he understands the position they are in, he advises her not to do this. She hasn't fully recovered from turning back time. This will consume most of the stored-up mana she has left, that's for sure, but she doesn't care. The disadvantages may be glaring, regardless. His decision will help them proceed with the plan earlier than supposed. For his wife, Kaiden is willing to do anything, and offers to help out with his mana, but Hela stops him. She looks towards the future, one where he'll need that mana to succeed her role. He'll also need some of it to protect his wife. To clear any misunderstandings, Hela tells her son that she isn't instructing him as his mother, but as his queen. She explains that he'll have to go into the demon world as soon as possible. He is fine with that. All they need now is to prepare for the journey. That's Muser's job, though. The cat returns by evening with a vial of mana essence made up of his mother's concentrated mana. It's a skill only few great demons possess. Concerned, he asks if his mother is all right. Muser claims she is, but she has to rest after using so much mana. He doesn't want Kaiden to worry. What he wants him to do is to feed the mana essence to his partner, directly. It is to act as an antidote. In a bit, Kaiden comes up with the best way to administer the drug, by drinking it and passing it to her with a kiss. His plan works. She is bathed in pure aura and then she wakes up good as new, happy that he saved her. Kaiden is ecstatic. He hugs her and gets all emotional, apologizing for his absence that led to her getting attacked. The cat, clearly feeling uncomfortable with all the emotions going around, decides to give the couple some space and inform Hela that her daughter-in-law is awake. Just as the cat has news for his mother, Kaiden has a lot to tell Isabella. Starting with his agreement with his mother, that'll mean he'll be going to the demon world soon. He is curious about how she feels about the change in plans, but is stunned when she tells him that she is not only cool with it, but she also wants to revisit their contract and make it a lifelong one. That way they won't have to worry about each other. They'll be connected, and she can wait for him, like his father waited for his mother. Kaiden agrees. Obviously, it's a romantic idea. What isn't romantic is the enemies they haven't handled. He has little time left, and with it, he wants to settle her revenge, help her mother be next in line for the crown, and have some private time together. Things just got a whole lot better, now that there's no secrets between them. Nevertheless, they continue to keep secrets from everyone else, like the true cause of her slumber. Even Demian doesn't know. He had heard from his wife that their daughter was sick and arranges a meeting with her when he discovers she is doing better. You'd think he did so to discuss her well-being, but he didn't. He called for her to talk business, mana business. They are partners to some extent, following the signing of the contract, so he did some thinking about how to distribute the mana stones and came up with the idea of creating demand. He wants to do this by offering the stones to high-profile nobles as a gift. It's a proper investment in his eyes, but she disallows it on the spot. According to Isabella, it's too risky, but for some reason Lily convinces her to listen to him. She asserts that her daughter isn't thinking deeply because she lacks proper knowledge of business, but Demian can't understand why his wife is supporting him. This works together for his good, all the same. Hence his reason for playing along and taking the opportunity he is given to explain his plan. His first target is General Felid. He is popular in high society, and if he likes the mana stones, he'll spread the word, bringing them good business in the process. He also plans to create cosmetic mana stones for women, 2 ideas she approves of. She praises her father for them, making him happy, before telling him about the additional cost of engraving mana. As a man who has lost half a fortune because of this business, he challenges her request for him to pay more money. The reason for the request is that only mages of House Blake are able to engrave their mana stones. If other mages knew how to do it, it'll become too dangerous to export, and that'll be bad for business. This way, the knowledge stays in the house. Everyone has to pay for their work, including him. Demian wishes she told him about this earlier, but she claims she assumed he had prior knowledge. With no other way out, he asks for the amount he is supposed to pay. Funnily, she has a contract made up for him to sign. Isabella brags about reducing the price to the bare minimum, but it's still so much that his hands quake as he holds the contract to observe it. As a last resort, Demian begs for another way out of this. He spent too much money at the start and has nothing left. The backlash of downsizing his other businesses to invest in mana stones. Watching him beg her is supposed to be satisfying, yet she views it as pathetic. Does that stop her? No, it doesn't. In fact, it pushes her to indirectly suggest he take loans. He would, but the Empire's bank is too strict and he is stretched too thin. He can't think of anyone to borrow from, yet she can. The demonic world. She wants him to get a loan from Hela, stating that it'll be easy for him to do that since the queen of the demon world is her mother-in-law. Demian worries that this might be going too far, but she shows indifference, revealing that she is willing to go to another investor if he is too chicken to get the loan. If she does, only he will lose, since she claims she had told House Blake he wanted to do business with them. Isabella makes it seem like him backing out will soil his name as well as rob him of the chance to show how skilled he is. She shares an acclaimed fear that she hoped to see him soar through this chance like the man her mother claims he is. She is merely feeding his ego, it's working so far, but she seals the deal by declaring that if this business succeeds, no one will look down on House Collins again, including Aster. She knows how much he wants that man's respect, and that's what makes him grit his teeth and agree. Later on, he questions his choices, yet it's too late for him to turn back. He says a prayer and goes with the flow, oblivious to the ruin ahead of him. On a lighter note, Kaiden and his sister have some good old sibling confrontation. The little girl is crying because her doll accidentally got torn up by Hela and refuses to listen to his constant assurance that they'll get a new one for her. Lahel goes as far as threatening to unalive him. When he persists, however, Isabella comes in and calms her down by suggesting to fix the doll, or he, Dada, as she loves to call it. Putting her skills into good use, Isabella fixes Dada and goes as far as making a gown for it. Her skills please Lahel, and the child asks Isabella if she'll like to be hers. She promises to take care of her, however, Isabella finds her attitude amusing, at least until Kaiden stops her from discussing with his sister, warning her that if she replies, she will lose control of her body. His sister is a puppeteer, a stubborn one at that. She already considers Isabella to be hers. Kaiden can't have that, especially after his sister threatens to steal Isabella from him. It all started as the usual brother-daughter disagreement. Now he is drawing a sword at Lahel as she controls Dada to unalive him. Hela steps in just in time. She has seen enough and first scolds Lahel for wasting her mana, before she scolds Kaiden for wanting to go toe-to-toe with his younger sister. Him not using mana to attack means nothing to her. For her children's misbehavior, Hela apologizes to Isabella and urges them to leave. She'll handle her daughter, though she is grumpy now and threatens to unalive Kaiden. She'll calm her down in no time. Outside, Isabella thanks Kaiden for saving her. She was so close to responding if not for him. It's a good thing he did, but he had no other choice. It would have been troublesome if his wife became his little sister's puppet. Although she'll very much love to keep talking about this, Iovan comes to her with a letter from Catherine's camp. It's an invitation to her tea party, and its date clashes with the date of the tea party she wants to organize. It's an obvious challenge and the Marchioness's way of trying to show she has a greater position in high society than Isabella. She wants them to be compared by the other noble ladies. The battle line is drawn, but Iovan, unaware of this battle, proposes she change the date of her event. Isabella outrightly refuses. Instead of dodging this battle, she plans to make some adjustments. What does the Queen of Revenge have in mind? Is something to ponder, nevertheless. We don't have to think about it for long. The day of the tea party arrives in the blink of an eye. Like they planned it, all the guests troop in with Catherine leading the flock. In line with the Marchioness's plan, a huge number of the guests write Isabella off as a mischievous and disrespectful woman. To defend her is Catherine, declaring that the girl is just inexperienced. Meanwhile, she secretly smiles at the heat Isabella is receiving. The noble ladies, in response to the act Catherine is putting up, praise her for being a kind, understanding woman. She enjoys the glory, even so it doesn't stop her from noticing one of her associates, Madame Osborne, looks unwell. Playing the concerned noble lady, she asks what's going on with her, shunning her for not telling her she was ill, when she finally opens up. She complains that it is disrespectful to appear the way she is to a social event. As opposed to staying silent, Madame Osborne attempts to make things seem better, by opening up about the medicine she took back at him. This means she'll be good in no time. Catherine's concerned act pays off, hiding how disappointed she is that the dress she ordered from a designer at the capital was denied her and given to someone else. She intended to use that gown to make Isabella look inferior to her and curses the designer for depriving her that joy. If only she knew the lady who got the dress she reserved in place of her. It really bothers her, until Isabella arrives in the said gown to welcome her guests. She can't show how displeased she is, though, and tries to have a proper first conversation with her, as if Isabella would let her off the hook so easily. She cheekily brags about how she got the gown specially for the tea party. Moving on, she suggests they kick things off with champagne and a toast, not something you see every day in a tea party. Catherine thinks this will go to her favor and declares that champagne is too costly for a tea party. Her supporters concur initially, changing their view upon discovering that Isabella is serving angel tears, not just any random champagne. They know it is rare and costs more than a majority of houses in the empire, making this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for most of them. Plus, it isn't just one bottle, it's just enough for everyone, enough for them to cancel their views and join in. Before they start, though, Isabella proposes her mother lead the toast. Lily simply toasts to precious relationships. By doing so, she gains the love of some guests. Besides, the wine meets up with its hype, winning over the hearts of the rest. Catherine, unimpressed, mocks them within herself. She thinks it's petty for them to flaunt money in the name of topping her. Then she tastes the wine. It's so good that the fact that she enjoys it is written all over her face. Isabella had been watching, hopping in immediately to express how glad she is that Catherine likes the wine. She pours her some more wine, after which she welcomes everyone to enjoy the feast she put so much effort into organizing. Catherine, their spokeswoman, complains that their dresses are delicate. A little miscalculation in what they eat could burst the seams. It's a big issue for them. Yet she brushes it off and summons her butlers to give everyone the gifts she prepared. At first glance at what Isabella has to offer, Catherine is awestruck. She refuses to believe that the present Isabella is giving everyone is a Manastone brooch, yet it is. Its worth is unparalleled, but what makes it even more unique is Isabella's claim that it contains magic that will prevent the ladies from adding weight, no matter how much they eat. Except Catherine, who is quacking in the corner, the entire gathering is pleased once again, wasting no time to put their gift to the test by consuming so much. The icing on the cake is how good the food is. Nevertheless, just getting their praises is not enough for Isabella. She approaches her rival, having a fake smile on her face, when she begs her and her acquaintance to use the gift. Catherine tries to refuse, using the excuse of the brooch not matching her gown. Her play doesn't work, she ends up not being able to refuse Isabella. Even though she isn't comfortable with the gift, she is forced to thank her, addressing her as Isabella in the process. That's an error. The new member of the Blake household doesn't tolerate. She firmly corrects Catherine, advising her to address her as a Blake next time. She'll remember to do that, surely. Nonetheless, the embarrassment she has received so far makes her uncomfortable. She is left speechless and under her rival's radar. She wanted to be the center of attraction, but not like this. Fortunately for her, Madame Osborne's ill health comes to her aid, saving her the instant she collapses. For this to happen at a time like this, when there is no physician around, only Isabella is left to diagnose her. The problem is, Catherine will definitely use her time away to her advantage. She can't help Madame Osborne and stop Catherine at the same time, and in the end, she doesn't have to. Hella swings by to tag in, while Isabella heads in with the sick noble lady. The guests, for the first time, get to experience what it's like to be in Hella's presence, and they are intimidated. Even Catherine is no match for her aura, and she knows it. Still, she walks up to her and asks if she is afraid, informing her that her daughter-in-law had said so much about her, which is why she knows her. The Marchioness, finally at her breaking point, retreats, declaring that she'll be taking her leave, since she has a tea party to prepare for. Hella senses that this might cause the guests to be double-minded, so she decides to deal the final blow by instructing Iovan to bring a wine superior to Angel's Tears. Her guests have never heard of a wine that beats it, but Hella doesn't stop there. She offers to tell them tales about the demon world. We all know ladies love a good story. With this upper hand, the Demon Queen is convinced no one will be coming to Catherine's tea party. She doesn't hide this from her. Still, even though she knows she is lost, she doesn't give up. Instead, she orders everyone to come with her to prevent them from being late to her party. Initially, the only response she gets is their vibe. It makes it clear that they don't want to go, but things get worse for her, when the lady who stood by her at the start of the party retorts that they'll be staying back to check on Madame Osborne. To be betrayed at a time like this is something she doesn't want to take if not for Hella, who kicks her out of the party. As things continue, the Demon Queen hosts some guests outside. Meanwhile, Lily discusses with a few others, indoors. The topic of their discussion is Catherine, how she showed no compassion to a sick Madame Osborne, and how vicious she is. Defending her again is Lily. She tries to tell them that the Marchioness is a good woman, but they are unconvinced. They report to the former princess that Catherine constantly slanders her, spreading gossip and rumors behind her back. As for Isabella, they praise how skilled she is in medicine, for her to have been able to treat Madame Osborne. The young lady is not impressed, though. These women are the Marchioness's followers, and she is disappointed that they betrayed her so easily. Fed up with their two-faced attitude, she steps in to remind her mother that she has somewhere to be. They are curious to know where, and freeze when they hear it's Catherine's tea party. It is supposed to have begun by now, but the only person in attendance is the host. She is so mad that she starts wrecking dishes. She didn't expect her followers to snub her for Isabella, yet she feels uneasy when Lily arrives. Obviously, her showing up with such a bright mood makes no sense. She assumes her old friend came to tease her, but she is bigger than that. Flashing the invitation card, Lily reminds her that she is on the guest list. Aside that, she came bearing gifts. Letters, that she tosses into the air. Letters Catherine recognizes, because they are the love-filled epistles she sent to Demian. Lily asks her how being with him felt, but instead of backing down or apologizing, she gets cocky. Shamelessly, she accuses her old friend of coming here out of jealousy that she stole her husband's love. However, she got it wrong. Lily has no need for the fellow. She is even willing to give him to Catherine, an action the Marchioness doesn't understand. Lily goes on regardless, expressing how glad she is that Catherine took out the trash. The man just doesn't meet her standards. But even after hearing all this, her old friend is in doubt. It turns to fear nevertheless when Lily informs her that besides her not coming to fight for Demian, she didn't come alone. She came with Hella. The same woman who she ran from at Isabella's tea party, in the twinkle of an eye, has her in her arms. Screaming is the first thing that comes to Catherine's mind at this point, but that's exactly what Hella wants. It increases how exciting this is for her. Back to Lily. Once the Marchioness is restrained, she slaps her for messing with her daughter, after which she leaves her to the Demon Queen, urging her to do as she likes with her victim. Before things even get messy, Catherine's scream tears through the peace of the entire mansion. It's so loud that Jeffrey hears it and asks Isabella if she heard it too. His bestie lies that she heard nothing, even though she knows Hella and her mother are with her at the moment. Continuing with their discussion, the pair go from talking about how good married life is on Isabella to Jeffrey quitting knighthood. Last she checked, that was his childhood dream. She wants to know why he is giving up on it all of a sudden, so he explains that instead of protecting the empire, he wants to stay and protect his father, the most important person to him. In furtherance of that, he wants her to keep his father's recovery a secret. Yes, her antidote worked. Marquis Richmond woke up, but what Jeffrey keeps telling everyone is that he is still in a coma. He brought her here because his father wanted to talk with her and allows him the privacy to do that. First things first, Isabella wants to know if Jeffrey told him about the cause of his illness. The Marquis reveals that he hadn't, but his only suspect is Catherine. He'll get to her later, but for now he wants to thank Isabella. He confesses that he is indebted to her, meaning she can ask him for anything without hesitating. Yeah, we know she has never hesitated, hence her reason for making her request at the spot. What she wants is him. A daring request indeed, given that Richmond is an enemy of House Collins. Well, the enemy of her enemy is her friend, right now. She needs this friend to deal with Aster. She is aware of the bad blood between House Richmond and the Crown Prince. Once upon a time, they were political allies. Things got sour due to constant clashing of views between the two. Aster, to solve their dispute, decided to take Marquis Richmond's life and his political influence in the process. That's why he ended up in a coma, and that's why he has to help her. He has no other choice. If they find out that he is awake, they'll try to get rid of him. She is the only one who can save him. Understanding this, he asks her what she has in mind. Whatever it is, she told him, we'll find out later. For now, after she has revealed her idea, she leaves, bumping into Jeffrey at the door. She wants to know if he has been there the whole time. He reveals that he did, before handing her some documents. In the documents is a way to tackle his mother and stop her totally, while also protecting his father. He hates to admit it, but he is certain she has lost her mind. That's why he is doing this, and that's why he gave her the love letters between his mother and her father. Isabella is actually touched by this, but he urges her not to worry. He is glad he knows the truth. Plus, he wants her to succeed in whatever she is trying to do. The man is loyal, she deeply thanks him for that. In another part of the mansion, the following day, Hella sits all ruffled up and annoyed that Lily and the Demon Queen handled her. They gave her a hell of a day, yet that's not the end of her woes. A maid runs in frantically, with a newspaper in hand for her, even after she ordered everyone to leave her be. An angered Catherine threatens to deal with her if it turns out to be something unimportant, but before she can finish the threat, she freezes. In the paper, and in every paper being circulated in the Empire right now, is the truth behind Jeffrey's birth. The printing presses get it out there as quickly as possible that Jeffrey's real father is Count Collins. He is the product of an affair that began long before he was born and continued long after his birth. To prove this, a certificate of paternity discrepancy that was recognized by the temple was revealed. She rips the paper to shreds, but thousands more still roam the Empire. Who could have done this? Catherine asks herself, recalling that the certificate can only be given to the relevant parties. It then dawns on her that this is her son's doing. She concludes that he is a fool trying to ruin his own future. Even so, she thinks she can salvage the situation. To do that, she'll have to head to the Collins estate. Unlike how lousy the central city is right now, things at the north are calm. Lily gets to host some noble ladies. Everything is wonderful, except for Isabella. She worries so much about Jeffrey that her mother has to check on her to see if she is okay. She claims she is unaware of the drama lurking until Eovan informs them that Catherine is here. They weren't expecting her, but accommodate her regardless, just to hear what she has to say. Before giving her a chance, though, Lily confronts her, stating that she doesn't remember inviting her for the gathering and didn't even expect her to be here after she read the letters. Catherine, always having a card up her sleeves, falls to the floor weeping and complaining about how she was okay with being slandered, but isn't okay with what she did to her face. In everyone's presence, she reveals her bruised cheek, causing the guests to worry that she actually laid hands on her and probably cooked up the article about Jeffrey. Poor Catherine. She is sure she has the upper hand here, and there is nothing the naive princess can do against her who survived in high society for this long. She is wrong, nonetheless. Instead of cowering, Lily leans in and lets her know that she is aware this cockiness is coming from the fact that she had destroyed the love letters. She assumes Catherine thinks she has no other proof, but shows her how wrong she is by telling her that the letters she flaunted before her were just elaborate handwritten copies. As for the originals, she pulls them out of her purse for everyone to read, as she pretends to be hurt. The ladies share the letters among themselves and read each one with disgusted looks on their faces. They can't believe she sent such an indecent letter to her friend's husband, and wonder why Lily forgave her. If it was them, they wouldn't have. They are annoyed. Lily smacked one of her cheeks, confessing they would have done worse if they were in her shoes. To everyone's hearing, the former princess establishes once more that she has forgiven her sly friend. She does, however, want her to beg someone else for forgiveness. Stunned, Catherine asks who she is talking about. Just then, Marquis Richmond welcomes himself into the drama. The guests are surprised to see him, after they heard he was bedridden with an illness. They can't tell why he is here, but Jeffrey is by his side. The look on Isabella's face shows she didn't see this one coming. He comforts her with a nod, leaving her to watch everything unfold without her saying a word. In the middle of all this is Catherine. She can see she is in a serious pickle, yet when he asks her to tell the truth, She continues with her lie that Jeffrey is his son. Watching her holding on to her lie and asking him not to deny their son reminds the Marquis of the conversation he had with Jeffrey, the day Jeffrey told him he wasn't his son. He remorsefully begged for forgiveness, and today, Richmond accepts him as not just his son, but also his sole heir. Catherine is relieved to hear that, until he denies her membership of his house and opens up about his plan to divorce her. He can't believe she thought he'd forgive her, but after saying what he has to say, he turns to leave. Even though she is cornered, Catherine refuses to give up. She begs him to listen to her, claims it's all a misunderstanding and she was framed. All lies that he is fed up with. To silence her once and for all, Marquise Richmond tosses the empty bottle of poison at her feet. Seeing it sends chills down the spines of the guests. For her sake, Jeffrey gives her one last chance to pipe down, confess, and apologize. He didn't expect her to toss it back at him like she did by keeping up with her lie, but since she does, he reveals how disappointed he is in her. He goes on to disown her and wish to never see her again, a decision that makes her collapse in guilt. This breaks Catherine, taking away all her will to keep fighting. Her partner in all this, Demian Collins, is busy begging his wife, as he desperately tries to pin everything on Catherine. He argues that Jeffrey being his son is a lie and accuses the former Marchioness of being delusional. He further claims that she is the one who approached him, and also did all she did to get his attention, but he didn't budge. Even after Lily informs him that many people had seen him with Catherine, he hangs on to his story. Demian goes as far as alleging that the proof of paternity was forged. Many people in the temple could do anything for a little money, he says. Meanwhile, deep down, he knows it's all true. Still, it's his word versus hers, as there is no solid evidence. Lily begs to differ, suggesting a new paternity test be done. She asks for Isabella's opinion on this. Demian, who didn't see her come in, asks what she is doing here. Isabella replies that she came to be with her mother, out of worry that everything that happened earlier was too much and she'd be in a terrible mood. Returning to Lily's suggestion that he do the paternity test, she supports her mother, claiming it'll help clear the rumors. She says she is willing to talk to Jeffrey and get him to do the test, if he is ready. But Demian simply says he has urgent business to attend to, and leaves, promising to discuss this another time. He thinks he's gotten away with this, but he isn't smart. Neither his wife or his daughter is impressed by how shallow he is. It's so bad that Lily wonders how she got married to him. Nevertheless, she is fine. She doubts her daughter is, though, from the way she looked at Jeffrey pitifully, but Isabella refuses to admit it. Besides, that isn't important. What is important is Lily's desire to get a divorce. She doesn't mind doing it now, whereas Isabella wants to save that, the most delicious part, for last. She advises her mother to do it right after she is reinstated as princess. She knows her father and is aware that her mother returning to royal status will please him greatly. Tossing him away then will crush him, leaving him with that glimpse of happiness for the rest of his miserable life. Isabella wants to deliver the final blow herself. On a calmer note, some days later, she, Lahel, and Hela have lunch together. Unlike last time, Kaiden's sister is friendly, offering Isabella food and calling her Bera. Her kindness may be adorable, but her face is even more adorable. She looks a lot like Kaiden. The resemblance makes Isabella wonder if her own children will look like Lahel or her husband. It's a nice thing to look forward to, until she recalls he'll be heading to the demon world soon to reign over it. For someone who knows what family does to a person, she fears he won't want to have kids with her, to prevent himself from having any weaknesses. Interrupting her train of thought is Hela's complaints. The Demon Queen just remembered that there'll be a conference between the demon world and some continents, in some days' time. Prior to that, she needs to resolve all the territory issues and return to the demon world. Isabella assumes the territory she is talking about is middle ground, a plot that humans and demons especially fought over during the war. She isn't wrong, nonetheless. As the war ended, demons encroached more and have taken over the land, making it unsafe for humans to wander by. She didn't want to do anything about it, but recently some civilians were kidnapped from that area, so she has to intervene, even though she is going to have Kaiden do it. The plan is to find the abducted people and come to an agreement with the demons, to prevent any more abductions in future. Returning to the conference with the demon world and the continents, Hela sees only one problem to their peaceful negotiation: Aster. She is certain he'll be there to represent the Empire, and he despises the demon world, meaning convincing him will be difficult. Isabella has an idea, though. An idea that Aster meets with his father later in to discuss. See, Isabella convinced Hela to tell her grandfather, Emperor von Leonard, to send her mother in Aster's place. He doesn't like it, but all the Emperor has to say is that the demon world requested her, and he saw her as fit to represent them, because it was she who settled the dispute between the Empire and the demon world during the war. Aster claims to understand that, but reminds his father that his sister is still a mere countess, giving her no right to meddle in imperial matters. The Emperor accepts that she is of a lower status, a problem he can solve by reinstating her. The prince doesn't like the sound of that. Right now he feels underappreciated, losing favor to someone who was dethroned long ago. He begs his father to notice him as his son and at least give him an opportunity, but he isn't having it. He strictly warns Aster to stop addressing him like he is a fool. He is aware he eliminated his first son to take the throne, but declares that didn't stop him from giving him opportunities and chances, which he failed to utilize. This one is his last chance, though, Emperor von Leonard warns, assuring him that if he crosses the line some more, he may not be able to forgive him. He wants Aster to continue living his life, but as one who doesn't exist, and he leaves him with that. The Emperor should know his son well enough to understand that he will not give up just yet. In fact, he is hell-bent on making sure his father regrets talking to him about a last chance. Anyways, the day of the conference finally arrives. To the surprise of all in attendance, it isn't Aster who shows up to represent the Empire, but Lily. Her attendance sparks so many postulations, with all pointing at how Lily must have been reinstated. She hasn't, but it's getting to that. Not too long into the meeting, they all forget she was dethroned to begin with, as the skills she uses to lead the meeting are top tier. When it gets to the point where they have to discuss the abducted humans, middle ground, the independent demons that conducted the abductions, and the regulatory council Hela plans to dispatch to it, Lily backs her. Her support leads not only to a proper agreement between the continents and the demon world, but also the peaceful closure of the conference. Following the end of the meeting, Hela shows how impressed she is with Lily's leadership. She is the best royal she has seen in a long time, but that's not all. Added to this, she reveals that she plans to clean out the monsters and demons in Middle Ground, and then return to the demon world. At Middle Ground, Kaiden and his men are busy carrying out his mother's will. Although one is surprised that a mother will send her newlywed son to do this much work, the son is busy missing his wife. It's been days since the expedition started, yet what continues to get him going is the lucky charm of a handkerchief Isabella gave him before he left. Recounting what transpired that day, he remembers her saying it was handmade by her. That warmed him up, coupled with her talk about the superstition that carrying one's wife's handkerchief to battle could protect the warrior. He got all touchy-feely after that and promised to come back fast and in one piece. His comrade is visibly disturbed by all the love talk and finds a way to distance himself from him. But that changes nothing. He is tired of staying without his wife and is convinced to go see her when he sees a bush of daisies. He is bummed when he arrives, though, because she is asleep and he doesn't want to wake her, but is bewildered by how amazed he is every time he sees her. To him, everything about her is pretty, but by observing her for too long, he accidentally wakes her. Amidst drowsiness, she asks him if he has returned for good, but he doesn't respond. His focus is on her bandaged hand, the result of her efforts in making the handkerchief. If he had known she'd get hurt, he would have stopped her. Her injuries make him feel selfish, because he was so busy being happy about the handkerchief that he didn't notice her scars. To calm him down, she suggests intimacy as her cure, one he doesn't argue against. He is so in love with her. Meanwhile, her worst enemy sits in solitude in a monastery. She hasn't eaten in days, causing the nuns to worry about her and why she, a noblewoman, came so far. Their views change, nevertheless, when a nun who knows her story decides to share it with the others. The story about her affair with her friend's husband, that she refused to admit to, which got her chased out. In her darkest moments, it's ironic that all Catherine can think about is Demian, not her son, not Marquis Richmond, Count Collins. She sits miserably, longing for his arrival, when Aster arrives to see her. The sly man points out how terrible she looks, yet that doesn't concern her. She asks him about Demian, convinced he hasn't abandoned her. Aster uses this weakness to his advantage and claims Demian sent him. She is glad to hear this, happy he hasn't forsaken her, only for Aster to offer her medicine in the name of her not being well. For someone who has done business with him, she knows better than to trust anything he gives her, but there's nothing she can do. She can't resist him, he easily overpowers her, and successfully gives her the drug. Because of it, she loses all control over her body, becoming his puppet. One he instructs to kill Lily in the name of her being in the way of her love for Demian. It's tragic but true that her love for the man is the reason why she did everything she did. Days later, Lily is at the palace awaiting her restoration to imperial status. She is eager, for sure, but her new followers, Mrs. Osborne and the old followers of Catherine, already consider her to be a princess again. They praise her for being the most cherished woman in the empire at the moment, and for her beauty, among other things. Kaiden, arriving right on time, shares with her his intention to escort her to the palace. This is a special day for her, one where she is most vulnerable, so it's necessary that he stay by her side and protect her. He is worried about her, he reveals, making her conclude that a worried son-in-law is better than a husband. She thanks him for caring about her and allows him to walk her out. Minutes later, she is being reinstated in front of everyone, thinking about how all that has been on her mind since she came back is her reason for wanting to be a princess. She first thought it was for revenge's sake, or to gain power. Later on, she discovered that it was so she could look her father in the eye, apologize to him, and tell him she loves him. It's all that clouds her mind, to the extent that she doesn't even notice when she is being reinstated. She is just focused on his proud smile. Everyone congratulates her. Nevertheless, Isabella waits until they are all done, before she approaches her to do same. Now they've regrouped, all Lily wants to do is head back to the mansion and rest. She would have loved to greet her father, but he is too occupied with guests. If she were to approach him, she'd be swarmed with attention. She doesn't want any more of that. She'll fix a meetup with him later. Since there's nothing left to do, the three head back to the Blake mansion, only to be stopped at the gate by gleeful citizens. They are all happy to see her, congratulating her because of her restoration, and also because of the article the newspapers have on her today. They highlight all her good deeds, including her excellence at the Demon World Conference and how she fought for the release of the kidnapped citizens. They contain her love for her people that moved the Emperor to fight for her reinstatement, and how she lost the crown because of her marriage to Demian, although it didn't stop the Emperor from longing for her. Still on the papers, Demian's infidelity is captured. Isabella is pleased by the papers that increase the people's love for her mother, because she is the brain behind the articles. Lily thanks her for doing this and helping her witness the sight of the citizens praising her. She is moved by their love and steps in to greet them, even after Kaiden warns against it. Her reason is that it'll be rude to leave like them hanging. They did come all this way to see her. For her safety, he continues to stand guard and everything is perfect. If only times like this last forever. Sadly, they don't. Everything starts to crumble as fast as it began, starting from an explosion that happens close by. Word arrives that it came from a bomb, so everyone scrambles. Kaiden, refusing to take any chances, attempts escorting Lily out, but he isn't fast enough. Catherine beats him to Lily, leaving a mark on her with a blade. In seconds, she is on the floor and Isabella is horrified. Her mother received a cut to the neck. She survived, though. The immediate medical attention she gets ensures that the physician explains that the cut alone was not lethal, but the poison on the knife worsened things. He doesn't fail to acknowledge Isabella's swift application of first aid that contributed to saving her mother's life. Of all the people in the room, Demian is most joyful. He suddenly wants to be with his wife, and when the Emperor rushes in to see her, he tries to be the center of attraction. He is glad she has been reinstated, but no one cares what he thinks. Once Emperor von Leonard gets the report from the physician, he asks everyone to leave. Isabella is willing to do so, immediately. But Demian isn't, still playing the good husband. His daughter eventually gets him to leave. Nonetheless, giving von Leonard time with his daughter. It's the first time in years since he got this close to her, and he puts that on himself. He recalls how she was always with him when he needed comfort, but curses himself for failing her when she needed him too. He is sad he wasn't able to protect her, and weeps uncontrollably. Poor guy. He thinks he failed her. Meanwhile, she thinks she is to blame. Looks like she has been awake for a while, but that doesn't matter. She apologizes to him and asks for a hug. He wastes no time in fulfilling her wish, and they bond. Outside, Isabella is alone deep in thought. Kaiden eventually stops by and snaps her out of it by asking how she is doing. Since her well-being isn't her concern right now, she ignores the question, replying with a request to know Catherine's whereabouts. According to Kaiden, she is in jail right now. Too many witnesses spotted her, disallowing her the opportunity to dodge this one. They don't know she was drugged. Even if they did, it doesn't matter. What matters is that she put the princess in danger. Isabella should blame the woman for it, but she doesn't. Instead, she thinks she's at fault here. She thinks her mother got hurt because she failed to protect her. Kaiden, tired of listening to her blaming herself, stops her to remind her of all she did to protect the same person she thinks she hurt. He thinks she saved Lily. Even after the attack, if she hadn't been there, her mother would have surely passed away. But she was there. Kaiden ends his speech by telling Isabella that it's normal to feel like it's your fault when you are about to lose something special. His assurance helps Isabella feel better. Nevertheless, what really heals her is getting word that her mother is awake. She doesn't think twice. She just runs as fast as she can to her and hugs her. When the hug ends, Lily formally thanks Isabella for saving her life. It's what she needed to hear. It's all bliss in the Blake estate, but there isn't any of that in the prisons. The only thing there is sorrows and hopelessness. No wonder Catherine desperately begs Aster to save her. The ruthless man, unconcerned by how bad a condition she is in, expresses how disappointed he is in her. It's fine, though. She accepts her fate, not Jeffrey's. She starts begging him to save her son. Has she forgotten he is a snake? Maybe she has. If not, she won't be relieved when he agrees to help. Her hope is short-lived, in the end, fading away as Aster demands she take poison and offer up her life, in exchange for her son's life. He knows this is hard for her, but is convinced she'll do anything for her precious child, and that's exactly what plays out. She takes the poison, allowing him to commend her for her hard work and leave, knowing he has no loose ends to worry about. On the other hand, in her final moments, Catherine's life flashes before her eyes, starting from the day her mother let her know she didn't have time for her and suggested she be friends with Lily. See, her mother was the palace nurse, so taking her daughter to the palace wasn't a problem. Her becoming friends with Lily wasn't difficult, but with time, she couldn't stop herself from hating Lily. Her reason was that the princess always got what she wanted, while she wasn't recognized by anyone. As they grew together, her mother, friends, and eventually Demian only focused on Lily. Losing so much made her determined to make her best friend experience what it felt like to be stolen from. She may have succeeded in Lily's previous life, however, in this one she is left to perish with the sadness that she failed to experience the happiness she always envied. She fought well, but by morning all that matters to everyone is that she's gone. Even the Emperor and Isabella sit to discuss it. He heard it was poison and is of the opinion that someone snuck it in for her, whereas his granddaughter sees it differently. She thinks it was murder, mainly because the same poison on the knife that was used on her mother was the same one that ended Catherine's life, and it wasn't one someone of her class could get on her own. They both suspect that, like the imp's mushroom poisoning, Aster had a hand in this too, yet they can't prove it, so they can't react. For the sake of her mission, she begs her grandfather to calm down, revealing that she called him to discuss their next move. Emperor von Leonard, nevertheless, reveals that before coming, he had expected her to already find a way around this. He recalls what happened to his daughter on the day she got reinstated and refuses to let Aster harm her again. His conviction is fine with Isabella, however. She is sure he won't be coming after her mother anytime soon. A foolish move like that would lead back to him. His best bet is to go after the Emperor, as if he passes away suddenly, someone of the royal family will have to inherit the throne. If that happens, he is bound to be crowned Emperor, because her mother just got reinstated. Understanding where she is driving towards, the Emperor asks her what she has in mind. Isn't it obvious? Name Lily as his successor. He can't believe she is asking him to announce her crown princess, after all she said earlier, until she explains that harm will befall him if there is no heir by the time Aster comes after his life. If there is, then he can't hurry to eliminate the Emperor, since that'll automatically make Lily ruler. She wants him to work on announcing her mother crown princess, while she works on swaying the people to her mother's side. Once she gets that, she wants him to crown her mother. As soon as she is crowned, they are bound to have a small window before Aster hits his next move, but by then she knows she would have uncovered the master of the poisonings. For a second, her grandfather is taken aback at how skilled she is, and admits he is glad she is on her mother's side. He promises to do as she has instructed, and she assures him she'll get to work immediately. At the Collins mansion, Demian hops around happily with flowers in hand. He hopes to give them to Lily, recounting that ever since he was caught cheating, she was holed up in her room. She refused to speak to him and rejected the gifts he gave her. She sent for him today, which gives him every reason to think her anger towards him has subsided. Regardless, he plans to be careful around her, take her on a date or two, and then win her over. She is a key part in his magic stones business, so why not? Count Collins has his future all figured out. However, it is a future he will embark on without Lily. She waited a while, and now she is asking for a divorce. A shocked Demian first dumps his bouquet and tries to contest, but he fails. Claiming that the news of his affair with Catherine was a setup doesn't work out for him, Lily witnessed it herself. One day, before she got her second chance, Lily came home earlier than usual, hoping to meet an empty house. Instead, she stumbled upon her husband and best friend getting intimate. She remembers how miserable she felt that day. Now, watching him try to deceive her again, she can't help but feel even more disgusted by him. She can't believe he would insult her with such a frail attempt to deceive her, like he has done the whole time. All the strength in Demian's voice vanishes. What is left is a shaky tone, for fear that he is about to lose everything. With it, he tries to blame the affair on the royal family, its relationship with the Richmonds and her. Everyone is guilty but himself. He blames Lily for getting disowned by her father. It got him ostracized from high society, and that hurt him. He has the gall to claim that he was only trying to use Catherine to lift their family's ranks, and if it would have gone well, she would have also benefited. He is telling this to someone who lived through and died in a world where he succeeded with his initial plan. He doesn't even stop there. He goes on to claim he loves her, they are a couple, and he doesn't plan to easily accept a divorce. Funny man, she isn't negotiating. This is her giving him a last chance to dissolve the marriage quietly. If he refuses to take it, she doesn't mind filing a lawsuit at the temple. Should that happen, everyone in the Empire will know about their divorce and that he is a scumbag who cheated on the Empire's princess. Upon hearing this, he starts to fret and attempts continuing the discussion, but Lily isn't having it. She dismisses the meeting and informs him that she'll be at the Imperial Palace in the meantime, awaiting his decision. Now, all alone, all Demian can think about is how Lily introduced him to all his Mana Stone investors. If she goes through with the divorce, he is bound to lose those people. He can't let that happen, so he makes up his mind to fight the divorce. He knows Lily would need a more reason than infidelity to get rid of him. The temple cannot force a divorce with just that. Ultimately, he tells himself that Lily just wants to spook him. He intends to seduce her, assuring himself that she really loves him and will come back to him after he shows her staged emotions. He really thinks he has won, till round 2 of his problems walks in the door with Benjamin informing him that the Mana Stone buyers have arrived. Benjamin informs him that they all have something to complain to him about. He hurries to see what the problem is, and they are livid, cursing at him for giving them substandard Mana Stones. According to them, the stones have lost their magic. Whatever they were used to solve ended up getting worse in the long run. One of the investors has his credibility on the line because he gave some of the stones to his friends, and they suffered the same. To salvage the situation, Demian begs them to calm down and explain that he isn't responsible for determining the performance. He only collects the stones, professes them, and sells them. He is a middleman, but that doesn't make him less responsible. From where they stand, he is irresponsible. They bought from him in trust, yet he refuses to take responsibility. They threaten to take back all the money they gave him if he can't do anything about their little problem. Investment funds included. He can't believe they are saying this, but it's a clause he included into their contract himself. As if all this isn't enough, they mention news of Marquis Richmond having Mana Stones of better quality. They do not hide their intentions to do business with him. Demian, who had thought he entered into an exclusive contract with Isabella and the Blakes, can't believe the Richmonds are getting Mana Stone shipments from the same Blakes. Faced with the possibility of losing his customers to the Marquis, he begs them to give him some time to get back to his supplier. They expect a better response from him by then. Many questions run through Demian's mind, like how are his mana stones not efficient while his competitors' stones are, and how are they even selling the stones? The answer to all his questions is Isabella, who he hurries to see at the Blake mansion. The thing is, she isn't even home. Iovan tells him that at the door. He replies that her absence isn't a problem, he came to see the Grand Duke. The butler willingly takes him to see Ethan. On his way there, he starts having second thoughts. He even considers returning and coming back when Isabella is at home. He is so lost in thought that he accidentally steps on a familiar teddy bear, a teddy bear no one in the Blake mansion dares mess with. Does he stop there? No, he picks the bear up, dismissing it as trash since he doesn't recount a memory of any child staying at the Blake mansion. He is stunned, however, when he hears the voice of a little girl say, "Dada." Oh no, that sent chills down my spine. Demian, on the other hand, is just confused. His confusion worsens as Iovan calls Lahel, young lady. He now knows she is the daughter of the Duke and tries to play nice, but she saw him disrespect her best friend. His punishment? Whatever she decides, she isn't forgiving him, beginning his punishment by wrapping his neck with her mana strings. All he can do is beg for help. He is at the brink of death, so he expects Iovan to pull through for him, but the butler knows better than to get involved. For his well-being, he looks away. That would have spelt the end of Demian's miserable life, but Ethan shows up just in time to save him. He asks his daughter to stop and she listens immediately. Then he instructs the butler to heal their guest and escort him to the parlor. It's been a rough day for Demian Collins. He will certainly have nightmares of the smile on Lahel's face for years to come. Later on, Ethan apologizes for his daughter's behavior. He blames it on her upbringing in the demon realm. There they believed that whenever someone touched what was yours, you go for their throat, to pay them back. Count Collins is terrified by those words, but he tries to keep his cool, allowing them to move to the matter of the day, the reason behind his visit. He starts by asking if mana stones usually stop working mid-operation. To reply to him better, Ethan calls for the contract. Iovan hands it to him, and he shows Demian that he agreed to be supplied mana stones that had usage limits. They were supposed to be gifts to acquaintances, to create demand, to think his own words would be used against him. Anyways, he can't give up without a fight. He accepts that he agreed to that, and initially they were gifts, but he began to get referrals and began selling the stones. Ethan claims he understands where he is coming from and asks if an additional contract was signed in that vein. Understanding that there wasn't, he lashes out, accusing Demian of asking him to take responsibility for an unofficial deal. The cornered Count tries to calm him down and changes the topic, seeking to know why Marquis Richmond is getting mana stones from them when they agreed he was getting exclusive rights to the mana stone business. To his astonishment, the Duke denies any knowledge of the said contract. He can't believe Demian didn't read through what he signed, only to receive the excuse that he thought there wouldn't be a problem in business between him and his daughter. Ethan dismisses his excuse as lousy, mixing business and family, but then he pleads that family businesses operate on trust, which is why he trusted Isabella. For some reason, his excuse offends her father-in-law into accusing him of saying Isabella is a scoundrel who broke their trust. He can't believe Ethan is more offended than he, the father of the girl. He brings the meeting to a close, in the name of him insulting a member of House Blake, leaving Demian with no other option than to leave defeated. Once he is out of the Duke's hair, Ethan asks Iovan if that's all for his part in their revenge plot. He agrees, but wants to know why his master looks so displeased. To his astonishment, Ethan reveals that he is annoyed that his wife will be playing around with another man. It's a phrase Iovan can't believe he used, but who is the man he is talking about? Could it be? I mean, the man has run from home and is holed up at an inn somewhere. Don't tell me Hela is coming for him too. He is in the middle of contemplating how he got into this mess and how he can't go home because of the investors that are after him. He couldn't possibly tell them what the Duke told him, but that's not his only problem. Hela is actually coming for him. She sends one of her demons to summon him, her new toy, but he is unwilling to go, confused by what is happening. In the end, he notices he is no longer in his room. He is in hell and the Demon Queen wants to play. Desperately, he asks what's going on and begs to know what he did wrong, only to be reminded of the debt he took from her. Since he fled his home, she counts that as him fleeing with her money. Wasting no time, he pleads for his release, promising to pay off his debt, but how much is it? Her assistant shows up with documents to show him. Upon observing them, Hela talks about the interest behind the debt growing substantially. She stages pity towards him and lets him see for himself, and he is dumbfounded. He is curious about where she got her terms from. Meanwhile, she acts surprised that he didn't know about them before he signed. At the time, he didn't see the need to. Lily told him she'd covered it, and he took her word for it. Right now, that's his problem. She didn't bring him to her special white room to talk. She brought him here to allow her see his blood better while they play. She describes the experience to him, and he wants no part in it. Frantically, he begs her to take the money from his daughter. He is convinced she has it, yet Hela has no plans of taking money from her daughter-in-law, since she is a Blake. Still, she offers him a way to extend his payment date, and that's fine for him to sign the divorce papers. Shakily, he asks Hela why she wants this. The Demon Queen then reveals that she and Lily have built some sort of a bond. They are basically besties now. That's why the moment Lily complained about her cheating husband not wanting to sign divorce papers, she had to intervene. Her involvement gives him two options: sign the divorce papers and get an extension, or die in the demon world. She instructs him to choose wisely, but he only has one option: sign the papers. He does just that, and after some hours, he is sent back to his realm. It takes him a while, but he eventually gets back to his mansion, battered and bruised. At the gate is Benjamin, who welcomes him. The loyal servant has the house ready for him, offering to escort him in, but Demian can't understand why he is still here. He imagined him leaving with everyone else, but he declares his loyalty and that Isabella has returned to the Blake mansion. She is his last hope. Little does he know that means he has no hope at all. In his ignorance, he instructs Benjamin to prepare him a carriage so he can visit his daughter on time, the following morning. When morning arrives and Demian comes to see Isabella, it is revealed that Benjamin is also in on her plan. She claims he got her father to come see her sooner than she expected and gets ready for the final designs of her plan. This takes us back to how everything started. The father and daughter are having tea together as Demian complains about Lily wanting a divorce. He alleges she must have lost her mind, which is why he needs her to talk to her mother on his behalf. She outrightly rejects his cry for help, stating that he is good at driving people mad. From her words, he can see that it was Isabella who convinced her mother to go through with the divorce, but she did more than that. Instead of staying humble, she informs her father that she was also responsible for making him a penniless man. Disappointed by what he is hearing, he declares that although the divorce will be the end of his marriage with her mother, she will always be his daughter. He banks on their blood ties, and when she dismisses that, he gets up to argue that he is the head of the family and he is trying to protect it. Unmoved, she reminds him that he was the head of the family when he cheated on her mother with her mother's best friend. She is sure her mother didn't want to share her husband, but he once again brings up the excuse of his mother losing her royal status and him trying to save the family. No one is falling for that one. She urges him to return to his mansion, but instead of listening, he lunges at her, calling her names. Kaiden, who had been waiting outside the whole time, finally had enough and steps in. He challenges Demian for putting hands on his wife and casts him far away with a spell. The spell leaves him confused, wondering what just happened. You think he'd start begging at this point, but he doesn't. In fact, he starts challenging him, demanding respect, a request that falls on Kaiden's deaf ears. As far as he is concerned, Demian's position as Count is hanging in balance. To make things worse, Muser declares himself the new head of House Collins. It promises Demian it'll make good use of the title since it's probably better if with it than it is with the Count. Seeing a cat talk makes him conclude he is possessed. The confrontation between the Blakes and the Count eventually draws the attention of Benjamin and a doctor. It was Isabella that instructed him to bring the doc. He doesn't know why. He is just doing as he was told. In no time, he and the doctor burst into the room to meet Demian on the floor and Isabella and Kaiden on another side of the room. He is confused, but things get worse when Demian alleges that the cat talked to him. He senses something is wrong, asking himself what she has done. He is left in a tight position as it is. He doesn't know what to do. He is forced to decide, nevertheless, when Isabella asks him to diagnose her father. She knows he has been working for him for a long time. He is actually loyal. Nevertheless, based on what he is seeing, her father showing symptoms of madness, he voices out just that. Her father tries to argue he is okay, but her acting prevails. With tears and her reference to her medical practice, she gets them to bound her father until he calms down. They do just that, and she continues pretending to be in tears until her father is dragged out. Upon his exit, she wishes him a good time in hell. The following day, the newspapers are buzzing with the news of the divorce hashtag, "The Empire's flower is now completely free." It contains reference to the affair between Demian and Catherine. That got her some supporters and those who disliked the Count. More came when they learnt about her role in the meeting between the continents and the demon world. The news gave her father the momentum he needed to name her crown princess. In the days that follow, she gains more love from the people, while Demian tries to bond with her daughter. All his attempts fail, nevertheless, because she is focused on her newspaper and the visitor they are expecting. Jeffrey. He can't believe she wants to meet him, but she explains that she hasn't seen him since his mother died. She agrees that she hated Catherine, but that doesn't change the fact that she was his mother. She hopes seeing him will make her feel better and stops Demian from tagging along. A few minutes later, she is with her bestie, and there is this awkwardness in the air she isn't comfortable with. She starts wishing she brought her husband along, only for Jeffrey to bow and apologize for all her mother faced. In turn, she begs him not to apologize to her. Apologies aside, he decides to discuss the elephant in the room, his mother's passing. He reveals that he was at the dungeons when his mother passed away. He wanted to see her the last time, but someone beat him to it. He was fortunate enough to listen in on the conversation between her mother and the person, from when she begged to be saved until when she begged for him to be spared. Throughout the time, he was too scared to do anything. He commends his mother for fighting for him. As for the person who gave her the poison, he is sure it's Prince Aster, even though he didn't see his face. Isabella is bummed because she knows voice evidence is not enough to nail him. Fortunately for her, Jeffrey has more than that. He pulls out documents he got from his mother's office. She hoped that since she was one of his best soldiers, they'd find something connecting them there. He gives them to her, and she immediately starts going through it. The first document she pulls out contains information on an orphanage Catherine had been sponsoring while she was alive, April Orphanage. It looks like a normal sponsorship on the outside, but things change when she notices the checks behind the money sent was in the name of one Ashton Hugo, not the Richmonds. Jeffrey had never heard the name before. Giving it some more thought, Isabella knows that if word got out that Catherine's donations were in a false name, she would have received a lot of heat. It's a risk she would have taken for only one person, Prince Astor. Just to be sure of what's going on, she wants to visit the orphanage with Jeffrey. Suddenly, Kaiden bursts in. Like every jealous husband, he refuses her going with Jeffrey, offering to come along. If not, he'd gladly stay back with Jeffrey. Faced with these options, she chooses to go with both of them and uncover Astor's secret together. The following day, the gang head there together. They meet the attendant, who seems plenty shady. Although she gives her condolences for the loss of his mother, she seems most interested in the sponsorship that Jeffrey claims he wants to continue. She hurriedly invites them inside, boasting about something she prepared prior to their arrival. In the end, it turns out to be someone, a young girl named Jennifer, who has finished her education with them. They are about to send her off, but she doesn't look too happy. The caretaker, on the other hand, is ecstatic. She praises the Hugo Fellow, his sponsorship, and how he arranges foreign noble families to send the children to. Isabella doesn't understand what she means by adoptions into foreign noble families, and isn't allowed to think about it long because of the conversation between the caretaker and Jennifer captures her attention. It is about the young girl's mood and how she should be happy to get adopted like her friends Rose and Tia. Isabella can't stop herself from suspecting the adoption deals their mystery man is brokering. To understand better what's happening, she knows she needs to talk to the child and gives Jeffrey the heads up before announcing it to everyone. Following her command, everyone leaves, giving Isabella enough room to talk with Jennifer. The conversation starts well. She gets to know their caretaker, teaches them etiquette. It gets shady, nevertheless, when the child reveals that although they are promised good homes by Hugo, she doesn't think that's what they get. She drew this conclusion from her inability to reach her friends Rose and Tia, the girls the caretaker spoke about earlier. She has sent them a flurry of letters, yet she hasn't gotten a response from any of the girls. Deep down, Isabella worries about the children this girl hasn't been able to reach. She has a bad feeling about Lord Hugo and his plans for the kids. Still, she comforts her, claiming her friends might be too busy having fun to reply to her. Her suggestion makes the girl smile brightly. For Jennifer's safety, Isabella adopts her, taking her back home with plans to send her to an orphanage she trusts. The young girl is asleep, which is understandable. What Kaiden doesn't understand, however, is Jeffrey's reason for sleeping on him. He's an adult, sure, but Isabella's excuse for him is that he might be tired. Deciding to let this slide, he changes the topic, bringing up the orphanage's caretaker and her lust for money. He is disappointed that she is so money-focused that she didn't even attempt looking into what the infamous Lord Hugo does. She only knows him as a social entrepreneur and educates children to send to him in exchange for money. Isabella wants to know if Kaiden got that information from the card taker. He reveals that he did, yet that's not all. She asked him if she could stay with him, as it looked like he had a lot of money. All his wife has to say is that he is popular. She is glad her disguise as a poor soldier worked. While he is stunned she isn't annoyed, another woman made advances to him. She explains that she isn't fazed because she knows him and is convinced he can't be swayed with cheap tricks. The day ends on a good note for the couple, but the night isn't fully on their side. It has Astor celebrating his next plan to come for the throne. He alleges he didn't want to resort to the method he is about to rely on, blaming his decision on his father, who crowned his sister instead of him. He thinks he was cast aside because of his father's blind love for his sister, and blames his position on his half-blood, which he lets leak out from the cut on the hand he gives himself. As the child of a concubine, his mother received disrespect on a daily basis. She believed it would end if Astor became emperor, and planted that idea in his head since he was just a boy. She promised to take care of his competitors, the emperor's legitimate children, as he played his part in becoming ruler, but didn't live long enough to groom him enough. She committed too many atrocities and was sentenced to perish at the gallows. This is his way of satisfying his hunger and fulfilling his mother's dream, using his blood to start an incantation. This spell he is using is aimed at summoning the former demon king Baal Lucifer, and it works flawlessly, though the big bad demon feels insulted by the summons. Disregarding his disgust for the time being, he asks Astor what he wants, and the maniac requests a contract between them. He desires not just the throne, but also the power to make everyone kneel before him. In return, he pledges to offer the devil whatever he desires. Lucifer agrees, however his body is no more, all thanks to his sister Hela. He requires Astor to help him get a physical form by sacrificing the strongest being of the demon realm, and a member of his bloodline, his nephew, Kaiden. He wants the man's life, meaning he'll have to get up close. Normally that should be a problem, but in a couple of days he gets his chance, in the form of Lily's crown princess anointment ceremony. His sister and niece are happy about the day, because her mother finally gets what she deserves, but he is happy because of the havoc he plans to wreak. His presence is no threat at the start. The ceremony goes on flawlessly. Lily is declared crown princess before everyone available and crowned. The hall is electric afterwards, clapping and cheering here and there. It's a moment to remember, yet for some reason Isabella feels sick and tired. She has been like this for the past few days. Kaiden, on hearing this, urges her to go home. He thinks it's better they explain her absence to her mother later than for her to collapse here in the name of staying to support her. He promises his mother-in-law is safe with him. Isabella freely leaves her mother in his able hands, trusting him so much that on her way out, all she is worrying about is herself. She has been ill frequently, meaning she'll have to get tested when she gets back. Would she do it immediately or after she rests? We can't say for sure. What we can say is that things start feeling off, beginning from the moment she spots Muser in a room staring at something. She curiously asks the cat what it is doing there. It doesn't respond. Concerned, she reaches for it, only for it to vanish. Next thing she knows, she is in Aster's wicked hold, unable to break out of it because of the sedative he uses. She passes out eventually, waking up hours later in a strange place. With her is Aster, who she shows no respect when she asks why he abducted her. Proudly, the prince declares he took her to lure Kaiden. She expected him to be after her mother. Guess he isn't. Next thing she wants to do is ask him why he needs her husband. But he doesn't even let her ask. He hastily shares his plan to use Kaiden's blood to resurrect his master, the previous demon king, Baal Lucifer. Isabella can't believe her ears. Last she checked, they had destroyed him. But here Aster is bragging about how he plans to resurrect him and gets the Empire as his reward. For Kaiden's sake, Isabella tries to downplay their relationship, defining it as a simple agreement between contract partners. She promises him her husband won't come for her, but that's not what he sees. When he looks at Kaiden, he sees a man drunk in his love for her. Switching gears, the prince grabs Isabella's hair and lets her know that if he ends up being a no-show, he'll just lure her mother instead, do away with her, and inherit the crown. Nonetheless, he is willing to spare her if she cries to him. He claims to have a soft spot for female tears. This sicko. They begged him once in her old life. It didn't work. She refuses to beg again, deciding that the only way she can keep her mother safe and Kaiden from offering his blood and bringing back the devil is by removing his leverage over them, herself. Fearlessly, with that resolve, she infuriates him, calling him a delusional man who would never get the acceptance of their people. She reminds him of the chances he had to prove himself to the Emperor and how he failed to use them. Closing things off, she admonishes him to stop blaming others and admit that he is incompetent, cowardly trash. Her plan works. He is annoyed and lunges at her fully, looking to end her in a fit of rage. Isabella doesn't fight back. She calmly accepts her fate, annoyed that in her last moments the face she sees is Aster's, but glad that at least the people she loves will be safe. By nighttime, one of them is soaring in the sky looking for her, Kaiden. He heard from his father that she never came home. She also wasn't at the palace, but there was a letter for Kaiden in front of the mansion. It read that if he wanted to get his wife back, he had to come to the altar of Mordo. It's an altar used to summon demons of great, powerful mana. He didn't know of any great demon aside him right now that was in the human realm that makes him suspect the ritual is to resurrect a great demon. His best guess is that the demon is Lucifer. Whatever it is, his priority is saving his wife's life. He is astonished, nevertheless, when he gets there to meet her laying unresponsive. He rushes to her, shakes her, talks to her, but it really looks like she has passed away. She has, and he blames himself for it, concluding that he failed to protect her. That's why she is in this position. Ultimately, he doesn't see himself living without her. That feeling makes him imagine the worst, but then he is stopped by a teddy. It looks a lot like Dada, but is actually a manifestation of his mother through Dada. She sent it with him to tell him that there is still a way. He thinks she means turning back time so he can kill Lucifer and stop her death, but she doesn't have enough mana for that. The poor guy presses regardless, and she agrees, on the condition that when he returns, he will have to kill the former demon king and return to the demon world, not minding whatever state Isabella is in. He has just one chance, a chance that will exhaust his mother's mana, and he is determined to use it to save his wife and do the needful. In the twinkling of an eye, Kaiden is at the moment when Aster tried to take Isabella's life. He wastes no time and tosses a stone at him, forcing him to let go of his wife. You'd think that with this little window of opportunity he has gotten, Kaiden would hurry in and take her away from Aster, but that's not what happens. The future Demon King wastes time asking him why he abducted his wife. Using this window of opportunity to his advantage, Aster holds Isabella at knife point, threatening to harm her if he moves any closer. Because of her, he stops and asks the man what he wants. Shamelessly, the prince repeats what he told Isabella. He needs his blood to revive his master, Lucifer. He expects some sort of resistance from the young half-breed, but Kaiden shows no fear, declaring that he has no problem with giving his blood, but would like to do that at the place where he is to summon his master. In a jiffy, they are at the magic circle, and he is asked to drop his blood there. Once that is done, Lucifer is supposed to come soaring out. Merely getting this close to his goal makes Aster jumpy. He orders Kaiden to do as he has said without wasting time, but Isabella can't have that. She doesn't want him risking this much for her, which is why she pretends she doesn't love him, as she tries to talk him out of this sacrifice. She denies all she feels for him, claims she can't have anything to do with the demon, and tells him to leave. She hopes this is enough to make him abandon her, or end her life along with Aster's. Throughout her denial, Aster warns her to stop talking. He thinks she'll make him change his mind, but it doesn't work. He claims her, reminding her that she is his and he is the demon who will follow her for eternity. He refuses to recognize all she said before, responding to those words by donating his blood in exchange for her safety. It works. He finally gets her out of harm's way, and Aster, He becomes the vessel of the former Demon King, a cocky being that gathers energy to eliminate Kaiden, who he feels is no longer useful. The future Demon King just tosses his threats out the window. How can he be afraid of a being defeated by his mother? Making mention of Hela is all Lucifer needs to lose it and launch an attack at Kaiden. Fortunately for the entity, he gets injured, proving he hasn't fully healed yet. The injury shows Lucifer that if he fights head-on, he will lose. To prevent his death, he decides to attack Isabella, to get the upper hand. As soon as he moves towards her, Kaiden tracks him and cuts him off. It's a big shuffle between the two, yet a stab sound is heard across the room. Who dealt that severe blow? Lucifer, not Kaiden. The demon is sure he has cemented his win, and mocks his nephew for sacrificing himself for a mere mortal. He thinks this is the end, and cockily thanks him for the blood. Honestly, he should have waited a bit longer before gloating. He realizes that when he starts to cough up what he took from Aster. Next thing he knows, he drops to the floor, his body overheating instead of feeling stronger, his mind pacing to understand what is happening. His answer is with Kaiden. He is willing to tell him everything, but first he jokes about how careless his uncle is for not doing a background check on him. If he did, he would have been reminded that he eliminates demons like his father, Ethan Blake. People who eliminate these creatures, over time their blood mutates into something lethal to demons. He mocks Lucifer for absorbing that poison by choice, after which he asks him how it feels to be close to death a second time. Counting his words as mere bluff, Lucifer refuses to be killed by everyone's favorite half-breed and attempts a final attack. His strike crippled both Aster and his master. As far as he is concerned, his first mission is over. The second is Isabella. He spots her laying on the floor and hurries over to her. Luckily for them, she only passed out. It deprives him of his chance to say farewell for now with a peck on her head, followed by a promise that he'll be back as soon as possible for her. He'll like it if she waits for him. What an eventful day for Isabella. It leads to an uneventful morning nonetheless, with her finally gaining consciousness. Her mother runs in, relieved that she is okay. As they discuss, Isabella asks about Kaiden. She suspects he brought her back to the mansion himself, and he did. He came back covered in blood, though, and told Lily everything that happened with her daughter. She was touched by his story, but Isabella isn't even worried about herself. She asks about Kaiden and is told he has returned to the demon world. That meant she can't say when next she'll see him. Her mother understands this, so she asks if she'll like to stay with her at the palace for the time being. Isabella refuses. She is a Blake now, meaning she has to stay at the mansion with the family, even if her husband isn't around. Still, Lily fears she'll be alone, but she isn't. She carries his child in her. Years later, the child she carried becomes a little copy of his father. His name is Cavell, and he loves messing with Muser. The cat isn't too comfortable with that, though. Fortunately for it, Isabella came to the garden to get her son. She wants him to get ready for their family dinner, since it's been a while they had one and everyone will be there. Her mother, who is now Empress, her grandfather, Lahel, and the rest of the Blakes. The boy is particularly worried about being bullied by his sneaky aunt. She loves to torment him, in the name of him reminding her of someone. That person is definitely Kaiden, but he doesn't know that. Anyways, he is safe. Isabella promises to protect him, and that makes him happy. The parent and child leave together after that, to get ready for dinner. By the end of the day, they are done. Cavell is neatly tucked in bed, with his mother by his side. The young lad, from the way Emperor von Leonard looked at his grandmother, Lily, during dinner, could tell that he loved her so much. They are the perfect definition of what a father and daughter relationship should be like, and that makes him wonder if he'll receive the same treatment if he had a father. He'll love to be stared at warmly, just like his great-grandfather stared at his grandmother. She assures him that if his father were here, he'd get just that. Even so, his words make her miss Kaiden. She is usually good at holding the fourth down. Now she is at her balcony wishing he were around. Her wish gets answered when she is about going in, and she hears a familiar voice call her name. It's Kaiden, glowing under the moonlit sky. Although he made her wait for so long, he offers her a lifetime contract with him. One she finds unbelievable, but accepts no less. And with that, this beautiful story comes to an end. If you enjoyed it, please support us by leaving a comment below. Until next time, ciao.